Můžou lidi sledovat i na YouTube. To chápu, Sterak vám ukázal pěkný heroin všem. Jo, Megabonk je hrozná závislárna. Herdin je přede mnou v Megabonku. Já nejsem moc dobrý. Dech od Nestora, ano. Bylo to hodně dobré, dech od Nestora. Používám některý ty. Začal jsem s Wim Hofem, když se zbudím, tak dělám Wim Hof, breathing. A ještě tam je, jak se to jmenuje, to druhý breathing. To druhý breathing vám řeknu, to se jmenuje... Dělám jenom 2 věci, tam bylo hodně jakoby těch... Jak se to jmenuje? Coherent breathing. Čteš něco jiného než seberozvoj? Jo, četl jsem Archiv bouřné záře, to bylo hodně dobrý. Ještě jsem nedočetl tu poslední knížku, protože není v češtině. A četl jsem jméno, nebo Kronika královrha, to bylo insane, ale není poslední kniha. Jako The Name of the Wind, anglicky, já jsem to četl anglicky. Doporučím komukoliv, kdo má rád fantasy, tak to je nejlepší fantasy kniha ever. Není lepší fantasy kniha. Ale problém je, že není prostě finishnutá ta trilogie a budete mě nesnášet, že to není finishnutý. Oni normálně vypnuli všechny písničky v těch segmentech. Takže mě to už necopyright strikeuje ten. YouTube. Hoši, normálně včera cinkačka. 400 korun z YouTube streamu, jenom z reklam. Chápete to? To je cinkačko! Tyjo, Katie test, BO3. Já bych to spíš dal test než Katie. Ale nevím, podle mě to bude hodně vyrovnané. A CFO AL, já bych si bez prdele nebál říct, že to bude mega vyrovnaný a že možná CFO možná i vyhrajou. Spíš teda vyhraje AL, ale může se stát. Dneska budou zajímavý zápasy. Čumím na tebe v práci, tak snad tu nic nedomrdám. Nerad bych šel do práce přes víkend, ale tak pohoda, ne. Drtvas, to jsem mluvil o YouTube reklam, to jsem mluvil o YouTube streamu. Ty jsi zkoukal na YouTube? Já nemůžu ovlivnit, kdy se pouští reklamy na Twitchi ani na YouTube. Já ty reklamy nepouštím manuálně a Twitch a YouTube to pouští sami.
Hello everyone and welcome to Worlds 2025 here in beautiful Beijing, China. We are done with the best of ones for now and we're gonna move on to best of threes today, sending 2 teams to quarterfinals at the end of the day. We see the fans already, they're waving, they're prepping their signs for today, ready to cheer for all the teams that are gonna step on the rift.
Kolik si stával
I'm
super
Love,
fresh?
and I'm very enthusiastic. I am pleasantly
8 jsem stával, ale dnes jsem Jim, no.
For today, and I'm gonna be with Raz and Tagda. What happened? What happened?
I was laughing because one of the signs said like an AL sign. I was like, "Where's BLG?"
No.
Oh no! I was like, "What's going on there?"
How's everyone feeling?
I'm hyped. I'm really,
I'm excited. I don't know about you guys.
Okay, so we're gonna do something.
Oh my God!
Okay, we have a Katie swear jar because I'm not gonna tolerate any of this today. Rise, you can put the money in here. We're gonna follow up on that later. That was not planned at all. But anyway, before we dive into the amazing match, that respects me, you know? Like, that's the difference here.
That's the problem.
For now.
I mean, I've seen her play League of Legends. I don't know if that goes,
Before we dive into that matchup and everything else we have, we want to celebrate the 15-year anniversary of Worlds and Riot is
Mám vyčerpaný glykogen ze svalech, nejím sacharidy teďka, protože prostě nejím, GG, takže žádný biceps nebude. Prečo si není na YouTube? YouTube jede? Livestream na YouTube to jede, pánové. Je tam 25 diváčků teďka. Pennyman ne, takže... Myslíš, že Mara půjde do Navy? Nevím, ty vole. Teďka oznamovali nějakýho hráče v Navy, ne? Nebo to byl coach? Ale... Nikde jsem ten YouTube stream nenašel, no. To lidi to musí lajkovat, aby to bylo visible pro ty na vole.
There's one theme there.
Yeah.
It's just T1 magic. A 10k gold lead, a 5k gold lead, it doesn't matter. He finds an angle and you're just mad at the end of the day.
Turka oznámili v jungli, jo, Navi,
I
okay.
mean, I always think Wolf gets done a little bit dirty by the shockwave one. He was so insane in setting that up, but it's still nuts to me that like so many years apart, it's still Faker that is the focal point of these plays.
That's why he's the GOAT.
It is
Always
what it is.
Forever.
True.
Yeah, let's see if we can create some other plays this year as well. But for now, let's check out the second one we have.
YouTube je odhoven. Tu já jsem na to koukal. Kolik jsem měl třeba, na Twitchi jsem měl třeba 1000 diváků a na YouTube jsem měl 200 diváků, takže jenom čtvrtinu nebo pětinu diváků. A z reklam na Twitchu přišlo $10, což je 200 korun. Jo, ale bylo tam 5x víc diváků na tom Twitchi. A na YouTube, kde bylo 5x méně diváků, tak přišlo 400 korun z reklam. Takže abyste jakoby věděli, že YouTube odhoven, live streamovat na YouTube není vůbec odhoven. Skrz jakoby reklamy. Ale hej, já jediný důvod, proč zapínám ten YouTube stream, půjču. To byla ještě Perks Caps Jankos.
I know which one's my favorite.
No,
Back when we were good.
Not biased at all, you know.
Yeah, and it stops there. We don't need more.
Gigabin put himself on the map. I know the theme for the 15 years has just been like legendary plays that come in your mind. That was the play that people were like, I'm remembering that man for years to come.
I mean, it's the first ever finals pentakill. That in a world finals, it was insane. And to do it on Fiora of all champions, it was definitely his pick. But my God, what a moment!
And that is just a glimpse of all the celebrations that we're gonna have throughout
Kovalian,
the
dobrý, běž si
entirety
vyhonit,
of
vole.
Worlds. Legacies of the Rift is on with some beautiful plays that you can see here. So we're gonna keep an eye out on more plays here and see which ones make it further in that bracket. Now, back to the present, back to the Swiss stage. We're gonna check on the crystal ball. Pick'ems, did you guys do yours? Do you have
I did. I was like last
Pan
minute
Hovňov
too.
šťapko.
It's not going so hot.
Yeah, it's not going so hot, but I don't think the fans are doing so hot either. Let's check out the most common
wait a
ones.
minute.
Okay.
Oh!
Starting with the most banned champion. This one?
Right when you were criticizing them. We got your back, guys. We got your back.
Jo, co ti mám
Was
správně.
banned Azir. I'm not surprised here.
Yeah.
Despite the nerfs. Despite
Já jsem teda překvapený, protože Azir vypadal komplet odhoven, takže si nemyslím, že to budou banovat dál.
And Wukong is most banned because I was like, okay, he kind of got hit, but I still think he's really strong. So we'll still see a lot of bans.
Jo, první dono, kilečko, Martinko.
Moving on to the most
Nebyl jsem v posilce, se mi špatně spalo, stal jsem v 8 už jsem posilku nestíhal, protože posilka pro mě je na 2.
It is Caitlyn.
No one
I
got
didn't
this.
expect to have Caitlyn coming in so strong here.
Nedával jsem Caitlyn náhodou.
There's no world where anyone was like, oh yeah, it's going to be Caitlyn. Like,
Nedával jsem
yeah,
Caitlyn
she got
náhodou.
some buffs, but this is such a niche pick that it's bizarre to see it this high.
Já jsem říkal, Caitlyn bude strašně broken.
Just because, especially with the new like lane swapping that's coming through, the lane dominance
Moje
that
Čauko.
Caitlyn has, I kind of doubt that that's going to
Vystřelil jsem
persist.
se na
If
to.
people are just going to be able to be like, I'm just
Raději
going to
jsem
pick
se chtěl
a more
vyspat a být
team
tady na
fight-oriented
Wolf, no.
champion and swap against you.
Do you guys think that it's because we
Ale
have
půjdu do
some
gymu zítra, neboj.
mismatchups here at World so far, or do we expect Caitlyn to
Dobrý
be
ráno,
one of the
Rovero,
strongest
Čauko.
ADCs we have here? Because it's a pretty easy champion to maneuver when you know the opponent is not going to be that strong.
It's interesting because I think with the buffs, perhaps
Ale
you should,
Stára
like,
jsem dal na nejvíc
have
piknutýho.
an open mind towards it, even
Yeah.
though I made my statement on that. And some of the combinations of the pick, like for instance Nico, suddenly
Proč jsem
traps
nedal
alongside Nico,
Caitlyn?
It's a little
and
silly.
yeah, it's a bit
Jsem
silly to
říkal,
be
že
able to see
Caitlyn
those
bude
plays.
hrozně
So
broken.
it's interesting to see. We should
Že
track
to
it
budou
as the
banovat
tournament
týpci a tak.
continues. But at the moment, we're all wrong on that one. I had Ricardo.
Vojto, děkuji za 5 měsíců,
so I didn't
chlape.
think-
Alistair, 'cause it's like he
Užij
just
si
does well
Twitch
into
ikonku
whatever else thought
a
was the most
emotikon do League of Legends. Jestli máš propojený League of Legends
Yeah, you
účet
go
s
for the
Twitchem,
counter.
tak
That's
máš
gonna
i
be the answer,
emotikon.
and he kind of fits into everything, but yeah, no world will it see Caitlyn.
All right, next one, highest win rates.
I wonder about this one.
Okay, so what happened, guys and girls
Yeah.
at home? Yorick?
Everyone in the chat, if you
Yeah.
put down
Yorick!
York as the highest win rate, put your hands up right now. We
Yeah.
need to be able to spot you
Okay, but
guys.
The real
Maybe-
question is which co-streamer said it, and everyone just jumped onto it.
Oh yeah,
But
we're
you
gonna attack
also-
him too.
Maybe you also want to get a champion that is not going to get picked that often, but that is going to win systematically?
Sure, like
Yeah.
a niche pick where it's like, you know what, you guys are
Já mám
maybe cooking
Dagdara
that. I
rád.
can see that
Rázem
angle.
moc rád
I can see
nemám,
that
on je
angle.
moc
Punish like a
takovej
horn pick,
Yeah,
but
I
no.
went with that
až
logic, but
moc
I went with Renata.
alternativní.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, yeah,
Ale
she
Dagdar
probably
je
fits these
mega
nice
felák.
little moments where she can come through and then get a few wins.
I do think you might win in the
Oh.
long run, honestly. I expect
There
to
it
see
is.
Renata rising in the Champions
I thought
Priority
Aurora.
here. Next
On the
one we
case
have
of like mages,
Aurora.
yeah.
Why not?
Okay,
Why
sure.
not? Same
Lowest win rate, Jarvan.
Yeah.
0
What happened here?
I didn't see
J4 is
that
having
before.
a bad time. He's having a bad time.
I was talking to Shadow yesterday and asking him, of
First
course,
pick
about the
Jarvan
Jarvan,
every
and he
game.
was telling me that the
XDD.
champion
Wszystko
falls off
0-8.
too much in the mid to late game, but he still expects that he's going to be a prior champion, but maybe not as
Já
much.
jsem byl
maybe not one
překvapený
of
z
the
toho
first
Jarvan
picks,
first
but
picku
something you
furt.
default to later on, especially with Fearless Draft.
I think he's also a symptom of dive not looking too strong, and I think part of that is the way the support meta is churned out. You end up having like both heal and barrier available for keeping your AD carries alive. You've got the redemption to keep them alive as well, and it just makes it very difficult to one-shot some of these champions that tend to be more squishy, and especially when a lot of the time
Rafik
if
nebyl
you're playing
piknutý,
Yunara
ne,
as
ne.
well, it's
Yeah.
like we go dive, Kaisa goes
Oni
in the
jsou
back
kurva na
line,
hlavě, že,
Yunara,
dneska?
one shot, sir. You're like, wait.
True, that's fair. I think as the tournament goes on, surely that win rate will be picked up. I already saw the clip on Inspired.
Dneska je to BO3, dneska hrajou týmy, co jsou 2-0, jenom ty nejlepší týmy.
Right there.
A ten tým, co vyhraje, tak postupuje do top 8.
But yeah, Kaisa was expected here. Caitlyn again, biggest surprise we have so far in the Swiss stage.
True. Looking at KDA Warriors, I looked at mine, Varus. I was wrong as hell.
Jarvan má skorek, Aleš v inhousech. Ty pičo, tak to ne, vole. Tak to ne, já mám sice mám 5 proher, ale mám jednu výhru, OK?
He is doing some heavy lifting here, but you look at
Mrde.
Doggo as well
To byla
yesterday,
podpásovka.
especially against T1. And yeah, I mean, we see Caitlyn often and we see her popping off, even though it's not often from the lane in phase.
Caitlyn, však, vole, kokos, Caitlyn broken. Chat, budu hrát Caitlyn aspoň jednou na Streamer Clashi. Zahraju si to aspoň jednou. Mě ten šampion strašně baví, ale to bude permaband. Mala to být ryb Maktup, nie Martinko. A čítá se to tvrdo, nie Martinko. Alešu, tak to se chováš v top donu zatěl. Já se omlouvám. My tu máme strašně moc Slováků, ale já nechodím ven, takže já jakoby neumím mluvit slovensky a neumím vyslovovat slovenské věci a absolutně jsem clueless v tomhle. Kdybych možná studoval vysokou školu v Brně, tak umím slovensky, ale bohužel, já jsem v 16 už jezdil do Německa a bydlel v Německu na hotelu. Ty piče, to byl dobrý půlrok. Ten první půlrok, kdy jsem bydlel na hotelu, každý den uklizený pokoj, nový ručníky, každý den vajíčka, snídaně, bum bum.
to kick us off. And before we get into the
To
nitty-gritty
bylo
of the
dobrý.
matchup, I want to talk
To
about
bylo
how both
hodně
teams got
dobrý.
here, starting with Top Esports.
I already hear the stress in your voice. I mean, like, I guess KT and Top Esports fan have a
Co ti
reason
přijde
for it.
nejvíc
Top
late
Esports in the
game?
regular
Caitlyn
season,
Aphelios
they got
Draven.
first place, obviously, and then they go into the playoffs.
Jako
Didn't expect
nejsilnější
them to,
damage.
like, fall behind to BLG, but yes, they still ended up
Caitlyn
qualifying to
Aphelios.
Worlds. That was their run.
Rozhodně ne Draven.
But yeah, that was the run for Top Esports.
Takže umíš
I was still
německy,
pretty happy to
jasně,
see them
vole.
succeed throughout the split, though.
Yeah, but I think it's so surprising to see them alongside KT representing the potential to go 3-0. Because for KT,
Mě teďka strašně láká a já si myslím, že to nikdy neudělám, protože nemám moc volného času. Ale láká mě se naučit španělsky skrz AI.
No, don't worry about it. In fact, Laura, just only look at the upper bracket. I think that's the only point of this bracket that you should be watching.
And it stops here. That's all I need. We needed that win against Genji. They got it. I remember BDD was so happy. But when I think about KT and the run they have at Worlds, usually it's never easy. Nothing is ever easy with KT, but especially when it comes to the opposition that they have at
Senor
Worlds.
Aleš.
I remember 2023. They made it out. They made it to that quarterfinals. But oh boys, did they have to sweat for it?
Yeah, it's funny. It's like delayed karma. The fact that they had to go through all the LPL and ALCK teams now
Hola,
makes it
amigo.
sounds like sure you can have MCoy and
¿Cómo
Team
estás?
Secret Whales now. Like, but
it doesn't end. Like they could.
Já jsem bydlel rok a půl ve Španělsku a nenaučil jsem se ani nic španělsky.
It's gonna be an exciting best of 5. The best of 3. That's all.
Sorry, what did you say there? Was there a word you used there? Was there something you said?
Do you need some cash? Do you need some help?
No me creo, no me creo.
Yeah, I thought so.
I swear it was not even planned, honestly. I just got carried away. But anyway, I'm going to interrupt myself here, and we're going to focus on the Mercedes featured matchup. It is Kaz versus Kanavi in the jungle. I'm out of here. Bye.
Yeah, you should be.
In the first best of 3 of Worlds, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is KT Cuz facing Top Esports Kanavi.
La Passion, to je něco jiného, La
Both these
Passion.
junglers are instrumental parts of their team, elevating them to higher levels. Their performance will be the key to victory in this matchup, and with a 3-0 advancement out of Swiss stage on the line.
Moderátorka nemá dobrý čas měsíci, tak nemůže castit. Dobrý typo, dobrý.
The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot bot inside. MCoy ran in, it was a bait. Kuz is a freaking genius.
The last time Kanavi and Cuz faced off was in 2023 Worlds, with Kanavi
Tak
coming
sedět
out
u
on top.
počítače ve Španělsku nebo v Česku, to je asi jedno.
Now, 2 years later,
Já
they'll meet
znám
again.
Madrid a Barcelonu líp jak Prahu třeba.
Skewman staying alive for now, but 369 needs a little bit more damage. LeBron chomped down.
Who will advance to the bracket stage? And who
Nebyl jsem
will get
Jimu
knocked
dobrý,
down?
nebyl. Zbudil jsem se v 8 a už jsem to nestíhal.
I can't wait to see this
V
matchup
9:30
face off,
jsem
but
musel
honestly, it feels a
streamovat.
little bit one-sided with the way the performances have
A já mám
gone.
gym
I
2 hodiny.
think Kuz hasn't had as much of an impact as we expected from him, especially when we look at that win over Genji they had in the playoffs. A huge amount of that was Kuz stepping up to the plate, controlling the early game. But when we look at the last 2 series, he has been a bit invisible and not able to find the successes that you really hope to, especially against a guy like Kanavi, who has been everywhere in their games.
True.
How do you expect the matchup to go? Any contested champions here? I'm
Camp
thinking
Nou
of
jsem
Trundle,
nebyl.
especially, and maybe Kiana that we don't want to see on the side of.
See, I'm a little worried because one team is
Vypadám
cursed,
na to,
the other
na co
team you can never
vypadám.
believe in. This is where I look to the fans. We need to know what they believe.
Absolutely. Let's check
Je
out how
pravdě
the
takový ten
fans have
stereotyp,
voted
že
at
Španělé jsou
Zapasy
takový
on
vyčilovaní
X, and
proti
they're
nám,
calling the
ani
matchup
pičů.
59.6% for Top Esports.
Oh!
I like those odds.
Oh my God!
I honestly love this.
People
Thank
are
you, fans.
intentionally not believing in KT so they can win. We need to change that.
What's your prediction, guys?
I think it's
Top?
Top Esports,
Yeah.
yeah, genuinely. Not even to, like, do the whole KT
No,
thing.
the
It's just,
choke
I think Top Esports have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean,
Čele,
we'll see
tady
how
zase
this one
nějaký
goes. It is
další
the
holub
first
ze
best of
streamer,
3
to až
we
nemůžu
have
nic
here
říkat.
at Worlds. One team advances to quarterfinals. Let's find out who it will be.
Který jsou mi
excited,
nejlepší
I'm excited,
piky,
I'm
chat?
excited.
Jaký mám nejlepší ID carry, abyste jim to hned prozradili, aby věděli, co mají banovat. Máte spamovat fake damage,
这么早期就2杠0，然后就我觉得我们是有机会赢下来的。
budeme si muset promluvit, chat, budeme si muset promluvit,
赢下
jste...
更多比赛，来让那些
Nula
球迷
i
们刮目相看。
Vy máte mě
我
pomáhat,
觉得我们下
ne?
一场遇到的对手是
To
谁不
kurvy.
重要，我们一定会赢下你们的。
일단 이긴 거에 대해서는 그냥 자신감을 계속 부르게 해주는 것도 있고 이기다 보면 그냥 자신감이 올라가고 그냥 전체적으로 게임 이해도가 거의 맞닿아는 증거인 것 같아서 그냥 전체적으로 편안하고 그냥 좀 팀적으로도 좀 잘.
Však si ho zober do týmu, kde problém. Problém je v mých penězích na streamu Clashy. Týpci si myslí, že jsem, vole, Karzy AD Carry. Že mě hodnotí.
승리에 가까워졌지만 방심하지 않겠습니다. 더 좋은 경기로.
Kámo, Karzy by mohl hrát slepej a dal by mě 1v1 kill. Ani mě nacení stejně jak Karzio. To je ten problém.
And KT will claim their next opponent 2-0 here.
경기장에 왔을 때 다양한 사람들과 약간 좀 만나니까 어떤 자리보다 이제 좀 중요한 자리인 걸 좀 알았고요. 나머지 경기들이 좀 쉽지 않을 것 같아가지고 더 끌어올려야 될 것 같습니다.
Tak oni berou asi tu coach hodnotu či, ale já neumím koučovat nubiky, aby nedostali přes piču od dobrých hráčů, to neumím. Já umím koučovat dobrý hráče, aby hráli proti dobrým hráčům.
我觉得在我们的主场打出好的表现，算是会让我们粉丝会感到比较开心吧。
Plus nemáš čas tam koučovat.
인생했던 과정의 경기들이 그렇게 좋진 않았는데 저희는 언제든지 다시 잘해줄 수 있는 팀이라 믿고 있어가지고 잘 준비해서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 팀이 기세를 좀 타면은 못 막는 팀이라고 생각해가지고 상대하는 팀들에겐 좀 아쉽지만 저희가 먼저 스위스 스테이지를 올라가 보도록 하겠습니다.
我觉得我们只要发挥出我们100%的水准，我们是能赢下他们所有队伍。这一次我们将一直战下去，搏至巅峰。
KT and Top Esports, one of these teams will be advancing to
komu
the
byste
bracket
věřili
stage
víc,
today.
KT nebo
The other
TES?
will have to fight a little bit harder to make it out of Swiss. Welcome everyone. for this
Divácký
best of three
prediction bylo
between these
TES,
two
ne
lineups. I'm Dracos,
KT.
joined by Kobe. And I'm afraid to say I'm excited because Laura's right there and she'll come hit me, and you won't see it unless you're watching the vertical feed, but I promise you will happen. But Kobe, I'm really excited, man. This is going to be sweet.
Don't worry, I'll protect you. No, I won't. I'm out of here. Okay, let's get right into the draft, though. This is a super fun series that we're going to get here between KT and TES. First thing on your mind has got to be like LPL Kiana. This thing coming into the tournament. I mean, coming into the tournament. The LPL was way more feared on this champion than any other region. And so for good reason, I feel like
YouTube čete, už vás je tam stovečka, 100 diváčků na YouTube, poprosím like na ten YouTube, ať to objeví víc lidí. Děkuju.
Meanwhile, KT have done the same carries in their comps both times. One is Orianna, which TS have banned. The other is Caitlyn. They have done back-to-back Caitlyn comps here for Doctam, and Doctam talked about it in his interview after their series as well.
Plugin do OBSka, nebo skript do OBSka, aby mě to zobrazilo Twitch a YouTube diváky dohromady, jako číslo. S ikonkama. Twitch a YouTube, Twitch plus YouTube, tak jak to má Sterak, jestli jste viděli Steraka. Že mu to někdo nenaprogramoval. Teda mu to někdo naprogramoval z jeho diváků. Wukong first pick, okej. Rise Azir Orianna, kurva, BDD, vole, bro. Napiš Sterakovi, já jsem mu psal, on říkal, že mu to naprogramoval jako přímo jemu. Jarvan Nico okamžitě, joj, Jarvan 08, pozor.
For the community perception, they're still committed to the Jarvan. Would appear, of course, it is a best of three. The first taste of Fearless we get in Swiss. So again, as you highlighted, it's not the end of the world if the Jarvan does fall down, but you have really excellent engage, and with an early pick like the Nico, you don't guarantee lane priority, but it does set you up for success in that bot lane too.
Jako Nico Jarvan mega dobrá 1-2, Wukong Rumble mega dobrý, zatím jako, je to BO3, Fearless. Sterak gatekeepuje to, no. Restream Ion nechci restream, jo. A Tino, mám spojený chat, neboj.
Massive amounts of engage, really good sneak plays where both of them can really play vision games and come up with huge jungle and support synergy. But let's take a look at the other side. They take away the Rumble, which is a classic combination you do pair
Tak, co oni do toho?
Jarvan,
Čauko Scrollo.
AoE. So it looks like we're just gonna have both teams with big team fighting.
Pro Jarvan je v pohodě, jako, takže to je 0-8, furt je to v pohodě. Nefirst pickoval bych toho Champa, ale furt je to v pohodě. Hlavně když vidí, že to není Poppy jungle. Kai'Sa, OK. Oni vzali Auroru, jo? Aurora, Rumble, Wukong, to je hodně dobrý. To je dobrý 1, 2, 3. Nico, Jarvan, Kai'Sa, taky dobrý. Tohle jsou BO3 už, ano.
Yeah, and I love the Kai'Sa when we do see all these CC heavy comps that are looking to dive on priority targets. Nico and Jarvan set up for that very nicely. You can go in for the executes. So let's take a look. Do they want to even ban out like Galio
Rakan by byl dobrý pro oba dva tým kompy.
Those are kind of the
to je Aurora, jo, oni to zase mají bubnutý. Nevím, ten spectator je nějak bubnutý, že prostě není vidět, co pikou. A banujou občas. Od Rakan. Ale jestli si mám vybrat, tak Aurora, Rumble, Wukong se mi líbí o něco líp než Nico, Jarvan, Kai'Sa, ale jen o něco málo.
But Viper was the first big name player to kind of pull it out on HLE. So see if they do want to optimize some of those bot lane 2v2s and top lane matchups by moving an AD carry around. But with the Rumble locked in, Ornn now banned away, KT doing what they can to shape that.
Budu hrát Fnatic proti koho, kdo vypadne, za mě vypadne Fnatic.
Sometimes, you know, it's underperformance.
Fnatic jsou hrozný.
Sometimes I think it's because they leave this man on an island. We'll see what the situation ends up being. As the Alistar now banned away, really trying to take away that immediate follow-up.
Tak, Alistar Rakan, follow-up pro Petra. Sion Ornn, blind pick, nerfík. Oni čekají, že piknou to paře na tom. Na Ramblíka. Ambessa, OK. Ta Ambessa je good. Nevím, jak je ten matchup do Rumbleho, ale myslím, že prohrává.
Kdo si myslí, že to má naopak?
Šedží, děkuju za 200 pade.
Koukněte se na debil.
Šedží donate 250 korun českých. Zvýšíme hodinovku kůsok.
Tak teďka je hodinovka je zvýšená teďka hodně, děkuju. Děkuju.
Almost 100% guaranteed headed into the mid
lane. Nah, Corki, nah.
Corki, very conventional answer into the Kai'Sa. Doesn't always see the most success in Western regions. People aren't able to shut that pick down, but this is a champion who can make Kai'Sa's life so miserable.
Vzali Annie, Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Nico. Midgame jak blázen k tomu Ambessu. A oni mají Wukong, Rumble, Aurora, Corki, Nautilus. Jako Corki, Nautilus, not bad. Je to v pohodě. Je to upřímně v pohodě. Já nemám prostě Corki, ale to v pohodě. Komu bych to tady dal? Ty oba dva tým kompy jsou good, oba mají win kondice. Mně se o něco málo líbí víc KT, ale je to o tom, upřímně, kdo bude hrát líp. Oba kompy jsou good a oba prostě záleží na tom, kdo engage někoho v jaký moment, kdy. KT si řeklo, ty vole, nemůžem nechat Tess v 0-8 Jarvan situaci. Typci prostě pikli Jarvana 0-8, tak musíme taky vzít Corki, který je taky, mám pocit, 0-8 nebo něco takového. Aby to bylo vyrovnaný.
This is just a celebration, you know, series. Somebody gets to move on, and even if you lose, you have more chances.
100%, we're flying high. If you hear us today, we'll talk about the history of these teams, but there's no do or die today for either of these lineups. It's just the elation of getting out early, being able to watch the rest of the competition, scrim whoever you want. It's an excellent spot to be for one of these teams. Of course, only one can make it. Someone's gonna need to fight a little bit harder as we get deeper into the further rounds of Swiss. But for now, loading onto the Rift. Again, team fights, the name of the game. The Corki knot coming through from the side of KT means we expect them to have some control of the bottom side. Nico might put a stop to that, and always prepared for a potential lane swap. You love them or hate them. They're pretty good strategically. Always a potential option.
Some very interesting signs in the audience as well. let's get on to the ref. So
Tak jo, jsme tu, první hra BO3, první BO3 Fearless.
The difference in early games. KT has not had very powerful early games.
Test mají hodně dobrou early game, mid game. KT mají OK mid game.
And so going up against TES, who's one of
Vyspinkaný
our
dneska,
teams
jo,
that
jo.
have had the best early games. It's one of the reasons why Kanavi and TES have been so heavily lauded. Really has done a very good job. It just like it has been really well planned as well as executed from them, both here as well as in the LPL.
And I think it's important that we'd like to crack jokes a lot when it comes to this team, but don't let the memes and the history distract you from how lethal this team really is, right? Good reason that they were able to make it here. Good reason why they were in the finals of the LPL. And Cream, of course, on this utility champion. Annie falling down in Prio, obviously nerfed a ton over the last few patches, adjusted here and there, but still can be that lethal engage option as Doctem and Peter zoned away from the wave early on, but Foss Bomb does mean that Doctem's at least able to get some of this CS.
Tak. Neprošel jsem nic, ne?
Yeah. Early brush ward for TES, though, going to help them out a decent amount here with the range versus melee support matchup, trying to work around the outside.
Korky Nico, teda Kajsa Nico, Korky Nautilus.
The slow race for level 2, trades of autos.
TES have to push, so you have to be cognizant
Kajsa
of the
Nico
level
vždycky
2
získá
coming in.
push, to
They
nejde
are
jako
just back
outpushnout.
off. Nobody in
Čau
any
Kozle,
danger
Kozle,
range
prosím, podíváš se na
just
Discord.
quite yet. And it is interesting
Jsi byl teďka MIA, Missing in Action, dlouho. Chtěl bych nějak vyřešit ten plugin na to YouTube plus Twitch.
Is one of the slippery junglers that can wrap around, and going towards a Nautilus lane always does have the possibilities of Cuz making an early visit, and Nautilus having some good setup for him in lane to try and burn summoner spells.
Definitely a good spot to be in. Of course, double range makes it hard, as you highlighted, for KT to get the push, but a gank from Wukong, a gank from Cuz can change that very quickly. Jungle, we're looking at it a lot, right? Cuz and Kanavi. Cuz in that series, in the crucial series versus Genji, this man was a demon, completely outplayed Canyon.
Truly.
KT fans want to see that same form.
Proč změnili overlay? Nevím, absolutně, nevím. Se jim to nějak rozbilo, nebo já nevím.
Look at that cape, let's say at 14. Cuz is a little quiet.
We did talk about the difference in the early games. Yeah, 0 kills and assists pre-14 minutes. There. Meanwhile, Kanavi, an absolute terror in the early game and all game, actually.
Kamil dneska nekomentuje s tebou. Hele, Kamil a Ikarzi jsou oba takový, že když se tady objeví, tak budou komentovat se mnou, ale daj mi vědět, až když se tady objeví v chatu. Já nevím, já bych... Já jsem furt nemocnej za to, ale to už je týden nebo 2 týdny. No, to je dobrý kombo, to je dobrý kombo. Jako dal bych... Co je v piči, mám nějaký hlend do piče. 10 hodin tady solo jaku a bolí mě z toho v krku a nemůžu mluvit, halo? Močka. Early game a mid game mají lepší test. Plus mají lepší teamcom na tu early game. Takže bych čekal, že KT se dostanou behind tu early game a pak uvidíme, jestli to comebacknou.
In mid lane, I've seen a lot of play, and a lot of people do like to go then attack
the
Annie and try and make you pay for that a little bit, because your shield is
Říkal jsem, že biohacku, abych nebyl 80 IQ stupidní kokot.
It is not going to get you out of a lot of other situations.
To neznamená, že neznám nemoc.
Cream's going to have to be a little bit more worried. That's why Peter comes through, clears out some of that vision around mid lane.
Oni nějak dojebali prostě, hodně se jim jebe teďka technika na Worlds. Víš, že prostě mají problémy s champion selectama, mají different overlay every game. Teďka mají dojebaný overlay, tak nevím, co se tam děje.
Hasn't found an avenue to go through mid yet, is now moving down to the rafters, but Kanavi might just spot him.
And Kanavi did walk over that ward in the banana brush, so you see BDD, good positioning. You know, he positions to the upward side of the lane.
Cream again, no flash.
Any Jarvan je fakt kurva annoying. Hlavně level 6 bude strašně nepříjemný, ale Aurora by měla být jedna z nejvíc safe championů do toho.
On some of those minions that are dying up by the tower. So even though you're not actually taking him down or burning his flash, it still is a gank worth going for. Pushes him out, a little bit of damage on the Aurora, make him miss a couple of minions.
Annie doesn't hit the bear crucially.
Dodgenul to dobře BDD.
Without even burning the flash.
Or did he just not have the stun? I think the damage goes through.
Damage went in. You're probably right, given that he does have
yeah,
on Either way, you get what you want out of the Tibbers again. If you, for some reason, haven't seen Annie, which would be crazy, she uses the bear, she pushes the wave. That's as simple as it gets. As Peter, the heal now coming up from Jack 11 Hong. Looking for a chase down, looking to get control of the lane.
Ten, kdo prohraje, tak je 2-1 a hraje další BO3. Oba tyhle týmy, se omlouvám za ten hlas, ale oba dva tyhle týmy tak jsou 2-0, všechny ty týmy, co dneska hrajou, jsou 2-0 a mají luxusní situaci, kde oni budou hrát BO3. V momentě, kdy vyhrajou jednu BO3, tak jsou v top 8 a mají 3 šance na to vyhrát tu jednu BO3. Že vždycky, když prohrajou, tak hrajou další BO3, prohrajou, hrajou další BO3. Když prohrajou 3 BO3, jsou out, když vyhrajou jednu z těch 3, jsou top 8.
Krugs for Dragon is a very good trade for TES, and 369's full HP, so they're not even worried about any sort of topside, dive
Je to naše první BO3, tyto Worlds.
Of course, Wukong also, you really want that level 6, so Kuz trying to squeeze out as much experience as he possibly can. Does have his flash ready. Maybe he will be able to get in there once he has level 6 and can go for a flash play, but Annie's cooldown here for flash for Cream. Only has about 80 seconds left on it, so still a little bit of time where he has to be fairly safe.
Odflusnout, kurva. Doufám, že to není slyšet.
Definitely looking comfortable. No action after the initial kill. Drake really the only big tangible advantage that TES have held onto outside of Pryo on the bottom side. This time not connecting again. BDD spacing really well in this matchup. Input buffer.
Tak jak jsme na tom se CS-kama, Rumble vyhrává do Ambesmith, to jsme čekali, ale ne o moc, takže to je úplně v pohodě. Víceméně hra even. Korky taky není behind. Oproti Kais a Niko. Takže já nevím, když vidím tuhle hru, tak bych si zahrál lolečko, zahrál bych si lolečko a pak mě to vždycky přejde. Tady, OK, veme jednoho a uteče a nechá jim dva, ne? Dva gruby za jednoho, win pro TES, ale zase mají lepší early game. Mají zase tady, jsou tady všichni, Korky na botu. Tady si myslím, že tohle je super situace pro KT. Tady si myslím, že vyhrává Katie, protože Korky tady veme pláteček, veme celou vlnu extra, Kai se to mysne.
Still good for TS though, in my opinion. Grabbing up those grubs.
Get the flash.
Jo, Rambo, tady jako Katie z toho vyšli 100krát líp. 100krát líp. Protože tam mysnuli 2 vlny. Okay, ultí. Na pouk.
A lot of deep vision here for KT as well behind this side, so they might actually go for a repeat play on 369. I mean, Kanavi.
Ty biče, dobrý damage.
Kanavi's on the top side, so Kuz kind of has a free route to go pressure 369.
Teď kdo bude pušovat dřív? Korky má true damage do turety, takže se to nezdá, ale Korky puše turety docela rychle. Ale mají jenom jednoho gruba proti 2. Takže tady 3 lidi hitujou. Tady podle mě KT vemou first turret, nebo? Ty vole, nevím, actually. To bude close, to je důležitý, to je důležitý. Ukaž tu turetu! Blue má first, výhra. Casey zatím mnohem lepší group situace, mnohem lepší swap situace, získávají first turetu. Super, tohle jako z tohle vyšli líp.
And BDD should be able to catch the opposite side for KT.
One of the first games we've had in the tournament, I feel like, where teams are so content to just handshake.
Kam ale proč nefixnou ten overlay?
Trading sides of the map.
Yeah, right out of champ select, we're like, all right, it's coming down to these big team fights.
It's gonna be a fist fight.
Yeah, we've got huge team fights ahead of us, though, Dracos, because both of them have so many weapons, and I want to see if
there's an imposter in the mid lane.
Wow, věděl.
Very effective imposter.
Věděl.
Good awareness here from Peter and Doc Dem. Able to avoid. Now,
já vždycky zapomenu, že Niko je ve hře, nevím jak vy, ale já to vždycky zapomenu.
Yeah, like all right, there's no Annie ultimate and there's no Niko ultimate. Does make it a little bit more difficult to pull that off, but as of now, yeah, they have for the most part been content.
Nebyl ani replay, podle mě jim odešel celý jeden počítač. Oni mají víc počítačů na ten spectate a podle mě se modlí teďka ten broadcast, protože mají jenom jeden.
No one else really with a major completed item quite yet, although we are getting very close. BDD continue to match up on the top side of the map, but this can be tricky for Cream. He does have to be careful not to overstep.
Kam ale BDD to strašně respektí a je ahead na CS, to je crazy. Hlavně ta Aurora v momentě, kdy bude mít dvě masky itemy, tak je nesmrtelná. Tak ji nezabijou, ale do té doby musí respektit, protože Kas je tady flashnutej. Boom, one-shotnutej. Vidíš, ten Annie Jarvan je tak early game silná, proto jsem říkal, to je mají lepší early game. Wukong Aurora musí scalovat, Jarvan Annie musí permafightit.
So you can try and make the same thing where like, oh, well, maybe you can punish Annie later, but TES here, very smooth operators in the early game. I mean, it just feels like they have been so controlled and just executed so effortlessly in all of their games here.
Ambessa je strašně broken. OK, druhý dráčatko. Bez kontestu, protože Wukong byl mrtvej. 1000 goldásků pro Tess. Zatím pohodička, zatím si Tess docela chillujou. Ale měli by pushovat, teďka jak postaví ty první itemy, tak by měli začít hrát hrozně agresivně a začít pushovat ten jejich advantage. Protože jakmile podle mě Aurora bude mít 2 itemy, tak už nezabijou sidelane a bude vyhrávat Aurora na sidelane. A být 1000 goldu behind a jenom 2 draky behind, nebo jenom 2 draky, ale 2 draky behind, to je KT power spike takzvaně. Comfort zone.
Bit of timing here for Perfect, hasn't been able to back to get that item himself.
And everybody really matched there, so both supports were kind of hanging around, shadowing the plays, waiting to see if anyone was going to overcommit. But again, in the opening game of this series, nobody taking too big of a risk yet.
You can see there, Jackie Love without Hung in the area does have to back off a bit. Cream still confident to step forward.
Ta Aurora je dobrá do Annie.
We got first item completions. We're gonna have to wait a while for the next
Ambessa je nejvíc, Ambessa tu scaluje nejvíc ze všech čampionů. Kolik má Ambessa třeba bude mít 4 itemy nebo 5 itemů, tak Ambessa dá 1v9 tady. Ten champ je broken.
Bit of a catch. Last cone means not much is gonna happen.
But yeah, they really have been looking a lot towards mid and late game.
Včera jsem zkoušel toho Ryzenu, pěkná nekuťárna, 4000 HP, 1100 ability power. Jo, balance. Ty piču, dobrý damage, ale. Korky už má finishnutou Trinity, že? A Wukong taky, jo. Teď mají double triple. No.
That could get spicy very quickly, so Kanavi has to flash. Forced away instantly here, but nobody goes down.
Komu fandíme? Fandím teda KT.
We continue fairly close pace, and the decider are going to be these team fights. TES stacking up the dragons. Wait.
Ty pičo, dobré, ale prostě dívej, Aurora balance. Ale nevěděl, že... Okay. Ale 2000 goldásků. Kamo, mám tam Duka, jsem ještě zabil. Musí. Shutdown pro Rambla, to je hodně dobré. Ale vidíš to, jo, ta Aurora, jak je nesmrtelná skoro. Oni vemou ty jedna bot, BDD zabili ho, ale tyjo, KT vemou mid turret a vemou ještě to kill na tom, shutdown na Jarvanovi. Ale 2000 gólů advantage pro Teslera. Sender, děkuji za gifta.
No to mě pomrdej.
Užívej Volcikonku plus emote do League of Legends. Hodně na alert nahlas. Mysnul ale 300 gólů na midu, no. Ale KT jsou v pohodě, tady vzali fakt hodně. Tady vzali shutdown na Jarvanovi. Vzali Heralda, vzali ty jedničku mid. To je v pohodě.
Alright, still kind of trading sides here, as far as information goes.
Tak, zatím na jednom itemu bude Tess hard vyhrávat fighty. Skirmish a tady tyhle ty píčovinky. Tohle je dobrý, ten rom. To neviděli, ten rom od Casey. On neviděl, že tam je Nico. Kdyby tam nebyla Nico, tak přežil. Nemít bariéru, tak Kajsa minus, to je funny, no, že 1v3 nebo 1v2 by tam ještě zabil.
Those are going to be an area to look out for the big team fight that actually does happen, but
tak, ty vole, overlay back, fixli to, let's go! Drak, třetí drak, 1700 goldásků, ale mají tam jenom jednoho draka, když mají být dva draci. Jsou dva draci dead, ne?
It's going to be a little bit dangerous, honestly, in their approach. You know, for TES, which, by the way, I think
Aurora potřebuje druhou masku, aby byla nesmrtelná vůči Jarvan Annie. V ten moment jako už ji nezabijou. Hele, teď může kdokoliv vyhrát, zase kdo udělá chybu. Korky tu je mega silnej. Rumble má Zoniu, pozor, Rumble už má Zoniu. 17. minuta a má Zoniu to prase. TP, tady to bude docela rozhodující. Tohle je třetí drak. Nikdo neflankuje. 369, oni neví, ale dodžili Nico ult. Ambessa in, chytla BDDho, ale nezabila ho. Boom, dobrý knock-up na Creama, WTF, OP Herald usage. Double flash na to, ale ty vole, wah. Rumble tady bude monster feedlay, tak to je disaster protest. Kámo, jak chci vidět znova ten fight, oni tam abusili toho Heralda úplně do hoven. Sleduj. Oni dodgenou Nico engage, což je strašně důležitý. Dodgenou Nico engage, OK. 3-6 nejde na Auroru, ale prostě Aurora je tank, protože má, vole, ten vyjebaný item. Přežije to. A teď Nautilus tam veme... Ale hodně lidí zapomnělo na Rumble tady na tom Worlds, no. Jako Rumble by nic neudělali, ten champ je furt broken. Byl to nejlepší topář. Měl největší win rate. A najednou gold even. A mají fakt jenom dva draky, nemají tři draky už.
Nice stuff there from KT in the team
ten overlay ukazuje dva, že mají. Tak, Korky teďka bude monster silný proti Kajse. Aurora fakt je, jako Aurora ještě teď je one-shotovable, když dobře trefí s Ambessou, Jarvanem, Annie. Ale problém je, že eventuálně jako na druhém ultimu už nebude. Mají tři, ani ten, jo, grubíci taky nesedí, no.
KT knowing they don't have a huge window to reset, but will need to be in the area.
Or if Cuz just steals one. Cuz is good at stealing objectives, and he's got a Trinity Force Q on Wukong that is a decent amount of burst damage, so...
Mají tři, protože tam jsou i hex brány a tak. Ale prostě to nesedí ten overlay.
Is Jarvan going to be good? He immediately got a kill, but Cuz is making an argument that I think Wukong probably should still be above in the tier list.
Wukong is very, very good, especially in the team fights. But yeah, so got to worry about stealing objectives, got to worry about setting up for them preemptively as well. And right now, KT getting a lot of topside vision for the Otacon arrival.
while you can see 369 is uncontested in his bot side push, someone will eventually have to respond to that. Mid prio going.
Že tam mají furt tu Ambesu, a ta Ambesa potřebuje scalovat mít třeba 4 itemy. Tak, 2 itemy, oni mají 2 itemy na AD, 2 itemy na topu, forcou fight, forcou Atakana, nevím, většinou ten tým, co začíná Atakana, tak to nebejvá dobrý. Že ti sníží armor magic resist, tady je TP, Cream tu nemá flash, což je důležitý. Oni to nabejtili, panebože, tak to je int od 369, ale on přežívá. Mysnutá Annie ultimátka, tady to ale vypadá mega dobře pro Katie. Wow, Cream to tam grilluje, Rumble to tam grilluje. To byl krásný bait, ale krásný bait. Peter to nantil, ale krásný bait na TP. Jaj, netrefil flashem. Ty, ale tohle byl pěkný bait. Oni forceli Atakana, aby oni týpli a 369 udělal chybu, že týpol moc deep. Pozor, jsou low, zonutej, Korky musí 1v9 smurfit tady. Má full HP jako jedinej. Zonovat všechno. Korky vyzónní. Tyjo, Enička ještě netrefila ani jednu ultimátku, ne? Cream tam mysnul ultimátku. Tady to vypadá, že Katie jsou prostě lepší tým, no. Dívej, oni nabejtili ten teleport, 369 to na Entio. Tady on dá ult na Wukong klona. Rumble to flashnul tu Annie, což bylo clean. A pak běží i na vygrilluje to tam. Jako Aurora Rumble tady dali damage, jak se... Dali v podstatě 2v8. Ten Rumble s Aurorou. To je Peter, jak flashnul in, tak... Kurva. Ale BDD a Peter si tam pak zvolnili ruce, no. Skoro kouknu na to potom.
Yep, TES have not been able to catch their targets on the engage quite as they planned. Now though, KT returning yet again to the Dragon area 20 seconds before the
Korky teďka bude mít 2 itemy Murama na Power Spike, má Dirk. Už jsou 2 masky na BDD, sleduje jako BDD HPčka, vole, co to je? Typci ho nevančotnou už. Rumble má Zoniu, BDD je tank v podstatě, protože má stejný HPčka jako jungler. Takže tady to je těžký. Tady musí nějak one-shotnout, Tess musí one-shotnout někoho. Je to Soula, jo? Je to Soula, tohle není třetí drag, tohle je Soula. Ten overlay nesedí. Markujou tam Ambesu, BDD tam markuje. Zhuknutej Jarvan, one-shotnutej, bum. Squish jak blázen. A Hank one-shotnutej taky. GG.
The soul, the perfect secure coming in from Cuz just in time. Jackie Love running, flashing, will barely survive.
But the soul will not
go to TES.
Cuz jde in.
Can they chase anything else down? Doesn't.
Se tam trošku splitli, to nevím. One-shotli ho. Korky nemá damage zatím. Dobrý, už jeden, teď zabije druhýho, protože flashne in. A BDD zabije Creama, protože level 12, level 13 rozdíl a je v týdle jak hajzl. Tak ne, tak nakonec Korky mu to dají. No tak Korky už teďka bude mít damage. Neviděl jsem, co udělal Niko. Takže koukáme. Tady je strašně dobrý Nautilus engage na Jarvana a one-shotom Jarvana, to je strašně dobrý. Nico Freeman ultimátku, ale one-shotnou ho anyway, protože nemá nikdo follow. Zabili tam Rumble, protože Rumble tam byl vyzovněnej a Peter to tady trošku na intio. Ale jako Nautilus vyhrál hru tady tím engagem na Jarvana. Že ten je, oni ho one-shotnou, je squishy. Laco, ty blázne, kdyby tady každý den budeš dávat 5 gifte. Děkuju, Laco. Denní daň. Nice, Laco, děkuju. Děkuju. Denní daň za sledování World Chat. Nechcete se někdo připojit k Lacovi?
And now they're looking unstoppable.
And again, they just play so well around these big ultimates, these big cooldowns, forcing the engage, trying to take Kanavi out of the equation as quickly as they can, not giving Cream an angle to hit that multi-man Tibbers that will always be a threat to just turn the game on its head. And the person suffering the most from this is JackeyLove. He's never had a moment where he can ult in like a hero, clean up these fights, lay down the Acathian Rain. It just isn't happening because there's never a clear moment for him to go in.
Kovi a děkuji za tier 1, užívej emotikon a ikonku League of Legends.
Big moment of contention. Kanavi is going to be an angle for a steal. Yes, you feel confident in that full-on 5v5 because even though the gold has been close for the entirety of the mid-game, they've never had the angle.
Jako Katie, ale tohle bude story of the series, jo? Že Katie prostě dají outscale. Kovaliane, děkuji za giftíka, děkuju. Taky užívej ikonku a Twitch ikonku a League of Legends ikonku, nebo emotikon.
Exhaust down. Could matter a lot if JackeyLove is able to find access to the backline, but only on 2.5 items to the 3 of Doc Dam, so it won't be the end of the world. BDD presumably at some point will finish.
To jste viděli, jak CEO Twitche poslal raději... Epos, děkuji za 5, Farafobia, děkuji za 5, ty půjdu, dobré, připojil jsi se Lapsovi, děkuji. Kdo by se nepřidal, děkuji. Já jsem chtěl mluvit o jedné situaci. Děkuji, pánové, děkuji za příspěveček. Doufám, připojili jste se, doufám na to daily příspěvek, že jo, daily. Ty pičo, telemetry bany díky za 225 korun. Děkuju, dobré. Já stlumím teda ty alerty, protože jsou na hlas. Ale děkuju. No ale chtěl jsem říct, že CEO Twitche, protože ta hra je víceméně over, podle mě. CEO Twitche poslal raději donate nějakému streamerovi, než giftnul suby. A odůvodnil to tím, že Twitch si neveme cut a byla to trošku dramíčka. Že prostě CEO Twitche tohle udělá, chápeš? Ne, ví vole. A Korky je level 15 a Hank je level 9, to je GG. Počkej. Rumble TP. Grill, dobrá ultimatka. Kámo, ten perfekt je dobrý. Ale prediktoval tu Rumble dal zóny, protože si myslel, že ho Anička zaultí a nezaultila. Tady se musíš podívat na levely, tady je to úplně odhoven over, kvůli tomu, že BDD je 2 levely ahead a Korky je level ahead, no.
It's dangerous to look at a play like that and say, this time it will be different. KT, eyes locked on this Baron, however, no one waiting over the wall to try and zone Kanavi quite yet, but BDD inbound. Peter chasing it.
Peter to ale intí tuhle sérii trošičku. Musí ultit, 369, udělá tam bordel 1v4, 1v4 bordel! Čo? Ale BDD je, vole, 3000 HP, toho nezabiješ. Jako dobrý bordel, ale jakoby zabít AD carry je useless, když tak blbě řeknu. Protože prostě je tam BDD level 16, týpeček má 2 itemy a má 3200 HP a má největší damage ve hře, takže... Ale tyhle, jako Ambe tam one-shotla toho Korkyho, Korky si zahrál. Nemohl nic dělat. Dívej. Že Peter se tady snaží one-shotnout, Jackie lava, ale Jackie to flashne. Tady je důležitý, Freeze najde in, 1v4 ti tam týpek zabije s kajsičkou Korkyho, ale problém je, že zabijou Korkyho. A Korky je takzvaně do počtu. Tam oni potřebují podle mě zabít prostě BDDho, no, jenže zabít 3200 HP Auroru není prdel.
Whereas this Annie and Jarvan really is that shotgun. The Nico alongside it. If you hit those multi-man ultimates together, you can see the path for TES to win a fight, but it just has not been happening. So another 4 minutes where KT don't have to be concerned about that soul, slowly getting closer to it.
Ale KT fakt jako, KT prostě to bude story of the series. Early game bude špatná, nebo prostě budou, když KT nějak neprohrajou masivně early game, tak potom mid late game prostě hard smurfy. Kámo, ještě má zóny ta Aurora, do prdele. Co to je? Korky staví čtvrtý item k GA, líbí se mi to.
It's looking like he's headed towards 0-9 at the
Je to Fearless, ano, je to
Fearless.
Fearless.
Win with Jarvan. Surely no one should be playing Jarvan. That would be my.
Anyway, we'll revisit this later.
We could be wrong.
This is just you know, broaching the topic
Ahaj,
here.
prosím tě, když ty vám prohrál, tak jedou domči, ještě ne.
It's an intervention for the meta. You know, there's never really a right time. Sometimes you just gotta have the hard conversation, cuz.
Ty musíš prohrát B o trojku, když jsi 0-2. Chudák support. Kámo, v kompetitivu nechceš hrát supporta, protože ty jsi nucenej nechat solo XP ADčku a pak prostě tam běháš level 9. Tebe one-shotne všechno, vole. Na tebe kýchne někdo a ty jsi mrtvej. To je prostě to je takový chudák. O, 1v3, skáče tam in. Čo docela bordel. Ty vole. Docela bordel. Ale Baron je v healthy, tady to nevypadá dobře pro KT, abych tady nedával toho Barona. To je takový, ten Wukong damage, co? Halo? To je, vole, to je jungle. Hyper carry, kurva. Dobré, nevermind. A nejmyslila ul zase, to jsem neviděl, no. Dominiku, jinak děkuji za 4 měsíce ty jedničky, děkuji, chlape. Je to tak, jak jsem říkal, no. Že prostě Tess musí hard vyhrávat early mid game a fightit všechno. A ty 2 killy, co dali early game, jim nestačí.
I see Laura over there. She's got a really big smile. I don't know. She's like kind of jumping up and down. Calm down over there.
Getting it. What did we talk? Put some money in the jar, Lord. We talked about this.
All right. Well,
let's see them moving up through the jungle. KT take away red side. Francouzský caster je, protože kdykoliv, kdy někdo začne fandit KT, tak KT to chouknou a zahodí celou hru, jo. Nebo jako když prostě, když KT jsou favoriti na sérii, tak nikdy nevyhrajou. A podle diváků Tess byli favoriti tyhle série, takže KT zákonitě můžou vyhrát. Kdyby KT byli favoriti tuhle sérii, tak zákonitě musí prohrát. Proto si z toho dělají prdele, jo, teďka ti kastry. Abyste chápali, o co jde.
And a redemption, which Hong obviously does not have. All right, that's the ulti. Initial burst damage coming out. Hong looking for the re-engage. BDD able to make it over the wall using the power of the ultimate. Kanavi living for an extra second, but it's not quite.
Kam oni dají všechno na Kaze a BDD ho a nic. A ještě tam Freeman flashne. Saký jebe. Nemají damage, no. Ten čtvrtý item G se mi docela líbí na tom Korkim. Protože týpek prostě nemohl hrát tu videohru. Oni by ho one-shot. A i když je ty vole 9-1, tak by ho vždycky one-shotli v tom fightu. Ta Ambessa s tím Jarvanem a Kaisou. Takže to se mi líbí, to bylo dobré. To si musíte zapomenout, když hrajete proti prostě Ambessa, Jarvan, Annie nebo něčemu, co tě prostě vždycky one-shotne ve fightu, tak v podstatě GA. A doufat, že tvůj tým potahá, protože ty nebudeš mít damage.
I'm feeling hyped right now. For the love of God.
Ty GA na junglerovi jsou strašně annoying, kamo.
Honestly.
Nen, že ho to spavne skoro s full HP, protože když jsi melee a máš GA, tak ti to spavne s dvojnásobným počtem HPček než s rangem, než když jsi rangeco. Takže to je úplně hard zabít.
I'm not smiling.
I wonder what that means.
You're smiling.
Okay, yeah,
No, but what was that?
Kovalian, ticho, běž si vyhodit, jsem ti říkal.
It's the cinematic. But no, it's interesting because this is for a while with every win that KT's been getting. It's like, well, it's because they're coy, but they're also the early game deficits. No, this is the best game we've seen.
Yeah, and I think 100% it came down to the team fight. Like, in the beginning, it didn't look so hot. Top esports got off to an early lead. They started to start dragons, and I was kind of, we were all kind of like, this looks like it's just going to be top esports getting themselves into a clean team one, or game one, but it fell apart once we got into the team fighting.
for me, because like this looked amazing for TES initially, having Mbessa come from the bot side and of course Cream come up top. Perfect had a really good angle here, where he also caught Annie coming in, so Annie really couldn't get that engage or follow up on the Nico ulti. And then as the fight progressed, you're like, okay, Perfect is really starting to get fed off of the fight. So it was nice that they had the presence of mind to know that TES were looking for the flanks.
And they really needed that Rumble to get fed, honestly, because I feel like the map plays early on, the trades that they were taking were really not the right one, and TES really had the upper hand here. What did it take?
Byl to draft div, ne? Ty drafty byly oba dva měli win kondice a prostě záleželo, jak budou fightit, no. Tam jako Annie, Jarvan měli strašně stompat early game a vyhrávat. Annie tam netrefovala ultimátky vůbec. Mbessa scaling tam byl dobrý, ale prostě hráli na pičku, no. KS zatím na Worlds dobrý bait pick, se skoro vždy feedne, ale nakonec je odhoven. No to je můj problém s Kaisou. Ty můžeš mít třeba 10-0, jak třeba pamatujete si Rulera. Týpek byl feedle jako kokot, ale má nejmenší damage ve hře, protože prostě...
Yeah, it was a great reaction because they knew that Annie was on the way. They were turning on 369 to make the
Chtěl jsem něco říct, ale nebudu říkat, protože by tady zase
really discombobulated engages off of that one. Like if the Annie damage didn't come through, well, Nico's coming in thinking that she can save the fight, and a lot of these things were happening. Sure, I'm happy that the camera cut off there because KT was just trying to give him angles. Peter hooking through, and all these things were happening. But no, that did turn into an autocon for the team. That was the best fight in the early portions of the game that they had.
We have talked about a specific champion at the beginning of the day, and I would like to mention it again because I understand best of 3, you want to approach them differently than the best of ones we had, but Jarvan didn't find any success so far at Worlds. So was it really worth it to trade that Wukong that had such a huge impact for Jarvan that had none? What was the goal here?
I think the options were limited because obviously they were on the red side. They had already given the Wukong cross. They're like, look, we'll try and take something. Maybe the Wukong can, or sorry, the Jarvan can contain the Wukong. And they got off to a good early start. But that seems to be kind of the story of Jarvan is you can find these early ganks, but when you get to the later team fights, you are so squishy. There isn't any sort of follow-up that can really come through. And when you're left on your lonesome like that, it's very easy. That's where teams have just been finding the success against him.
Yeah, and this is one of those picks where
v late gameu. Podle mě to má strašně velký úspěch ve scrimech, protože ten champ je strašně silný early game. Ale v kompetitivu to víc lidí respektí a pak je to prostě GG. Jinak Tejsi díky za 80 korun, pro mě jsem tě nepřečil, posílám hodinovou mzdu, díky. A telemetry bany ještě jednou jako za těch 220 korun.
But the execution is not panning out.
Yeah, and you don't want to rely on a champion like this the later the game goes.
Jarvan je vždycky ten stejný pick. Jarvan je dobrý 4-5 jungler, když prostě máš imobilní mid a imobilní AD. Problém v téhle metě je, že i když máš imobilní AD carry, teda mid lane, tak týpek má 4000 HP a je nesmrtelný. Protože má 4000 HP, má Seraph a má Zoniu. Takže prostě to nejde zabít. To je podle mě, proč Jarvan je slabý. Kdyby se Jarvan pikoval 4-5 a pikovalo by se to do imobilního ADčka a imobilního midaře, který nestaví Seraphs a Rod of Ages, tak je to dobrý. A Freeze nechci začít hrát na streamu Shakes. Shakes and Fidget bych klidně hrál na streamu. Jsem to hrál na střední strašně často. Ale chtěl jsem domluvit spolupráci, týpci, abych měl houby a tak. A týpci mi tu spolupráci chtěli dát a pak najednou mě vygoustili. Takže nevím, co se tam stalo.
What I love about this, by the way, is the first time we're going through Fearless, so those 3 mid lane bans that we saw in game 1, we're still keeping them. We're not allowing BDD to have the Azir, the Orianna. Good luck with that.
He still looks good, though. So, you know, I gotta say it. I'm excited.
Oh, his wallet! The whole wallet's in the jar!
I'm ready to get on board. They look sick. KT's team fighter looks amazing.
I don't have any friends here, so I'm gonna leave it here for now. KT Rolster leads that series. Let's see what TS can come back and do here in game 2. Guys, really?
A teďka je Mega Bonk era.
Looking to lead 369, unstoppable for a brief moment, dashing out to safety now. Ulti coming in from Cream. It's a bloodbath as Otacon remains in the mix, but it's a beautiful equalizer across the lineup. Hog tries to fire back across the
jedna věc, kterou podle mě musíte začít dělat, a jestli chcou vyhrát tuhle sérii, je to, že začnou pikovat outscale kompy, protože BDD, nebo všeobecně KT, vždycky prohrál early game, ale u nich je to comfort zone prohrávat early game. Oni si piknou scaling chumpy a vyhrajou mid-late game scaling. Protože to vždycky comebacknou skrz teamfighty. Takže ideálně měli by piknout hard scaling chumpy, aby vždycky outscalili KT.
베이징에서 월드 우승을 하고 좋은 기억들을 많이 잊혀져가지고 다시 신인대로 돌아갔다라는 생각을 하고 촬영이나 연습, 대회 되게 새롭고 즐길 수 있는 환경이 된 것 같아서 되게 기뻐요.
저랑 상혁이 형 그리고 재혁이 2017년도에 베이징에서 경기를 떠본 선수들이라고 하는데 다시 이렇게 와가지고 경기할 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Vyhrajou v tom lateu, není KT prostě lepší tým. To já nevím, jako LPL fighty jsou taky dobrý. Tady ale Cream hrozně intil a... Nevím, teďka pikli komp, který měl stomtnout early game a našli jenom 2 killy, víš co? Že BDD strašně respektil s tou Aurorou. Jako tady BDD, nebo kdyby nevzali Auroru, měli jinýho midaře, nebo všeobecně ten midař měl umírat non-stop. Takže scaling proti scalingu očekáváš, já absolutně nevím, co udělá Tess, jak se rozhodnou, že ten tým neznám, ale já bych to bral takhle. Luhy čouko. První hra, early game vyhrávali Tess, KT potom comeback late mid to late game. Líbí se vám to nový CLAčko? Ano, ne. Ono to má zajímavý interiér, strašně to CLAčko. To má celý display úplně přes celý to. Mně se to nelíbí tak moc zvenku, ale zevnitř se mi to líbí, ten interiér. Ne, ale prej je to nejprodávanější teďka model, nebo co? Je to magnet na otisky, si na to dáš folii proti oleofobní. Mercedesy jsou top, keď jsem seděl s Napio a AMG, to bylo žužo, jako kde brzdy? Jo, Snapio, kde brzdy je dobrý, no. A to je taky to je auto za 3,5 milionu, WTF, nebo chápeš? To je jako... To bych musel být ve Forbesu, kurva. Nebo to bychom my museli být ve Forbesu. Co mám za auto? Nemám auto. Však proto bez toho drobný, jo. Kdy vybíjená? Řeší se. Kdyby si streamoval v angličtině, tak to drobný pro tebe jsou. Čet, je tu někdo nový, kdo tu nebyl delší dobu a neví, že mám spolupráci s Actinem. Teďka musím být sellout, když jsem zjistil, že nejsem ve Forbesu. Ani se tam nějak neblížím být ve Forbesu. Ani v Honorable Mentions nemůžu být ve Forbesu. Tak máme samozřejmě dlouhodobou spolupráci s Actinem. Pokud mě chcete nějak podpořit, můžete dát vykřičník Actin. Pokud si někdy něco budete kupovat na Actinu, přes odkaz, když si to koupíte, já z toho mám procenta, abych byl ve Forbesu. Ale budete tam muset koupit asi toho trochu víc. Dostal jsem YouTube reklamu přes tvoji reklamu na Actin GG. Jak to myslíš? Tak majitel Vilgenu spíš bude ve Forbesu. Jo, hej, musím si udělat svoje vlastní suplementy, jak má Rest. Abych byl ve Forbesu. Jak těžký to může být si udělat své vlastní suplementy, aby byly kvalitní a abys to jenom nebrandoval z Číny? Protože rebrandovat z Číny to tady jakoby nechci dělat. Se zeptej Rest to bude gatekeepovat určitě. Nemáš kód na Actin, slevy na Actin jsou každý měsíc, jeden týden v měsícu. Takže mám kód na Actin, je to freeze, ale ten teďka byl před týdnem. Zeptej se Pavlisa Bendera, trvá to roky. Proč Fitman, abych se... Já ti vím přesně povedal, odkud to má Rest, okay.
Next game, will they invest again in such a straightforward hard engage?
Tak, vydržte, já předělám Champ Select, tak Azir Vi, kam oni fakt permabanou toho Azira. Oriana minule byla v banu, teď není, takže to znamená, že možná vemu Orianu first pick, ne, Orianu zabudovali Katie.
Pantheon even. So plenty of options there. Rise is up. So maybe, okay, yeah, first pick Rise. Then you get probably
ahoj, já si poprvé tím píšu, jo, vidím.
Maybe you go to Leah plus the Pantheon.
Rise first pick, Aurora je out, Rise je teďka nejlepší midař. Rise je ten midař, o kterým jsem mluvil, že ten týpek má prostě 5000 HP, největší damage ve hře. Takže problém, zabít.
Well predicted there, Kobe. So here in Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, what is the response going to be from the side of TES? I like getting something comfortable for Cream. Obviously looked like a monster on the Rise last time we saw him. Something maybe safer for the bottom side.
He did not look like a monster on the Annie.
No.
Alistar Trundle just like that a Zajarakan do toho, ty vole, nevím.
It's good he's not on social media right now. That's all I will say, because he is getting
to nevím, hoší.
On the platforms across the world, across languages. So we'll
Casio do Ryza, to se teďka hodně hraje. Je to i mega dobrý do Rakana. Že tady, hej, zajímavý. Ten Zaya Rakan takhle early se mi moc nelíbí. Jako Rakan je dobrý, ale Zaya tak early se mi nelíbí, protože se do toho dá piknout long range. Naštěstí mi pikli Casio, takže to není long range. Trundle, Alistar,
I like the early Alistar pick for them too, to really bring that structure, but since no jungle picked up early for TES, KT will still ban out the Xin, even having the Trundle already. They really want to push Kanavi down.
Just wanting to take away any of that early game.
Kovalian, kurva, běž si.
Into the series, it makes sense, right? Early game felt like the biggest disparity between both.
Sivir Zinban. Caitlyn je open, můžou hrát Caitlyn. Diogdam hraje Caitlyn hodně často. Tady bude zabanovaná Caitlyn. Teď banoval bych Caitlyn, když hraju za Rakan, protože Caitlyn je long range AD a ty nechceš hrát proti long range AD carry. Pantheon ban, Zinban, ok. Tady bych se fakt divil, kdyby nezabanovali Caitlyn. Ještě k tomu proti Diogdamovi. Oni fakt nezabanovali Caitlyn, WTF. Oni zabanovali Sion raději. Ty vole, nevím, no. Ale zase Caitlyn, Alistar. Stejně bych hrál Caitlyn, upřímně.
Maybe, because Lee Sin with the mobility is decent too. That's definitely still an option for Kanavi. Of course, Kanavi has tremendous amount of options. I mean,
Ezreal, okay.
Could do Nocturne.
Ezreal, Cassio, Trundle, Alistar. Ezreal, Alistar, mega safe linka do Zajarakan, ale Zajarakan má free scaling, no, tak je to takový. Moc se mi to nelíbí. Většinou, když někdo pikne Zajarakan takhle, tak chceš říct silnou linku a punishovat tu linku, protože mají nejhorší linku.
Yeah, poke against Zaya, always nice. So we'll see what they pair the Ezreal with. Is it going to be a
Xantovič, ok. Jsme viděli, že Xant je broken. Jaký win rate to vůbec má ten champ? To musí být strašně vysoký.
I'm absolutely trolling. I'm absolutely trolling. It was first McAllister. Back to the other side, though.
The worst part is I didn't correct you. So we were joined hand in hand predicting Alistair top for absolutely
Here we go. There we go. Konami carry.
Z, ježiši Maria, to je hovado. To nevím, kámo. To nevím. Já tady ty Z-kiany nemám rád, ty to ego champ do jungle a dělá to hovno. Legit to dělá hovno. Komplet vodhoven, okamžitě, nesnáším to. Nelíbí se mi to. Fuj, to je Zajarakan Rice, Xante by bylo v pohodě. Kdyby tam pekli třeba, nevím, Liliu nebo něco takového, kdyby to bylo mega v pohodě. Typek veme Zeda. Renekton, Trundle, Cassio, Ezreal, Alistar je hodně dobrý teamfight combo. Dobrý midgame, dobrý scaling víceméně. Není to tak dobrý scaling jak předtím, ale Katie mají jako víc rounded teamcom zase. Tady Z musí smurfit. Třeba solo killnout Trundleho 1v1, invadenout mu jungly a tady tyhle ty píčoviny. Když to udělá, tak good. Proč by si pikoval Xanto, když je Trundle ve hře, tak ti vypne všechny rezisty. Tak víš co, ty když zaultíš, tak nemáš rezisty. Anyway. S Xantem.
Very quick clear, and let's see, can TES push us a little further? Dracos, they had the early game lead. It was going quite smoothly for them, and then they
Giorgio, díky za gifta pro Smoldyho. Užívej si emotikon do League of Legends a ikonku na Twitch. Děkuju. Trundle like buffle je viable, Trundle se pikuje, no, občas. Ale jsou to spíš jenom Trundle hráči, co to hrajou, toho Trundleho, a hrajou ho dobře v jungli, tak ho pikujou, nebo se to pikuje do Siona, když někdo pikne Siona. Když to teď bude 2-0 pro Katie, bude hned další zápas. Ano, je to rolling schedule, bude hned další zápas. Takže budou Oystři proti dalšímu tomu. To budou Oystři AL.
You know one of the coolest things about doing the tournament in China is the gyos. Like I love this.
Budu fandit Oystrům. Oystři, jako, já strašně mám, i minule i na First Standu a MSI jsem jim fandil. A mám je strašně rád. Je to prostě ten, hlavně já mám rád to AD carry, kámo. Protože to AD carry je prostě, ten typek připomíná mě, že on prostě hraje strašně agresivně.
Top-down clears. That's kind of what I would expect. The top lane match is Cassante Renekton, so I don't really care
tak,
about that.
přidáme scénku. Chat, Dogo je 10krát lepší než já, akorát mi připomíná playstyle mě, ok? Jankos má jako hrdinu s nejvyšším hidratem Jarvana. Já si potřebuji skoupit asi nový sluchátka. Tyhle jsou úplně v pohodě a fungují, ale jsou prostě nějaký. Bolí mě z nich hlava. Mají dobrou kvalitu, ale bolí z nich prostě... budu mít Tyler 1 headset z nich.
TES here with the onus on them.
Tyhle BDD už půlka linky. Tak tady bude Zajarakan bude mít Prajo, Rice bude prohrávat do Cassio. Většinou, Cassio Rice je většinou hodně volatile a může se stát, že Cassio solo killne Riceho, jo. Takže záleží, jestli ten Z-gang nemít nebo ne. Senhai z Risiku. Tohle je co? Tohle je... Bear Dynamic. Já bych si to nejradši vyzkoušel na hlavě, protože mě fakt jakoby bolí ze sluchátek často hlava. Že mám prostě nějakou velkou hlavu. Ty, co mám, jsou libový. Tyhle mají nejlepší kvalitu zvuku a jsou levný, jak svině. Akorát prostě...
We are timing our Z clear here, Dracos. 252. That's pretty good. And let's go for the instant recall for the purchase. Okay.
All right, let's check Cuz.
Zvukovku mám, to není problém.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fair, bro.
If Trundle could start with Tiamat, I think it might be close, but he just can't.
Trundle doesn't need any more help, all right? This
Jaký
champ
to je
is
model?
pretty good.
Okay, well,
Bear
Volbear
Dynamic
was in the game, he's singing a different song, I'm
DT990 Pro 250 ohm.
Trundle's the problem.
Okay, so here it is. Now is where the Zed comes back with the double longsword we're talking about, and you want to go to the crab of the side that your opponent is actually going to, because with your double longswords.
Tak uvidíme, co ten Z udělá. Jak moc to bude jako to. Jako, hele, z linek už vidíme první advantage, což je celkem crazy. BDD. Oni ho budou divovat. To bude clean. To bude hustý tohle. Kámo, tohle bude hustý jak kokos. Boom, dive. Boom. Hustý. Ježišimaro, ty hovado. Freeman, a kde, vole, tým.
JDG, are they gonna? They're fine. I think they're still fine, right? Yeah. Okay. They walk out, even though look at the river, because there is a roam up from Alistar. They're fine.
Ale dobře, hej, tohle bylo clean jak svině, kámo. Tohle bylo clean jak svině. Oni měli bot prio, takže Rakan roamoval a Kanavi má rychlejší jungle clear, takže byl level 4 a divovali s Rise Flashem. Mega clean. A toto zahráli špatně, jo. Oni to zahráli úplně mega bad. Ale prostě ta idea toho, jak punishnout BDDho, insane. Mega insane.
Easier to pull off now that BDD doesn't have access and really clutch timing for BDD.
Víš, že fakt jako prostě ten timing tady, jak to udělali, že Rakan roamuje, mysnuli všechno, co mohli mysnout, ale to je jedno. Jako tím, že to myslí, tak to má Rakan ten kill, což je na piču. Jo, takže to je na hovno, že to nemá ten Z. Ale říkám, tohle je přesně to, co ten Z musí dělat, aby nebyl odhoven, aby to byl dobrý pick. Pokud tohle Z nebude dělat v té hře, že tady prostě buď nesolo killne Trundleho, nebo takhle nedajme tu Casio a nebude snowballovat ten svůj pick, tak je to odhoven pick. Strašně často se stává to, že prostě ten Z AFK farmí a nic nedělá a to je prostě chyba. A to nechcem vidět.
These junglers are over vision.
BD má hrozně clean movement, má.
There's so much vision, it's important to highlight on the bottom side here from KT. They do not want to give Kanavi any angle into attacking these lanes. He brings the damage, rest of the team bringing that simple setup. Jacking Hong poking their heads up into the river, no one taking an early Drake.
Čet, myslíte, že bude 2-0, že KT to zase comebacknout, protože to je zase stejný. Tez vyhrává early game, KT, jakmile KT, jako pokud KT neprohrává early game třeba o 2000-3000 goldů, tak většinou vždycky comebacknou. BDD je strašně underrated, nemyslím si. Kamo, když slyším jméno BDD, tak mu někdo kouří péro, takže si nemyslím, že je underrated. Ale hraje hrozně agresivně s tou Casio, což se mi líbí. Nedává tomu Riseovi vůbec prostor na roamy a tak. Zařídil tím i teďka Draka zadarmo. Takže měli bot prio, mid prio, free drak. Zed s tím moc nemůže nic dělat.
On the top side, Perfect and 369 continue to trade blows. Level 6 is where we might start to see some action here on the top side, but as you so eloquently put it, Kobe, it's K'Sante versus Renekton, so...
Renekton K'Sante je matchup, kdy Renekton měl vyhrávat 10 až 15 CS a vzít 2 pláty. Pokud to neudělá ten Renekton, tak prohrál linku ten Renekton.
Yeah, enough has been said about that ultimate, so you know the possibilities there.
Navi poking his head and seeing if he can. Again, he's ahead in XP, so it's easy for him to step up here. Hung there as well to cover.
Tak.
Level advantage massive. Kanavi was
Zed level 6, ale Ezreal tu je. Rice tu je taky. Jej, Peter to zase naintil. Peter má nějakou špatnou sérii, ale použili všechno na Z. Použili, oni všichni ho použili na BDD tu je, takže Rakan je dead. A to je jenom jeden kill. Jenom jeden kill, ale je to kill pro Casio. Peter to bejtí. Kamo, nabejtili mě, vole. Typek legit nabejtil i mě s tím exhaustem. Co ten Shakes, chat? Hele, domluv mi spolupráci se Shakesem a budu hrát Shakes. Jak to věděli, že tam je, vole? Ale nevyplatí se jim to, Ezreal tady všechno ztratí. Ztratí tady strašně velkou vlnu na top lane, pokud to Alistar nějak nefreezne. A Alistar získal ten kill. Jako Z main můžu říct, ať to radši nelokuje, čau Mikene. Díval jsem se na tvůj Nax run včera. Ale jako jo, Z je strašně odhoven champ, já to říkám furt, že ten champ je useless. BDD si tu veme celou farmu, která měla být Ezrealova, takže Ezreal teďka běží na midlane a veme BDD farmu. To je dobrý roam. To je dobré. Jako bude z toho Ezreal trošku behind, ale aspoň to chytla tu vlnu, tu Casio. Jako zatím udělal jeden play s tím Zedem. Musí udělat tak další 2 playe, které byly ty stejné playe, jak zabili BDDho s divem. Tak další 2 playe musí udělat tak do 15. minuty, do 14. minuty. Pokud neudělá, tak prostě si myslím, že to je vodoven champ. Mysnutý dvojitý Včko do mysnutý Hexflashe, dobrý pokus, ale tady to zase budou fightit podle mě. Trundle už má level 6, ale Z nechce nechat. 2 gruby odejdou. Jo, počkej, to najtil. Hang to najtil. To je...
No miasma cooldown available there to follow it up, so Hung is able to get out with his flash and does live. Successful for KT, grabbing 2 of the grubs. Meanwhile on the bottom side, Perfect just stays close to 369. You know, nobody's going to fully overcommit and go up towards that top side. And Kanavi's only able to slip in time to grab 1 of the grubs. Meanwhile, we do get a fairly inconsequential interrupt on the recall.
Tohle ale Warring trend zase protest, jo? Prostě KT, když KT jsou 200-300 goldů behind, což je even v podstatě, pokud KT nejsou 2000-3000 goldů behind na early game a mid game, tak většinou dají outscale v těch fightech hrajou líp.
Of course, again, Perfect holding on to lane prio at the very least on the bottom side for now. 369 only continuing to stack armor, however.
Yeah, 369 stuck around, cleared out the extra wave, and again, okay, the teleports are going to be evened up very quickly, but he's going to use his bottom, and they're going for the swap here for KT. KT sending Perfect back to the top side. So that means 369's teleport down bomb side is going to get the early push on the wave, and it'll be answered instead by Casio going bottom to collect.
No, ale zatím ten Z prostě even proti Trundlemu udělal jenom jednu situaci. No, to se mi nelíbí. Ale zase na druhou stranu Renekton, který měl být 10-15 CS ahead proti Xantemu a 2 pláty, tak je even.
Maybe don't auto attack the Cassante.
Yeah, that's not the E. Single target.
Vždy během koukání Worlds mám chuť na lolečko, ale jakmile se dokoukám, tak skončím vždy u Megabongu. Mám to úplně stejně. Vždycky říkám, ty vole, já bych si zahrál to lolečko. Pak zapnu Megabong a jsem spoko.
6 seconds till the next Drake. Won't have an Ocean Soul, won't have an Infernal, but TES with control. KT earlier on were able to grab the perfect. We're going 1-for-1 this time around. Neither side going to be able to advance too much.
Ale sere, že mě z toho bolí prostě tady na vrchu, mě z toho bolí hlava. Počkej, fajtíček, Renekton typuje Renekton. Kanavi to one-shotnul toho draka, ale Renekton level 10 je fakt silnej. Bude tu fight. Snaží se furt fightit, protože typnul Flash W na Zaju. Q Flash na 3 lidi a Kanavi ho hodil do Píča, Peter. To je Peter Park, Spider-Man. Co ti jebe? Tak to byl clean fight. Hej, já nevím, prostě jak KD jsou strašně dobří v těch fightech, no. Hades mě taky bavil. Ondra je frajer, to mě taky hodně bavilo. Hades 2 si šetřím na potom. Jako bro, Renekton tam pípne, late, oni one-shotnou toho draka, ale sledují, co dělá ten Alistar. A Renekton, ty jsou klíčoví tady. Renekton klasický dvojitý flash W na AD carry nemůže hrát, ale Peter, dívej, sleduj. Peter běží na top, boom, Q flash, takže trefí i Zaju a hodí tam Zeda back in. Takže Zed je v píči. A ještě přežije, to bylo jako one on one, jak vyhrát teamfight za supporta. To je crazy, že prostě ten support má tak velký vliv, když to hraje dobře.
And it's got to be said, you look at a player like Kanavi on Zed, you know there's a potential to do a lot, but this is a difficult composition to execute against as the Zed. Reliable point and click stun of the Renekton. If you go in when he's in the area, he immediately gets to lock you down. Things like the Miasma, how slippery an Ezreal can be, how tanky a Cassio can be. This is not an easy game.
Ale Zed je zatím komplet vodoven, no. Ani není prostě ahead na toho Trundle, což je úplně šílený.
So far KT have just been executing better. Pressure in mid now in favor of TES. KT with a slight gold lead, but we're approaching the next crucial objective, that Rift Herald.
Já jsem KT dal do top 8, že projdou, ale nedal jsem mi 2-0, že? Takže zatím to vypadá, že dají 2-0. Já tady nevím přesně, zatím mě nenapadá, co by TES mohli udělat pro to, aby vyhráli proti jako KT. Ty fighty. Protože ten Zed nesmurfil tu early game, no. 3-0, jo, 3-0 to je.
Just keep going. No one noticed. That's fine.
Spellbook players don't count, but this Ezreal is going to be so hard to kill. Aside from inherently being Ezreal with the Arcane Shift, with Flash and Barrier, it's going to be hard even for a Zed comp here to try and put the pressure on. So we'll see. You know, maybe Hung is going to be able to get a good engage for them with the Rakan combination.
Kas se tady trošku schoval, ale Hung to ví.
Hung immediately forced to ghost. Kanavi there has already used the Living Shadow. TES back, random pole. I think Peter maybe
Který může potát upřímně.
TES good coverage of the bottom side to make sure Cream was safe there.
Jackie nebo Cream můžou potát, ale museli by se trošku feednout, nebo nějak dostat ahead. No Ješu, děkuji za gifta, děkuji, užívej tier 1, nebo užívej ikonku na Twitch a emotikon do League of Legends, bráško, děkuji za podporu. Jako Renekton tady absolutně vůbec, jako je 15 je ahead proti tomu Xantemu, ale nevzal ty 2 pláty, takže to je takový... Ale Renekton je nejsilnější champion ve fightech, od levelu 6 tak do levelu 13. OK, BDD typuje, tohle je hodně dobrý TP play, Trundle taky. Zabijou Xanteho za tier 1 na botu. Nechaj to BDD mu. Boom. 3-1 BDD tady bude kámo tak nesmrtelný. Ta midlane meta je docela disgusting, nebudu lhát, říkám to tady furt, ale jako aby midaři, teď se hraje meta midařů, kteří mají 5000 HP, jsou nesmrtelní, protože mají vole Rod of Ages healingy, mají 5000 HP, mají k tomu štít za 1000 HPček a ještě ty vole mají největší damage ve hře. To je fakt disgusting meta. Matásku, děkuju chlape. Zkusil jsem udělat ten Twitch plus YouTube live count, nějak to funguje, ale bez API klíče od YouTube to asi neudělám funkční. Já bych ti poslal, nebo když bys to udělal nějak v programu, kde tam vložím to API, toho YouTube, tak to můžu udělat. To seš hodnej ajťáček. Ty vole, ty hraješ tank Smoldra VTF, no tak hraju no. Samozřejmě, že budu hrát to, co je broken. Momentálně nejvíc broken je prostě hrát tank AD carry Dravena Smoldra, kdy máš prostě, víš co ty, a tank midaře. Protože ty tank midaři a tank AD carry mají šíleně velký damage, protože ty tank itemy jsou broken, nebo ty HP itemy jsou broken a máš k tomu prostě nesmrtelnost. Jako za mě na botu, teďka na botu, nejsilnější jsou mageové, mage AD carry a tank AD carry. Takže Draven, Smolder, Ziggs, Hevej a podobně. Okay. To je druhý drák, to ani nemůžou kontestit. Co Caitlyn, a upřímně Caitlyn je nejvíc broken AD carry, takhle, to řeknu. Na to zapomínám, na tu Caitlyn, protože permabanu. Jackie flashnutej od Petra. Jen na to, jak ten Peter hrál špatně předtím, tak teď hrajeme dobře. Kolaps. Mega kolaps. Renekton to cejtí, hantí to tam. Našli Kanaviho. BDD to taky hledá. Dává kvečka na buše. Ví. Jogdam to nečeknul ten bush. Flash ult na Ezreala. Dobrý, Redemption ho trošku zachránil, ale nebylo by to enough anyway. Ale tier 2 bere Rice. Tady by někdo měl TP, no, nemají TP. Tohle je zase dobrý, že Cream, jestli veme Cream 2. Dvojku asi neveme, co? Neveme. Protože Caitlyn tak OP, má velký range. Má velký damage. Caitlyn je jedna z mála AD carry, který mají damage tak, jak dřív AD carry mělo damage. Víš, že ti dá 2 autoataky, 3 autoataky a ty umřeš. Ty potřebuješ tohle, jo? Jako midař nebo AD carry potřebuješ tohle. V té hře je zase, já nevím, jak oni to dojebali vymrdanci zase v Riotu, protože prostě když byl durability patch, tak to bylo mega good ta hra. Jo, všichni říkali, jak je to výborná hra. Ale oni zase nějakým způsobem vybalancovali tu hru tím stylem, že prostě v té hře je za tolik damage, že ty pokud nemáš 5000 HP na midu a AD, tak dostaneš one shot vždycky. A máš nulový counterplay. Nejde to hrát. Dá se hrát tank Aurora, však minulou hru ten týpek měl 4000 HP s Aurorou. Víš, že? Takže ty potřebuješ jako mid a AD potřebuješ mít. Nesmíš prostě umřít jen tak. Takže potřebuješ mít HPčka nebo velkou range nebo něco takového, abys prostě neumřel v každý fight. Ale nevím, zase mi přijde, že se potřebují reworknout itemy, no, protože ty... Trošku přehání. Ale hrajou hrozně... Hrajou hrozně dobře agresivně ty Katie, jako začínají se mi fakt líbit, jak hrajou. Hlavně ty jejich teamfighty jsou next level, to je úplně prostě... To je 2-0 stomp.
Jackie has flash, but BDD terrifying. That 200 spike for Cassio is massive.
Buď musí nějak... Ironicky, jo? Ironicky, objektivně, jak já bych to viděl. Oni buď musí snížit damage všem champům a nerfnout mid HP itemy, aby midaři neměli tolik HPček. To je jedna věc. Nebo druhá věc je nechat to všechno tak, jak je, ale dát ADčkům větší HPčka. Jakoby, že třeba AD itemy budou mít taky HP, jak má prostě mid mage. A nebo movement speed třeba. Nějakou ADčka potřebuje nějakou survivability z itemu.
And now, Kanavi at least, did he even get any?
Didn't look like it.
Cuz able to
na tom si tím může jenom zdát, jako asi jo, no.
Just annihilating everything.
Do you know what the awkward thing
BDD je level 15.
KT games is, Kobe?
The awkward thing?
Yeah, because you can't tell when fans
Kamo, Hank zas, Rakan, level 8, když BDD je level 15. Chudáci. Ty pičo, ten klas jako kouše. Z, guys, Z, XDD, Z. Nabejtil, ale ten Z je úplně useless champ.
Top play as well, teleport up here for a 2v1 on Perfect.
Koky, jo, začne, další B3 začne hned, to bude hned. Jako, hele, Xante outskillnul Renektona, Renekton je celkem useless teďka momentálně. To jsou dva shutdowny, které jsou důležitý.
TES invest heavily in trying to take down Perfect on the top side, and they are successful in taking him down, but it was a pretty heavy investment.
Třetí drak je teprve teďka, 23. TP, Rakan, ult, bum. Se dívám, že nezaultil. BDD neměl ult? To hodně čumím, že ho nezaultil, on byl zabil v týmu. On si asi chtěl nechat ult na draka. Ale on byl to zabil. I když má Merx a zabil by ho.
to force here. Perfect comes up with teleport in 1 second.
And you saw in the previous fight, if somehow TES can get KT to fight into a choke, Jackie Love does do a lot of
Jako
damage.
Zaya nemá ani Infinity Edge ještě. Uaj, jaká na vybacha, vole. To tam hodně zkoušel. Ty tier 2 jsou hodně low u KT, takže tady ideálně. Když by nějakým způsobem získali tier 2 na topa na botu, tak by dostali strašně moc goldů. A KT si 500 goldů. Takže to by chtěli teďka test. Ta hra je víceméně even, jo? Po těch shutdownech. 1500 goldů je playable. Ale co je problém je ten Z, že je takový useless, no. Ale zase, Xante je teďka mnohem lepší než Renekton, protože Xante je balance. Z je teda odhoven, Ryze Cassio se snaží chytnout. Rakana. To budou hard chaseovat, Trundle Pillar, boom, boom. Joj, to nevím, ale má ho, ten movement speed je hrozný. Kamo, Cassio je hrozně broken teďka. Cassio s těma botama, když ti upgradenou boty, jsem se minule ptal, kolik ti to dá toho, ne? Ano, ti to dá strašně. Normální boty, když dostaneš upgrade bot, tak ti to dá 5 flat movement speedu. Ty Cassio boty ti dají nějak 20 flat movement speedu. Takže ta Cassio se pak plazí, ona má strašně moc movement speedu. To je úplně illegal, kolik má movement speedu. No, ale jako, hele, Xante bude problém, ale myslím si, že zrovna Cassio má strašně moc damageu. Cassio je takový strašně divný midař, kdy ona, jak říkám, ona je prostě level 16 peček, když Zaya je level 13. Má největší damage ve hře a je nejvíc tanky ve hře. A staví HP itemy. A zabíjí tanky strašně rychle, jo. Takže to je... BDD by to musel nějak strašně naintit, nevím jak by to naintil, ale jako ty vole má 3400 HP a healuje se jak hava, má lifesteal jak hovado.
BDD used his flash offensively, and so they can kind of cope and be like, all right, well, there's no flash on Cassio. Maybe we can actually kill the Cassio. Is that possible?
Ještě má Seraph's Embrace za 1000. Nebo za 700-800 HP. Že efektivní HPčka má 4000 efektivní HP, no, ta Cassio. Plus lifesteal. Rushuje Barona. Xante je behind, Xante typuje. Našel to Peter. Dobrý stun na to, ale nevím, jestli přežije. Nepřežije. Žije dlouho. Pičo. Nabejtil Peter. Kámo, ten Peter ale bejtí mě, kámo. Peter je fakt dobrý v tom bejtění. On prostě vždycky to nabejtí, vždycky umírá. A pak tam prostě oni se fokusujou, protože v momentě, kdy má Peter 200 HP, ten Alistar má 200 HP, tak oni úplně musíme ho zabít a v ten moment. Bam, Cassio ult, vole, na 4 lidi. Ale hrajou strašně clean, WTF. Hrajou fakt dobře. BDD. Nebo KT. Proč já vždycky řeknu BDD místo KT? Ty jejich fighty jsou sick a Peter hrozně smurfí s tím Alistarem. Dívej na Alistara, jo? Sleduj Alistara. Dívej, co tam udělá. Projde Tugma, behind, knock na 2 lidi, nabejtí, stunne Zaju s Q-flashem s Ečkem, Zaju musí to, teď všichni ho fokusujou, dá si Mikaels, Redemption a pak boom.
Over the rest of them, Cream was already focused, Cream was already burned down, and then BDD came up with the petrifying gaze on everybody else, making it easy for KT to clean up.
And again, that's kind of the choke point you'd normally want to fight in as the Zaya, but BDD is just so far ahead. Doing so much work with the Miasma, with the petrifying gaze, as KT set their sights on the bottom side of the map. This Red Bull Baron power play likely to break open.
Oni budou nějak buffovat Ezreala, ne? Ezreal je potřeba buffit. Ale Ezreal je zrovna champ, který by taky mohl být dobrý, kdyby nebyl tak statisticky špatný. protože staví ty HP itemy. Víš, že si může postavit prostě Trinity Force a Spear of Soujin, takže ten Ezreal má 3000 HP taky. Ale prostě nemá damage vůbec ten Ezreal. Víš, že když porovnáš Cassio damage a Ezreal damage, tak Cassio má dvojnásobný damage a ještě víc tanky. Nebo ne tanky, Ankylobu.
Not going to be something they take. So KT happy for that. Soul, of course, next. Reset comes in for BDD. He's immediately going to teleport to the
Ale
bottom lane.
oni ho budou buffovat next patch, ale nevím, co mu budou buffovat.
To face check here could kill them, but they already have the vision set up crucially.
Cloud s Cassio, ty já chci vidět movement speed Cassio. Okay, BDD tam zase je, zase zonuje. Ezreal to... dobrý Ezreal ult. Dobrý turn na Krima, ale Ezreal pozor, málem umírá. OK, Rakan minus, Xantev Drakovi, Zaya minus, to je GG. A mají Draka. Teď chci vidět movement speed Cassio. Dívej na Cassio movement speed. Ale hrozný stomp. Hrozný.
Welcome to the group stage. KT gonna get through, and Les Cream and Kanavi literally can have a miracle happen right now.
KT pushing in, BDD flash forward, perfect dashing through to give something. That wasn't it. But at the end of the day,
no miracle.
It still works out. KT. I don't know if you believed or didn't believe, but either way, KT fans, it worked. KT moving on to knockouts, moving on to the bracket stage.
TS není out. TS je v situaci, všechny ty týmy jsou 2-0. To je situace. Říkám to teda furt, ale budu to říkat furt, jsem s tím smířený. Když jsi 2-0 ve Swiss formátu, máš 3 BO3 na to, aby ses dostal do top 8. Stačí ti vyhrát 1 BO3. 1. KT jsou teďka top 8. Jsou ve čtvrtfinále. TS mají další 2 šance, další 2 BO3 proti týmům, který se vylosují, aby byli taky v top 8. Pak, když na Actinu použiju tvůj link a jejich slový kód, pořád z toho dostaneš lobby, asi jo. Pokud to není nějaký jiný influencer slový kód, tak jo, asi brosev, ale upřímně nevím. Ukážeš ten tank build na Smoldera, mám to na YouTube. Day Free Smolder. KT je první tým, co postoupili 3-0, ano. Dneska jsou 2 BO3, ano. Dneska jsou 2 BO3, tohle byla první a teďka bude Flying Oyster proti Anyone's Legends. A na to se hrozně těším, protože Flying Oyster je strašně sympatický tým.
Heavily critical of some stages of the game for KT, the early game being won. I felt improvements here.
Farafobia, děkuju chlape. Děkuju za ty gifty, takže jsi řekl, že nějak nakupuje na Actinu. S mým kódem, s mým odkazem.
It's insane. Take a step back. No one would have expected KT to be the first team to make it out of Swiss.
That's crazy.
They're the team now in the highest pool going into the knockout stage.
Brosef, může se pak podívat.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I left them out of my pick. I have to actually
ale oni mi
to make room for FlyQuest, but that's just kind of
jako ukáže se mi tam ta provize, ale nevím jako od koho to je, víš.
Out team fighted TES throughout the series.
Yeah, that was really the difference maker for me, was how strong they were in these fights. Peter looked fantastic on the Alistair, being able to set things up. The Cassiopeia was doing a ton of work when it came to getting the miasma and preventing the
damage graph.
TS were trying to go for. It just felt overall like KT read top esports like a book.
Absolutely, and one of the questions that we had coming into today was Kaz and what he was going to be able to do, especially against Kanavi, who's been performing really well so far here at Worlds. And it took him a bit of time, but I felt like this game specifically was his game. But on a pick like Trundle, that could be expected.
Yeah, and I think that's what we wanted to see when
they
took down Genji in the upper
2
bracket.
BO3 série, koukneme na to, ať to vidíme. A potom podle toho, jestli to bude 2-0, tady ta druhá BO3, tak dáme solo queue do Mega Bongu. Pokud to nebude 2-0, tak dáme Mega Bong jenom. Jak vidíš šance CFO, docela dobře. CFO jsou fakt dobří. Anyone Legends jsou podle mě nejlepší čínský tým teďka, nebo tak vypadali. Takže to nebudou mít jednoduchý CFO, ale klidně můžou vyhrát. Upřímně.
The Rise first pick comes through, which then immediately go, okay, we're going to take the Alistar, we're going to take the Trundle. The Trundle, as you were saying, makes it very, very difficult to go for these tank junglers because you don't want to end up in that matchup. So you try to then force something alongside that's an AD pick. The Zed comes through.
Proč lžeš, žádné lolečko nebude, to říkáš už 3 dny. A tak jako dál bych lolečko, no. Ale já mám vždycky chuť ze začátku Voros, když na to koukám, tak bych dal lolečko a pak mě to chuť přejde.
The Ezreal, Cassio, like Trundle was already there. Like it is impossible to be able to play out those team fights in an even setting. And if KT's on the ball, they were on the ball. So I love their draft. We love their play. We are.
Proč bys tady v životě pikoval Zeda? Protože máš ego. Že máš prostě ego. Nic jiného. Oba Ezreal a Cassio 25k damage. Ale Cassio nemá poke, Ezreal má poke, takže ten damage je v těch teamfightech má Cassio větší damage. U Ezreala to bude přibližně tak 10 000 damage, bude jenom poke.
Having the support come through to work in that jungle support synergy, like it just felt like Hung wasn't really performing today to the top of his ability, and I think it felt like overall there was just.
Čere, já za to nemůžu, mě ten Megabong prostě dělá dobře, to je heroin prostě pro moje ADHD. Tam to blik, cvak, je tam gamba, máš tam lák, máš tam random itemy.
T1 felt like the third seed and KT should actually be the fourth seed. Not talking about T1 here, but do we want to readjust expectations for KT considering that series?
I think it's time to readjust a lot of things. You didn't want to say it. We have to say it.
I'm excited for them. No.
Put all the money in the draft. So that happened. We're going to take a short break here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to be back in a few minutes for the second series of the day. It's going to be Anyone's Legend versus CFO. Do not go anywhere.
Kanavi, 10k on the objective, have to keep eyes on Kanavi. He's the one that can make the seal happen immediate. Starts the fight, he's looking good. His Cream is caught out. Redemption to hit him topped up, but most of TES is going to be splitting off. Peter going to use the Mikhails on himself to survive a little bit longer. In goes 369, trying to find the isolated target, but for now, BDD is untouched. The feathers fly as Jackie Love goes up and comes right back down. Triple kill for Doctor.
Budu streamovat MA, nebudu dneska streamovat MA.
369 only find a brief moments for an honorable duel as KT cut him to pieces.
Quadra kill.
Kdy bude Shox na Worlds, mám nachystané blerpy.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, he by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Jsem někde ztratil svoji aktivu.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ten Swiss formát je příliš složitý, to je strašně jednoduchý právě. Jakože hrozně jednoduchý.
Bull gives you wings.
Ty parchante.
Banana Strike'u, ahoj, děkuji za 29.
Co je s tebou?
Lepší skupiny nejsou lepší skupiny, skupiny byly odhoven. Tohle je nejlepší formát, co kdy existoval na Worlds. Vydrž to. Pomoc. Pomoc! Mám, vole, 2 itemy na movement speed a ten píčus je rychlejší než já!
Safalžic donate 74 korun českých, best alert ext.
Pomoc. Pomoc! Mám, vole, 2 itemy na movement speed a ten píčus je rychlejší než já!
Safalžic donate 74 korun českých, mimimi vide mimimi alert.
Welcome back to the desk ahead of our second series here today. Another team is about to fly to quarterfinals.
You can't
Hello,
see me.
driver. You can't see me.
We got
Let's
John
see
Cena
who
in
can
here.
see him on the rift. Anyone's legend is ready here as well to take on CFO. I do hope they are ready though, because it has been an amazing run for CFO so far. Upset T1 yesterday. Is that really an upset though, given how they've been performing all year long?
I don't know if it is. Honestly, they have looked absolutely spectacular. Obviously, domestically, stomping people.
Yes.
But here at the International as well, they've looked great when it comes towards playing towards sides, how they've been drafting, they're controlling the early game. Their team fighting has been spectacular. They are hitting on all fronts.
And usually, like all of us, we have experience with our top team having some peaks and valleys, the
Whatever
valleys
do you
being
mean?
specific. You guys have a lot of valleys.
It has to be an up for a Valley Rask.
But for CFO, they have just been experiencing the peaks. It just feels amazing for them. Being able to experience those 3 internationals, driver, of course, dancing because of the dub. Like, that game that they had versus T1 was exceptional through and through. And for me, Doggo was crazy. When I see the Draven locked in, you have some doubts. The game seems kind of difficult. He plays it out so expertly. The dives that he finds, like when he's that confident, I was like, oh, please give me some more.
And you can't be happy, honestly, when you see the way this team has been performing, because I remember at the beginning of the year, we were saying that it was all about jungle, but it is now a unit. And the man of the hour yesterday was, in fact, Doggo. The aggressivity on the side of that Draven.
It feels like every time we come to Worlds, though, we end up seeing Doggo step up. Last year was the Kai'Sa play versus BLG, and this year now in the Draven versus T1. This man, when the clutch is needed, steps up massively, and the fact you can rely on this AD carry to carry through what has been a strong early early game for CFO just sets them up as very, very strong opponents here today.
Coming into today, what can we expect on the other side of the rig? Because AL yesterday, they beat Genji, an upset considering the fact that they're supposedly the best team in the world. Here it came down to team fights.
Yeah, some of our expectations are just based off of MSI. I mean, beating HLE, beating Genji, the actual excitement oozing out of the coaching staff when it's happening. Like, first, yes, you make the excuse of the HLE one. It's like, okay, maybe if Zeka built tier with how good Viper's playing, you could maybe tomorrow won't be that good. Boom, it happens again, and you can see the light shining in the Chinese fans as they see hope in this team.
And it's well-deserved hope. I think Tarzan has been spectacular for this roster. Linking up so well with KL in these early stages. Take over, get and then when it comes to the team...
Mám, vole, dva itemy na movement speed a ten pičus je rychlejší než já!
Coming through some of the plays that we got to see from Kyle. I think he's been spectacular in setting up these plays, stealing some of these dragons. It has been a masterclass from him.
Kyle is just on something, man.
Zdražuju ten alert, vy to milkujete to moc.
So like, yes, being able to steal out this dragon with this Q, that was nice. And then there was that game where you're stealing like basically on Poppy. This was beautiful.
Moc to milkujete.
Both carries out. Kaisa tries to dive back in. Steps back. 3, 2, 1.
Mám, vole, dva itemy na movement speed a ten pičus je rychlejší než já!
It makes it so Kaisa can't even play the game. This was when they were behind, by the way, versus Genji. And they get sold after that.
And he's someone that has been criticized. He's someone that hasn't had the best of times when it comes to AL at moments throughout the summer split. So the fact that he's stepping up now in these incredible moments is so important for AL, especially now when they are just one game away or one series away from getting to those playoffs.
So you have to believe him. You have to believe in that team.
347. Ať to nemilkujete. Pomoc. Mám, vole, dva...
I love the fact that the preparation was so well made.
Žid, kámo, normálně to tady spamujete
Zapalřík donate 74 korun českých. Mimimi mám moc levný alerty mimimi.
To musí být balans, nemůže tady poslat 5krát po sobě. 6krát po sobě. Stejný alert, který řve. Bude cinkačka.
For a performance here today, Tarzan needs to be the guy to give it to them.
The true king of the jungle.
Dobrý.
Yeah, and the fact that he has that support is actually the really standout point to me, especially in the Kiana, like the rise, the repositioning to put him into better positions so he can just pop off on that.
Proč nemáš peníze?
It's so sick to see, and it's the fact that he can do it regardless of what champion it is. Sure, it's the Kiana that popped off.
Nečeká se na 13-0, ne, začne se teďka už.
Surprise here before we head into
Tak jo, Rendis, já děkuji za Safarič, Rendis, Asu, Rendis znovu a dvakrát Safarič zase, takže 3krát Safarič, děkuji za 74 korun, pánové.
It's always going to be the differences in champion pool. Now, going into MSI, the differences were driver played tanks, rest played carries. Now it's changed just based off specific champions, and the one that I've seen the most is the Renekton for rest, and rest is going into Flandre. So Flandre a lot of time is going to be playing
ty semrde.
Sahur, boom, 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 boom. Opportunities for rest. Who, in this split, he's had some great performances, so I wonder how we're going to be able to see him come in, and if it doesn't work out, they can always pull in driver. So
tak během kliku za 125 korun, děkuji.
Especially because Flandre seems to be the only person that can pilot the Rek'Sai, so maybe going towards the carries will get him off of what has been the comfort. The 2 games back to back, he was performing so well on that pick.
Kolik berou Stream Elements? Jo, 12 korun asi. 184 korunového alertu. Ale je tam balans, víš co, je tam balans, ať se to nespamuje moc, ať se to jako používá, je to funny, a ať se to nespamuje 6krát po sobě.
I cannot wait to see like what picks are going to be cooking, especially in the mid lane, like Shanks versus Honq.
Žid, ano, jsem to já.
Chytili jste mě. So I don't know.
Ne, nemůže to. Ten spam je na tom funny, ok. Já nevím, mám vždycky takový pocit, že na World, že když se moc spamou donate alerty za málo korun, tak lidi jsou pak nasraný a jdou se dívat u Snapyho, protože prostě to ruší ten World. Tak proto to zdražuju. A chci mít pořádně velkou cinkačku, když už.
that is the team where it feels the most true because they've taken down HLE, they've taken down Genji. These guys are terrifying, but CFO are a team that just continue to surprise us.
CFO, they have gained a lot of international fans
Tak, schválně.
this year.
AL je nejlepší
They're the
čínský
only
tým.
team that has come to all of the international tournaments with first stand showing up really well. Same for MSI. And this actually is going to be a rematch for MSI where AL did beat them. And AL will be looking to regain that MSI form. I mean, with AL's first 2 games here at Worlds, they certainly look like they are going straight back to that form and looking really good at this tournament, taking down, as you say, you know, Genji and HLE. Some incredible competition.
Čete, jaké další fany do alerty jsou? Hele, Randy pod streamem jsou s vypsaný alerty.
For CFO though, I thought they came into their series or their game versus T1 with
incredible sorry, já se musím fokusnout back in the action. Oriana Poppy.
No, it actually was really good though. You know, they double banned owner, and then in game, really good execution for their lane swap.
Yep.
You know, going for the 1v1 lane swap of Draven, super strong 1v1er, to just go curb stomp a Rek'Sai. I love
Draven ban nebude, podle mě. To oni posrali ten hrozně ten swap, no.
Such a heroic, you know, Draven game where he ends up solo killing them very easily.
And really setting up for him from level 1, right? Splitting the map, it was...
Zapasy, děkuji za další 125.
Even when we saw it it was kind of questionable. It's hard to put here. Boom, 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 boom. As we get deeper in the draft, we already see Kai'Sa taken away. Obviously a champion who, if kind of left to do what she wants, could be a massive threat in those positions. Poppy, Oriana, Azir, pretty standard fare in terms of bans overall. Need to see what both sides are cooking. The other player I have my eye on the opposite side for AL is Kyle. This guy is so good. I obviously had a super huge montage game in the first match, but just continued to look incredibly...
Azir Oriana, okay.
Because everyone is flaming
Kai'Sa, Pantheon,
but Kai'Sa
Poppy.
Also has a really bad win rate at the tournament so far, and people kind of love to jump on.
Co tam je? San je open, Ryze je open, Aurora je open.
Necessarily the champion's fault. Again, sometimes it's the team's fault. But here we go.
By the way, jsem ti hovořil, že Katie jsou good, no. Jsou good. Kamo, jsou.
Talking to Vestian,
Mají strašně dobrý teamfighty.
Caster, shout out to him by the way. He was talking a lot about how Rest and Driver have made those efforts to really converge
tak je tam.
and cover.
Co tam je? Ryze, Aurora, to pikneš je to jedno, co pikne AL, pikneš to druhý, podle mě. Nico, Caitlyn je open. Sion tam je. Oni first pickli Wukonga, Yunara Nico, OK.
And Wukong, such a big one for them.
Yeah, Wukong looking super solid in our first series of the day. Now we have the immediate Nico Yunara response. Yunara, I think the creme de la creme of scaling 80 carries in the current meta. Obviously the ultimate, the ability to get that dash just makes her so much safer than a lot of the other picks. And Nico, while we didn't get to see those hype engages in our first series, I imagine Kyle will be looking to replicate that first game performance.
Yeah, let's see if they can accomplish that. How do you feel about Yunara now? Because I feel like this champ is still incredibly powerful, even after the nerfs, and people have been able to build around it so successfully, and opens up so much room for some of these like scaling fights later, especially into shorter range clumped up comps. I think Yunara with the Nico does a really good job of creating like quite a strong lane.
Aurora, Corki, Wukong, dobrá midgame zase. Corki OK, I guess OK do té Yunary, ale Yunara Nico bude vyhrávat laning fázi anyway, proti tomu Corkimu. Oni do toho vemou Ryze, je jim to jedno.
I imagine we'll be able to do well, but it kind of goes back to what we saw in our first series, which is I think the ability to play drawn-out team fights, knowing when to leverage those important cooldowns is crucial. And Yunara is a champion who absolutely, similar to Zeri, is ult-reliant, wants access to that ultimate. So the patience, knowing when to use it, the setup from your teammates coming through is crucial. But speaking of setup, we've got the Aurora, we've got the Corki, who is this very stable champion for Doggo. Not the flashy pick,
even midaři je víceméně, oba dva jako silní jak svině. Yunara, Nico, Corki, Wukong. Dobrýho Wukong je teďka hodně dobrý ten. Mají to z One Pieceu. Shankse, hustý. Jako Wukong je nejsilnější jungler teďka podle všeho. Corki zase slabší než Yunara Nico za mě, takže se uvidí jak 4-5. Zatím even draft.
Junja being on an Aurora Wukong combo is also deadly from them. Really good dive opportunity, really good flank opportunity. Wukong is one of the favorite champions for a lot of junglers to play into Yunara, funnily enough, because does have a good time getting on her and sticking on her. But let's catch up here. They're trying to whittle down on the support pairings with that Corki, taking away some of the hard engage.
Okay.
Kai Wing is a hard engaged guy. All right,
he is hard engaged.
He is definitely not looking for.
I mean, the advancement this year was that he started to pick up more ranged champions, and it was a bit feast or famine domestically, right? But we did see some good Bard games. We've seen some solid.
Tady já jedno, ale komu fandíte? Prvně se zeptám.
I want to see that guy on some Nautilus.
Tady v té BO3. Připomínám tým, který tuhle BO3 vyhraje, tak je druhý tým v top 8. Už je tam KT.
Trying to take away some of the premier opposing jungles to the Wukong. See if they actually care about the Jarvan themselves. I think most people don't feel it deserves bans anymore. I still think it's good.
After the last series, I'm done.
Black and low now, okay.
I believe you.
It's fine.
I don't particularly want to see it.
Okay, fair enough.
Taking their time, of course, still have a top laner to lock in as well.
Anyone Legends mají pandu, no, v logu. Jarvan, no. Už jsem se lekl. Ale to Vi taky, no, takový. Vi, Jarvan. Vi lepší než Jarvan, I guess. Maokai.
And doesn't look like AL are concerned with it.
Okay.
Well, Maokai with
Maokai jungle.
Interesting. Okay, well.
Máš tam hodně magic damage. Nico, Maokai, Ryze jsou Mercs game jak svině, to nevím, jestli je dobré.
On CFO, Merc Treads are going to definitely be a good buy for them, but we'll see.
The one good piece of news is that Wukong obviously usually just goes for the Triforce, so you're not getting as punished as you would against a Sundered Sky jungler for having double AP
Teď
there.
otázka, je to Aurora mid nebo top? Asi bude Aurora mid. Jace top lane bych neblind pickoval, tady musí blind picknout. Blind pickne Siona. Počkej, a proč tam hraje Rest a ne Driver? Však Driver je lepší. Rest má, vole, streamat na kiku a bejt dubnický šaman, kokot.
And they do. They go and they lock in the Sion here, the massive front line, that can be the huge engage and also can just be a huge blocker to
Rest si to klasicky zaplatil, no jo, no, šmejd jeden.
Marka Nico and block a Maokai ultimate.
That's a Nami.
Nami, Korky, okay. Ale jako hele, do Nico většinou pikuješ karmu, nejlepší, a pak a Nami taky. A ty jo, hej. Klet do Siona, to je BB klet.
Yes. It looked good. He had a great game at MSI.
Yeah. And so the Nami ultimate here as well, also good peeling. Kled as well though follows it up. Flandra locking the Kled. There you go. There's some more AD threat.
Hrabě Kledula hype, jo.
Wild compositions to wrap your head around, but 1-3-1 certainly strong.
Yunara, Nico, Ryze, Maokai, Kled. Jako potřebovali tam ten AD top, nebudu lhat. A Kled tady dává smysl do Siona. Sion, Wukong, Aurora, Korky, Nami, co se mi líbí víc. To bude bloody game, podle mě. Nebo všeobecně to bude prostě hodně fightů. Nevím, proč hraje Rez, když stejně piknou Siona. Podle mě si mysleli, že zabanujou Siona.
And I like the spice we're seeing. This is game 1.
Yeah.
They're already cooking. They're already showing us some new stuff. Although Rest on Sion naturally will be feeling a little bit more pressure because his substitute, his comrade in top lane, will be watching backstage, I'm sure. Has trained him, has prepped him for this moment, but that's a lot of pressure.
Proč kurzy tak moc favorizují Anyone's Legend? Nevím. Jako, hele, je to nejlepší čínský tým zatím podle gameplaye. Hráli nejlíp na Internationalu.
Sion wants to be a brick wall.
And yeah, patience on these cooldowns, effective use of these ultimates is going to be key.
Ale CFO fakt smurfí jak blázni, no.
CFO, they don't have that scaling hyper carry option. They have a ton of bursts. Champions are going to use those Triforce as well, but
trošku se bojím, že hraje Rest a ne Driver, protože Driver hrál strašně dobře.
We get to this one, CFO versus Anyone's Legend to see who will be the second team to move on to the quarterfinals.
Tak, přepínám cenu.
Just continue again to surprise. 2015, the last time we saw someone from the then LMS, now LCP region, move on to quarters. AL going to look to shut it down here.
I see a lane swap ward. Dracos. I see a lane swap ward up there. Rest was able
Budou
to put
lane
that lane
swapovat
swap ward
asi,
up on top
okay.
side in the side brush, and the Scion has moved into position.
Wanting to stay away from that Nico.
Sifo draft přijde odhoven. Jako mají short range, ale není odhoven. Protože Anyone Legends mají taky short range, takže to je v pohodě. Ale mít takhle short range do Ryzeho většinou bývá problém, no. Tak jako tak, tohle podle mě bude se fightit hodně objektivů. Pičo, dobrý damage. Aurora je balance. Proč jedním spelem s Aurorou dáš prostě 250 damage? Level 1. Taiwan versus Čína, jako jo, no.
We'll see about the Corki into the Kled, and having Nami as your support for your sustain down here for a Scion.
Corki 1v1, Scion na swapu.
Sustain plus Scion as a duo, not too shabby. And Doggo here trying to push Broken Blade, or excuse me. I see a Kled.
Okay, you see a Kled. It's of course.
Broken Blade.
I'm just glad it wasn't me. I think you'll get the pass for forgiveness. I don't know if I would have. An honest oopsie.
Když se prostě vidí Kleda, tak si myslí, že to je Broken Blade.
Bondra though pushed under tower. He's been accustomed to it though.
Yeah. Strange to losing out there. Just holding on is the name of the game. Honestly, for both of the lanes that have been swapped around. Now Kaiwing doing what he can with the ebb and flow. Nami, of course, high mana costs, but really powerful abilities in the early stages of the game. The W especially. That said, good lane control so far. And Shanks and Honku just trading blows.
Nikoho Hong bude podle mě. Wow. Oba dva tradeou jak blázní.
About a general philosophy, because since you cannot stop pro players from swapping ever. Yep. Like, no matter, I don't care what your rules are going to be, they're going to swap around. Is it a bad thing if we just return to everybody? We're going to have some action.
Hold on. Kyle, we're having a conversation, bro. Honku. Ooh, the slow.
So, is it a bad thing if we return to a state of League of Legends where it's less important to have a main role, and you should just know how to play League of Legends anywhere?
I would love that. That said, I got players in my region struggling to play one role. I don't think we need them trying to play five, Kobe, so maybe one step at a time for the rest of us.
Fair enough, but you know, hear me out. Back in the way old days, in the before times, when League first came out, we literally didn't have role
Nebyly role, no, to si pamatuju. Season 1, ještě 2 se hrál, prostě ty si hrál cokoliv. Ty nehrál jako role. To nemůžou divenout, nebo? Když neflashne týpek. Proč flashe? Nedal do turety, nebo bejtil Cookie? On bejtil Cookie, ne? A tam divenou týpka.
That's why you gotta be careful. Click on that Kled. I want to see how much real HP that sucker had. That is so insanely close, playing on the edge. Kled's players always have to play as close to the edge as possible, but he remounts just barely.
The shotgun blast back. I think they thought he didn't have it, but gets him just
Midor
out of range.
troll, si
Allows
pamatuju,
him
no.
to stack up that courage. Carl coming back in the nick of time. 33 HP. 33 HP.
So anyways, back to if you kind of just use Doggo, if AD carries are expected to be able to lane as solo laners, right? Which you are now, and you're just supposed to use AD carry champs, range champs, should everybody just not be prepared to play any lane, any number of, you know, champions around at any time?
Tak, HPčka, jo, schválně.
Well dismounted though.
Kolik má HP?
Always trying to watch out for the remount, but he flashes
44, auto attack.
I see 39, 33.
No jaj. Ale Dogo to pojebal, by the way. Dogo neměl jít tak melee range s tím dvojitým Včkem. Kdyby šel max range a dal auto attack, tak ho zabije. To bylo fakt jako úplně, prostě neměl dávat dvojitý Včko tak close, no. A pak by neměl auto attack ten Kled a díky tomu byl zabil.
They would have had the perfect courage calculations.
Perfect courage calculations. It's definitely a skill you need in League of Legends.
League of Legends. And in life. Well, it really has you saying a lot of weird stuff when you get into abilities.
All right, well, we have returned to normalcy. So we will postpone our
300 gold lead for Rest, and only 100 gold lead for Hope, and experience pretty close on the top side, and Doggo with an experience lead as well. So again, CFO initiating the lane swap, less dramatically one-sided than it was the previous time, but still working out very well for them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we are going to get Maokai pressure on bottom side. So everybody still has flashes, should be fine, but Tarzan's got some time to work with.
Genkos. Flash W. Dead.
Just deleted.
Flash W Maokai,
It's just flash in from Maokai. You're not going to do anything because the Fog of War, he just had an instant flash W root and insta-kill onto Kaiwing. Really nicely done.
Měli by zrušit Flash W na Maokaiovi? To je moje otázka. Tak jak zrušili Flash ult na Rakanovi, že když flashneš, nemůžeš prostě vteřinu ultit a dávat spely, nebo že prostě flashneš a nemůžeš vteřinu dávat dvojitý Včko. Za mě by to měli udělat, přímě. Protože na Rakanovi to tak nerfli. Předtím si mohl vždycky flash ultnout instantně a teď musíš ultnout a čekat vteřinu a pak flashnout.
It's a nice start, right? They took away the Pantheon, they took away so many of the early reliable ganking junglers, but
O čem by ten champ byl potom? O ultimáce. A o tom hrát smart s těma Ečkama.
This is one of the downsides of these range supports is they are super vulnerable. Early stages is CFO now swapping back to the top side. 30 seconds until the grubs spawn. They will be first to make the swap happen.
Sion je teda hodně ahead na ty CSK WTF. 71 ku 48 z laning fáze.
Maokai with level 6 as well as Wukong, so we do start to worry about those punishment, jungle punishment plays, especially as we are only 5 seconds away from the Void Grub fight. Very impactful ultimates from each of them. And Kled is still bottom technically, but the ult can close a lot of distance, so could clear the wave, start walking up, and might still get here for the later grubs.
Tak, grubíci.
But as of now, the first one is cleanly taken without
CFO mají prvního bez smiteu, takže v ten moment můžou mít i druhýho v pohodě. Tady z největší pravděpodobností budou mít dva, ako, OK, a ještě možná třetího. Tady to mohl vyběhnout a smitenout upřímně. Nemá flash, takže se bál Tarzan. OK, takže 3 grubíci pro CFO, to je dobrý win. Ztratili za to pláteček na botu, ale tohle je good.
Now, looking at a small gold lead for AL, yes, but CFO maybe hoping to reap some of that back once they're able to get in range of those tower plates. Doggo completely unafraid.
Dogo se nebojí, ale to se mi líbí na tom Dogovi.
Really working out well for him, and while Rest, the early gold lead is slowly dwindling, he's still holding up okay against Flandra. Kyle. Get a bit of damage down, using the clone to scout out just to make sure that the dive isn't coming, but no one else is in the area. Junja ready to go in. Root there.
Jo, dobrý flash od Kyla. Hope střílí, Ryze tady běží, tady bude dřív Ryzík. Ojojoj, ale to je dobrý flash od Dogo. Blasting plánu. A všichni přežijou. Dobrý. Dobrý.
If you don't flash the ulti and you even just the time that you're knocked up in the air, they burst you down. So right as he goes in, Kyle, good flash to survive. Heal and flash used though, so it is going to be 2 summer spells for 2 Doggos, for both of Kyle's. You know, actually as well as a teleport for Shanks used there in the end too.
It's like Hope debating if he can actually recall.
No, hraje kompletně, víceméně, když je 500 goldů, tak je to even, kompletně ta hra. Chceme level 8, začnou mít první itemy. Na prvních itemech korky Yunara jsou oba mega strong, Aurora Ryze to stejný. Maokai, Wukong. Maokai bude o něco silnější na prvním itemu než Wukong, Wukong musí farmit. No a Sion Klad taky tak podobně. Už tady to bude fakt... Čekal bych hodně fightů, eventuálně, a hodně to bude o tom, kdo to jak zahraje.
Is going to be a convergence down here towards the bottom side, though. Like the link up there between Kyle and Tarzan once again. Those two, when AL were at their peak, it is about how great they work in tandem together, both for vision plays, controlling the map, and even ganking together. But looks like no further trade there.
Not quite yet. Kyle resetting to the top side. It's the little rise icon.
Jako faním CFO, oba ty týmy farmy na ty jedny itemy a pak budou hledat situace, bude se fightit podle mě. Drak teďka bude za 20, takže to by měl být fightík.
Around the Drake for the side of AL. Great vision, good push in the bottom lane, but CFO setting up a play on the top side. They want to punish Flandra. Kyle is here to cover. We saw it last time. The difference in a tiny bit of courage might be
Furt swapujou. Jako Drak je za 5 vteřin a zůstávají na topu. CFO mají 3 grubíky, snaží se divit, ale Kyle to tady protektí. Tohle přesně měli dělat Fnatic se svým topařem a nenechali. Ne, G2 ho nechali. Tohle přesně měli G2 dělat v té první hře, kterou prohráli proti Číňanům, že měli protektit Sion, aby nedostával dive.
Yeah, good defense from AL.
Takže Niko zachránila tuhle situaci a teď záleží, jestli budou fightit do Draka a podle mě budou chtít. Podle mě budou chtít. Shanks tady ale dobře vyzounil 1v2 Auroru Wukonga, takže ten Drak je podle mě free. To je zase dobrý, je to malinký win. Ne, nechá to resetnout. Bojí se toho Siona, co tam furt roamuje. Přece jen jako Yunara tu není moc silná a Sion to je mega silný.
In the 1v1. Doggo again is one of the AD carries, really confident in that. Nami will soon join him, so Nami is going to apply the extra pressure here.
Ale tady jako 3 grubíci budou permahitovat věž, to eventuálně vemou.
Go for the tower plates.
More auto, a little bit of extra money for Doggo, get him closer to that initial Trinity Force power spike. And we saw in the
previous game, pamatuju, jak platy dávali 180 goldů. A bylo jednoduchý ty platy dát solo. V té době AD bylo silný, protože si mohl solo brát pláty a bylo to 180 goldů. Teďka to stojí, teďka to dává strašně málo. A ještě k tomu se to nedá jakoby dát solo, že to vždycky šerne ten support.
This was a triple reset for the side of CFO. So Junja as well as Hong
Tohle zatím nejvíc vegan hra na World, co si nemyslím.
Wukong Trinity Force is one of the biggest spikes you can get in the game. Single item for that champ is massive.
Si pamatuju, jak si slibovali, že můžeš solo pláty dát, no jako jo, no. Tak když nejsi debil support, tak to dostane AD 150G od supporta, no ale každý support je debil, solo queue. A v kompetitivu se to taky těžce jako dává solo, víš, ty pláty. Že tomu supportovi stačí být v proximity ty turety a dostane plat.
Honestly though, I mean, I feel kind of good for either side. It just depends on the engage. If you have good positioning for frontline, I feel like frontline is going to be massive here because of the nature of Kled and Maokai ultimates.
Herald za 20, třetí drak za 3,5. Ten třetí drak už bude trošku problém, protože to bude v 19. minutě, to nechceš jako nechat. Jsou tam ty první itemy, jo, jsou tam ty první itemy. Sion silnější než Kled za mě o něco. Wukong Maokai silnější než... ježiš, to takhle straight up divuje, jo. Tu píču, dobré. Sion prostě tankuje a má v piči a Wukong one-shotne. Boom. OK. A Aurora respektí. Tady to trošku pojebal Dogo. Trošku dost. Ale nám jeho vyhyluje a bude to v pohodě. Ale AL získali první turret, ne? Jo, AL získali první turret.
And mid lane was able to apply a little bit of pressure as well, but still fairly even. Towers just traded. Very...
Okay, dobrý damage. Wow! Honku má. Korky Nami damage na prvním itemu.
Plus, I get the extra pick while they're doing Rift Herald. They get the kill free here onto Tarzan. Tarzan, no flash either.
Ale ty musíš... Dogo je zrovna dobrý korky, protože ty musíš perma dashovat forward, tak jak Dogo perma jde in a perma dávat Valkyrie na enemáky. Ty na tom jednom itemu jsi fakt silnej. Na dvou itemech jsi taky fakt silnej. Problém s korkem je, že pak dostaneš outskill, nebo pak začneš být useless. Takže dokud může perma fightit. Musím se golďásku ahead na jednou CFO. Ale zase bude to všechno o fightech, jo? Tady bude prostě záležet na jednom velkým fightu, který asi bude za ty 2 minuty na tom draku. Na tom třetím draku bude mega fight.
CFO in a pretty good spot here versus AL, who took down Genji and HLE at the tournament. CFO, of course, their game versus T1 was just so well planned and executed.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people really looking forward to this 2-0 matchup here.
Yeah, and again, CFO, a team that has been to every international. We've seen them improve. We get to watch, First and MSI getting better and better, and it feels like it's just continuing to see that growth here in Beijing. CFO need to be careful about the setup around this Drake. They are already 2 down. They cannot let AL get soul point.
And I want to shout out something in particular with the growth of the CFO team. Hongq, this guy is so young and has really just grown so much confidence. You saw in their game versus T1, he made a critical, we've got some tense
Kobe, you're not allowed to make
shadows.
That's what we've learned. Every time you try to say stuff, they go for a fight.
If you remember back to their series versus T1, the Otacon fight, I really felt like Hongq's flash with Rise to start it out onto Faker was like, it took so much confidence and was really the thing that kind of
nejlepší kliper furt real. No, dlouho jsem to nevyhlásil. Ale klipování, vážím si klipování. Pokud někdo budete klipovat na mém channelu, je to důležité. Můžu to pak použít na TikTok, Instagram a tak. A stačí vždycky jenom dát vykřičník klip a ono se to automaticky klipne. Posledních 90 vteřin. Je klasicky bait, ne? Vyhlašoval jsem to ze začátku, ale dlouho jsem neviděl žádný klipy, no. Ondas, ty budeš klip farmovat, ale to dělají streamer klip farmingy. Ty budeš klip... Čauko, Žolo, čauko. 1200 golďásků. Třetí drak, tady bude ten fightíček, na který jsme čekali. Jsem se úplně vyzounil. A Hong smurfí, ale nemá jako ultimátku. Teď chcou fightit. Musí to flashovat. Flandre hodně deep, Junja hodně deep, ale Flandre neumírá. To je pičo, dobrý damage. Dobrý damage. Jo, a Wukong smurf. Ty vole, CFO smurf. Co ti jebe, CFO jsou snad nejlepší Wolf team ever. Best team ever. Já je miluju. Jsou frajeři. Satěba, ale prostě Hongq forcne Nico flash out, takže pak Nico je useless champ. To bylo taky dobrý. Ale pak tyjo, oni hrozně back and forth, hrozně tam tancujou v těch fightech. Junja tam skočí, pak jde out, pak tam zase skočí. Tam se v těch fightech se tam děje toho spoustu. Prostě sleduj. On forcne Nico flash, což znamená v podstatě Nico je useless v tenhle moment, protože nemá engage. Honkovi to moc nevadí, ta automátka. Oni na to, na to engage. Oni flashnou out a všechno na bejty na Wukonga. Výborný. Junja tam přežije, protože ho má trošičku zachránil. A teď se zase flashuje in s tím Wukongem a Wukong tam jako dá hrozný bonk. Hrozný bonk, ten champ je tak broken. Co jebe.
And then going for the re-engage.
Kiting back and making sure that their damage was hitting the same target consistently.
Ale dobrý fight jak blázen,
Instantly down to 5% HP, could not auto anymore. The second he had to take a step back, they turned right onto Shanks, knowing that if they burst him down, he can't do anything either. And
to v tom, kolik tam měli trenérů? Tam měli 20 trenérů, nás ne, to je CFO. Hele, CFO jsou fakt mega dobrý a hlavně jsou strašně sympatický tým.
I think that is a big part of it, really big credit. Because they are such a squishy champion, and if you take away their mobility, when you burn the
hroznej bonk, tak on má ten bambus a dá ti tak bonk. Víš ten Wukong.
The fairly ineffective LPL Nico engages so far today.
And Kyle is an excellent Nico player. We've seen this man carry games in this tournament.
Yeah, he's having an exceptional tournament. His Nico, you know, previous to this as well as the Poppy game.
Jinak zdravím Vevu, Veva, to seš ty ze streamer Clashe, prosím tě, víc bodů, prosím. Víc bodů, potřebuji víc bodů. Chat. Vy se koukáte na mý solo queue, denodenně se koukáte na mý solo queue. Kolik si myslíte, že bych měl stát ve streamer Clashu bodů? Kolik? Minule jsem stál 350, nebo nějak úplně crazy moc.
Really big team fight for CFO has resulted in 4.7 thousand gold lead for the Flying Oysters here in game number 1.
Very close to a Shadow Flame, aggressive itemization choice. Now we also have the 2-item spike coming in for Doggo. This is going to be a tough fight.
Reálně jsem master tier hardstack AD carry. 250 max, to je správný. Legit bych neměl stát více jak 250 bodů imo.
Maybe a brief moment of calm, as you can see, Rest has made his home on the bottom side of the map, just trying to push out.
250 je fair cena.
All right, Otacon on the map too. This makes everybody happy. I mean, if you just like seeing some action. Now, CFO again, I thought last time around, they had a really good Otacon setup versus T1.
Minule jsem stál podle mě 280, 280 nebo 300 nějak.
They start hitting the Otacon. Now, Tribush, there you go. Tribush is really critical, obviously, to control, and so Doggo himself comes over.
Kamo, jako jestli Mára nebude stát dvakrát víc v tom streamer Clashi než já, tak to ztratím. Když já budu za 200, tak Mára musí být za 400. Klede in, počkej, chytli Doga. Ale moc deep Flandre. Aurora, bonk! Bonk, Aurora, bonk! Ty pičo, ta je silná a přežívá to prase. Ty pičo, dodžnul to! Co ti jebe? Shanks the in. Aha. Kamo, to jsou magoři. Ty vole, ale co tam Honk udělal? On tam dal ult na 4 lidi, takže damage jak blázen. A ještě tam přežije celou tu dobu. GG.
A replay I cannot wait to see again.
To chci vidět. Hej, ale tam se děje v těch... Tam se děje tolik věcí, že já to prostě nechápu. Já to nestíhám sledovat, já mám asi stařecký oči prostě už.
Man, Honku surviving.
Replay. Nemůžu to nějak zpomalit o 50%, abych jako dokázal prostě... Takže dívej, oni chytnou nebo Doga to blokne, klede hrozně deep, rest peel a potom hnedka zonuje kvéčkem, to je výborný. Teďka Honk sleduje Honk na ultimátka na 4 lidi, bonk, one-shotne týpky a prostě hraje tanka, takže neumře. Dívej, nesmrtelný. On to misnul, Hope. Jo. A ty vole, Shank se nasere, tak to nedu ho zabít, toho Honka. Ani nezabije ho ani. Fuha. Ale jak tank je midlaner, ten týpek tam skočí do 4 lidí, one-shotne tam týpky a pak ještě přežije. No, všichni mají mercs, kámo. Jsou triple mercs a magic resist, že mají strašně moc magic damage. CFO hraje hrozně pěkně.
That's exactly it, Dracos. The coordination from CFO is much better than the coordination we're seeing from AL so far in this game. I mean, I also just
ale CFO jsou poslední Worlds, poslední MSI a poslední First Stand jsou mega dobří. Strašně dobře hrajou.
Honku sometimes you see Aurora and you don't entirely understand why this champion is so powerful and so high pride.
Ale tu Auroru buffli hrozně moc. Předtím, než buffovali Auroru, tak já jsem říkal, ten champion je jako silný, má hrozně moc damageu, ale je těžký na zahrání. Ironicky, je těžký na zahrání. A oni tu Auroru potom buffli takovým stylem, že ten champ je hrozně broken a když to zahraješ dobře, tak je to nejvíc broken midaš. Že to prostě, a je to aj realisticky, už je to aj lehký hrát po tom buffu.
Knowing I've got the safety of my cleanse, so I can play super aggressively. And yes, I'm using a defensive summoner spell, but my defensive summoner spell allows me to position super aggressively and then still get away with it. Because then when the Kled ults in on him, he Valks back to the rest of the team that is over back behind the Otacon and kind of draws the Kled into the bad spot, and the team is then able to peel around.
Chad Mara není poslední kapitán ve Streamer Clashi. Však ten debil se registroval do Streamer Clashe na streamu a liknul se svoje číslo.
Been able to catch up now with the Dragons, both Dragons to CFO's name here, picking up both of the Ocean Ones, and 6,000 now, the gold lead.
Yeah, and Flash is available for the entire top side of CFO. Still a bit of time for Kaiwing and Doggo, but also for Hope. Kyle, again, a player we've paid so much attention to, has been limited in this game. It is always him getting caught out as CFO using so many of their cooldowns.
Co jsem zas líknul, doslova Marek Brázda streamoval a registroval se na Streamer Clash, dělal tu registraci online.
It's still Baron, but Junja not afraid to push in a bit on the bottom side, try to protect Rest, make sure he can get that extra wave.
All right, CFO, good macro, push in all 3 lanes, 1-3-1 split push. They've got
6200 goldásků,
possibilities from the Scion through the jungle here. Rest kind of hovering after pushing that lane. And the rest of the squad goes to set up around the Baron. Their turn is pretty good.
Bych tady měl vysajt.
Vision over the wall already. Doggo steps up to the bush to cover as well. The second the control ward comes down. A bit careful, but
his cleanse is back up.
Confident that he can just Valk back, and you see Wave pushing in on the bottom side. CFO really don't want to over push.
I love that. Oh my goodness. Doggo moves in, pushes the team out, clearing the ward while the rest of the CFO are starting the objective back up
again. Kdy naposled si vysával? Nevím, běhají mi tu potvory po koberci už.
Their bot lane has been pushed all the way back though, so they do kind of.
Ale hlavně jak mám tu židli, tu Herman Millerku, tak ono to není polstrovaný a je to takový to, že to je děrovaný. A jak já na tom furt sedím, tak pod tím mám prostě prach z toho, z kalhot, nebo z tepláků, protože vždycky, když se na to sednu, tak se jako mikro držu ty tepláky a ono to propadává na tu židli a na té židli je to teď, jako by jsem tam sáhl a měl jsem všude prach.
Now we see the reset from Rest, moving back into mid lane, another attempt from CFO to at least get some vision down to contest what AL have laid.
Okay, I'm curious. Chat, and be honest. How many of you predicted CFO to win Worlds?
Robotický vysávač na schedule, ale já tady mám práhy špatně udělaný, plus vysáje to koberec.
Before seeing what they've been able to do so far.
Já nevím, mě se tady tak strašně práší, že bych si měl vysát každý týden a utírat prach každý týden, když mám ještě alergii na prach, ale z nějakého důvodu to vždycky zapomenu.
I think that you can cast like these 2-0s. You're in a Swiss situation. You can get favorable draws. And CFO they beat T1. First match was favorable, right? It was a pretty easy match.
Svoby jdeš do Vilgenu, kup si tam maso, kámo. To maso tam mají dobrý jak svině. Čekej, z těch barona. Z těch barona. Aurora tu není, Sion tu není. Jako můžou to permatankovat, protože na mě má healy. Kled je behind, ale má TP. Má tam někde TP flanklet? Nemá. Tohle ale je takový 50-50, to je jako, to oni jenom se snaží forcenout TP od Kleda. A Kled zatím ví a nepušuje. 4. Už typuje. Hong jde in. Chytlo, oni ho chytli ho. Boom, Wukong Bing. Co se děje? Fajtí se, Wukong Bing. Nikdo neumírá. Honka chytli ty vole, ale. A ty jsou všichni low, to by možná mohli zase zkusit rašnout. Nebo vemou draka zadarmo. Vemou asi draka zadarmo. Tady mi přišlo, že mohli rašovat Barona celou dobu, protože byli strašně low. Tarzan, Flandre jsou úplně mega low, to je rush Baron. Rašou hrozně pozdě. Už to mohli rašovat celou dobu, by the way. Tohle, teď je to late. Teď mi to nepřijde mi to good, CFO tady inky. Ne, toto je bad. Nebo? Tarzan. Q-smite, boom, má to. To hovado. Ale zabili Kyla, zabil Tarzana, Junja žije. Shutdown velký na flan. Oj, dojebali to. To nechceš proti Maokajovi. Flandre flashnul in, one-shotnul 1v2, zabil tam i topaře. Dobrý, ale je mrtvej. Nemá manu, Hong nemá manu. Sion, one shot, OK. Ježišimaria. Ale dojebali to dost. Bum. Dojebali to dost, kámo. Maokai je známý tím, že Maokai kvéčko dává max HP na Baronovi, takže to nikdy nemůžeš jakoby outsmitenout Maokai nejde nikdy. Měli to začít dřív, ale toho Barona. Tak prostě o 5-10 vteřin to mohli mnohem dřív začít. Protože oni forceli fight, nikdo neumřel. Byli mega low a mohli hned začít toho Barona, když by začali hned toho Barona, tak je to free. Ale místo toho to prostě čekali 5-10 vteřin. A ten klet jako mi vysvětlí, jak dlouho tam žije ten klet jako.
Really good from Tarzan to steal it, but you see Doggo immediately killed Kyle on the top side, and they punished Tarzan
jak ten klet jako tady žije tak dlouho potom.
So they've got the numbers advantage. Then AL chasing forward, and CFO kind of kiting back behind this control ward.
Týpek tam flashne do 4. Tady Dogo trošku naintil, měl zabít Flandreho a neměl utíkat. Měl prostě jít do Flandreho, ignorovat ten Rice ult a umřít anyway. Pokud by to bylo lepší.
Shanks tries to teleport out because he sees the teleport. Look at the minimap closing his exit from the other side. And so he knew Rest was going to teleport up above him.
Ten týpek je hypenej, vy to viděli jste, jak byl hypenutý. Let's go!
So close to remounting, the Hawk having just enough damage to deny it. Hope into the backline, but didn't have access to the ulti, which means he didn't have the extra dash as he couldn't outspace the Scion. A game of inches in that fight, but CFO, soul point, triple oceans already. Hope is getting stronger and stronger.
3,5 Baron, 4 minuty Drak, Soula. 3 oceany už mají.
Despite them getting the Baron, it does just alleviate some of the gold. It doesn't put AL in a commanding state. They're still down in Otacon. All the grubs, all the Drakes. CFO in a dominant position, but AL found one way back in. Perhaps they can find another.
And that's why this is so impressive, because CFO are doing it versus AL here. AL are having such a good tournament. You know, taking down Genji, huge. Taking down HLE, looking so good. And let's see if AL can actually bring this one back for the LPL.
Nepřijde, že Junara nemá damage do frontline. Potřebuje mít víc itemů, no, jako prostě it is what it is. Teďka, jakmile dostaví LDR, tak damage bude mít. Ale jako hraješ AD carry do Siona, no, to je v metě, kdy AD carry nemá zrovna největší damage. Oni nerfnuli moc ty kryty, víš, že v momentě, kdy nerfnuli kryty z 200 na 160, tak ti snížili damage o 40% v late gameu, ADčku a nemáš damage.
Was never a question. After that, there was a huge fall off. So many players ended up going to the LPL.
Sion má 1800 bonus HP, no, to je crazy.
The level of this team, undeniable.
I would venture to say as well.
Let's do of course, bold statements.
This is also just the first game of the series, by the way. This doesn't guarantee anything.
Hyperbole.
CFO. Even if CFO can finish this one, obviously we've got the rest of the best of 3.
Hyper na Junaru, no protože Junara má strašně silnou laning fázi, víš? A ono většinou, převážně AD carry je teďka, je spíš jakoby, nebo záleží, jsou dva týmy to tak vnímají, ale když máš právě na botu a vyhráváš botlane, tak potom můžeš jít Gruby a Draka, takže máš první 2 objektivy z toho a je to docela důležitý. Level 10 Niko, chudák, no, týpci jsou level 18 a
we need to point out the Realm Warp possibilities for AL. This ability in combination with Nico can
no, Rise ult, Nico ult, to může být strašně dobré, ale neudělali to ani jednou hru, tuhle hru. Hlavně jako není jednoduchý chytit Korkyho a Auroru, no, jsou mobilní.
AL still have the possibilities in this game to turn it around.
Something CFO is respecting the second they get that bot lane push.
Teď Dogo se toho fakt nebojí, jako. Nemá ani flash a step upuje jak blázen. Junara už má 4. item, OK. Baron za 40, teď to bude turbo fight. Ale tahle hra deliveruje, no. Jsou jako oba dva ty týmy 2-0 a fakt je to hra, kdy ty team kompy jsou fight heavy a jenom se fightí.
So red buff secured there for AL. Nicely done.
Jaký moc jsem myslel toho hovězí.
25 seconds still Baron, likely won't have the cooldown up and available. 3 items for Hong Q, all aggressive options. Has not died yet, not a single defensive item in sight.
Aurora ult proč? Nevím, neviděl jsem, ale nemá to cooldown, takže to je jedno.
You have to be insanely careful about your positioning. AL are going to have to ward all of their flanks.
Budou si muset, hele, ten Malka je tak strašně behind 0-4, třídí se gólů, ale furt může flash dvojitý Včko dát na Korkyho. Aurora má Zoniu. Tak, hoši. Tak, teď jsme v situaci, kdy midaři mají 3300 HP a mají Zoniu a mají Ryze má 5000 many. Takže štít za 1000.
Good position to be in. And I think for CFO, the early dominance they had in this game is really paying dividends because the mid lane tower is still up.
No, ta Aurora teďka hrozně feedá devcap, Zonia. Ta tam udělá raketu damage. Tu vole Dogo to jako fakt přehání. Blokne to Sion, OK. Dobrý damage má Korky.
Tidal wave going in. Hong Q coming
jo,
back.
flash ult. Boom. Boom, maj ho. On to, Hong to zas posmurfil. Počkej, flash W má Kai na to, ale Zonia. GG, Hong dal 1v9. Hong dal tuhle hru upřímně komplet 1v9. Což je ne, Svoby, jestli jsi ve Vilgain Shopu, jakoby v Brně, tak tam mají čerstvý hovězí maso z farmy Škodova, to je dobré. Tyjo, ale CFO 1-0, to je pěkné, pěkné. Dobré, dobré. Zubre teďky zapadá. To jsem mohl poslat, jo, to jsem mi mohl poslat tady. Odkaz.
Pokud minę, co chyba budu rád za další radu. Ať se daří.
I think it's a very sad day for the LPL so far, but wow! CFO coming in clutch.
No, ale je to 1-0, je to BO3. Ty týmy byly oba dva hodně even. Hodně even.
Moves on the map, I want to say, but in the end, they take game 1.
They do, and it's funny too because when Res came in, they thought like, we'll leave the Sion open. It's not going to be a problem. Nah. It was definitely a problem.
I mean, a lot of this game felt like a problem for AL. They felt like they couldn't really get control at all when it came across to some of the fights, some of the early game. It was all going the way of CFO.
Especially when you see Flandre on the Kled, you're like, oh, we have to watch out for the engages. They definitely watched out for those engages. I got to see like the rest TP come through. He was isolated. Suddenly AL recognizes not a good fight, but the double man ulti from Junja, he finds a great flash engage and gets 2. That was beautiful.
And I love this Nami pick in the last
rotation.
It was a little bit questionable when I once saw it, but once you see it being able to deny the follow-up that was coming through on picks like the Kled, denying this Nico from really being able to find those big moments.
Dude, I'm just... I'm so over it.
Kam, ale prostě... v té době aspoň, tyjo, aspoň AD carry mělo Zoniu v té době.
Does he get the knock up, but then he queues behind so no one can actually follow up. So right off the back of that one, it was really difficult for Flandre to play the game.
It just felt impossible. Every single time he was isolated, he was not getting what he needed done. And CFO again and
Máme level 13 a Niko level 10 a ADC má korky víc expu než Junara, protože tam to funguje trošku, tam to funguje jinak. Ty jako support necháváš solo XP ADčku v kompetitivu, soloky to bohužel nedělají, protože jsou vybustěný hovada ty supporti. Ale v kompetitivu necháváš solo XP ADčku, aby ADčko bylo stejný level jako midař, nebo aspoň jenom level nebo 2 levely behind vůči midařovi a vůči topařovi a vůči junglerovi. Protože když jsi 3-4 levely behind vůči topařovi, junglerovi, midařovi, tak jsi minion. Jsi skurvený minion, můžeš mít 10-0 a jsi minion. A oni nechávají tyhle solo XP, aby to ADčko bylo prostě silný. A v momentě, kdy jsou třeba ten level 10, tak v momentě, kdy dají assist, ty supporti, nebo dostanou assist, tak dostanou full level. Takže ty teoreticky chceš nechat ADčku všechny XP, co můžeš, a pak se modlit, že level 8, level 9 support dostane, tvůj tým vyhrává, a když tvůj tým vyhrává a ty dostaneš assist ve fightu, tak za každý assist dostaneš catch-up XP a dostaneš hrozně moc expu. Proto třeba ten Niko bylo o 3 levely behind oproti nami, protože prostě nedostávala asisty. A nedostávala ty nedostávala prostě ty
And just thinking
catch-up
about
XP.
what the road is looking like for them all year long is gearing up for this. Everybody looks towards Worlds, and to be able to hit first stand,
Dogo hraje dobře, Honk, tyjo, jako Honk posmrfl tuhle hru s tou Aurorou. Ten spacemaking, co tam dělal pro toho Korkyho, vyhrál hru. Týpek tam lítal ze strany na stranu, zabijel tam 1v4 2 týpky. A tu Auroru nemůžeš ignorovat, víš co, v ten moment. Ty musíš fokusovat a mezi tím Korky tam střílí a dává monster damage.
They knew all along, and they're about maybe to restore pride for their region, because the last time an APAC team made quarterfinals was Flash Wolves versus AHQ in 2015.
Wow.
If they can,
Co dostala Aurora za buffy, že tak OP? Nevím přesně. Ale vím, že ji buffovali hodně, no.
It has been that long. It has been that long.
Chudá kameraman, dívej, jak to drží tady ty vole vzadu. Potom musí držet takhle ve vzduchu tu kameru.
Before we just to break any adjustments that you want to see on the side of AL here, we see them backstage, of course, Tabit talking to his players. What do you think he's saying?
God, he just must be hammering in some of them team fights, because obviously there's a monitor that they're looking at. And so that is something that I would look at. I feel like for AL, the early game looked great for them, specifically for Flandre. Flandre is getting punished heavily because of the lane swap. So that's something they're probably going to focus on. The fact that he was able to survive the dive was nice, but he was still down like 20 CS.
Also just giving some of the Tarzan where he can have that early game impact, because
it
was a very slow early game, and it didn't really feel like AL were able to find any success on the dives, on the plays. It wasn't quite working, so I think they need to find a little bit more of that early game aggression if they hope to try and take down CFO.
Absolutely, because so far it is CFO putting on a show on Summoner's Rift once again. They're leading this best of 3 series. Let's see if they can close it out or if AL can come back right after this.
Getting his flash before the big fight is going to be big, but here's the response. The charge now coming out. All D from Tarzan. They see a window opportunity. Tidal wave response. Flandre into the back line. Jojo immediately backing up. Doggo for now untouched. Flandre zoned away. Forced to flash away from the bubble. Doggo stepping up. Junja, the reset of the Cyclone just in time. Flandre's got him on a rope, but I don't think that's where he wants to be. Honku with the follow. CFO take the fight.
CFO are flying high. That is everybody's.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series. Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Hi.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Panda chat, tleskáme, panda.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Tak. Tady rychle udělal jídlo. Jak dlouho vydrží kuřecí z rýží v lednici? Já mám vždycky schýzu něco jíst, když tam je dlouho v lednici, protože jsem se jednou takhle úplně totálně v německém KFCčku jsem měl jednou KFko, kámo, a zesral jsem se. Jakoby ty pičo, kdybyste jako věděli, jak jsem se zesral, jsem normálně sral vodu. Týden jsem měl horečky a sral jsem vodu. Takže od té doby se prostě bojím. Mám od té doby schýzu a vyhazuju prostě věci z lednice strašně brzo a takový píčoviny. Ale to nebylo český KFko, to bylo KFko v Německu a to bylo KFko, ty vole, já nevím, třeba 10 let zpátky. 10 let zpátky a úplně jsem se zesral, so fakt, jako ty piče, takovou salmonelu jsem chtěl nebo něco. Jak dlouho tam je to kuřecí, ty vole, nevím. Jako je možný, že tam je už 4 dny, jako je to uvařený kuřecí. Jde vidět, že KFC drží tradice, jo, je to tak, no.
Without then the other side of the edge where you usually have them, getting caught mid or
mám to ve skleněný.
He was just so good at all the right times. Same thing for Honky.
A poznám to nějak? Nebo to nepoznám?
Actually just styling on people. CFO looks so good right now. Meanwhile, AL have to step it up right now because
Kdy jsem to
the
vařil,
LPL are 0-3
Podle mě je to 4 dny, co jsem to...
together with
Čuchni k tomu.
And they want to get through early, but getting through the 2-0 bracket is not that easy.
It's absolutely not. And I think this is kind of one of the things that is there's so much pressure on the LPL teams because it's been so long since they've lifted that World's Trophy.
Teď jsem vyschýzovaný, že se to, já to sním, hele, já to sním. Ale jsem vyschýzovaný teď. Tak, 1-0 CFO, já zvednu kastry, abych se mohl napapat. Caitlyn Dravenbart, ban, dívej na to.
The doubt is starting to set in and the attention to Doggo. Well, it's being paid. That's a Caitlyn ban and a Draven ban.
Yeah, I would say deserved on both accounts. This guy has been insane on both those champions here at Worlds already. And you don't want... Flandra's like, please don't let Doggo just lane swap on 1v1 me as Draven now. Like, this guy, Doggo's going to win you bottom lane or top lane.
Yeah. Again, the triple top lane threat or triple AD threat, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
For the side of CFO is terrifying. He's here taking away something, stable, standard. Again, keeping the Kai'Sa out of the hands of Hope. In general, I think a lot of these Kai'Sa comps are comfort for pretty much every team in the world, right? She's just been so powerful for so long. A lot of those utility mid laners. So what will the final ban be?
Kurva, vyschýzovali jste mě teď do pičí.
CFO.
Podle mě by to bylo ještě dobrý.
Kept on winning. Even though they literally changed top lane players, still with Sion. So they can't do that. Because of Fearless, you're going to have to win without Sion.
Oriana first pick.
Perhaps that is the secret.
Já nevím, jak dlouho to bylo v té ledničce, OK? Já nevím, jak dlouho to tam bylo.
Do we get a Honky, like a Kali or some kind of assassin into it? Oh, I think
Dobrý,
that would be so
si
spicy. I think that would be so sick. Pick some champion to try and kill this Oriana, who is, like one of these tier 1 blind pick mid lane champs up there with the Rise
Však
right
to vařil
now.
před 4 dnama, to je byl můj odhad.
So far, but let's see what CFO want to cook into
to byl můj odhad.
Again,
Rumble, Oriana, OK.
Honestly, pairs well with all the other AD jungles too, though. Pantheon.
Oriana potom, po Aurora Rise je nejlepší pick, no, třetí nejlepší.
Any of these possibly because those are all up, they don't have to do it early.
Trundle, the other champion, obviously with the pillar that can be good with the Rumble, but instead it's the Pantheon. We talked about it nerfed and then buffed again as we come into Worlds or slightly.
Pantheon Rumble, OK, klasika, to je mega, still mega good.
There, monster damage, the monster damage gutting that took place.
Objednal jsem si jídlo, byl jsem vyschýzovaný, oficiálně jsem byl vyschýzovaný.
The reason I like it so much is because
a tak co by se stalo při nejhorším, bych se zesral nebo poblil? Nebudu to riskovat. Mám fakt schýzu, mám schýzu. Zin Oriana, taky dobrý kombo.
Two screens, full range, very long range, and so you can apply so much pressure with how well CFO
Leona, OK. Zatím úplně pohoda 1-2-3 pro oba dva ty týmy. Zase klasicky, kdo bude hrát líp, vyhraje zatím.
The Leona pairs so well with the Zen, working around. That duo is very fearsome, making
já si taky safeíku myslím, že to podle mě týden vydrží v té lednici, ne? To maso přeci. Když je to udělaný maso, ne? Když je to jako syrový. Akali, tu piču. Akali Rumble Pantheon.
I sent it up to Santa and we get it. Yes! Yes, we get it. The Pantheon puts so much pressure too on Ori. You can just you can trade
Ta rýže byla taková tvrdá, nebudu lhát, no. I po tom, co jsem to ohřál v tom mikrovlnce, tak to bylo úplně jakoby... Já se zeptám ChatGPT potom. Kdo bude hrát líp, vyhraje, děkujem za analýzu, tak to je analýza typu oba dva ty tým kompy mají stejně dobrý tým kompy, nebo tým fight kompy, takže to záleží, kdo bude hrát líp. To se často nevidí, že by oba dva ty týmy draftovali tak dobře, že mají i oba vyvážený kompy. Většinou jeden nebo druhý tým má advantage. 5v5.
Also, still, what is Flandre going to play into Rumble? You know, the Ornn and the Galio, blah, blah, blah. We say that literally every time. But...
Blah, 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 boring stuff. Next thing,
he could do like a...
Podle ChatGPT 3 až 4 dny, okay.
Like one of his specialties. So we'll see if they get a little bit, if they mix it up a little, you know, and they're like, oh, I guess York is hard when you are playing towards Pantheon Global and stuff, though. It's kind of annoying slayer. So
tak Galio, Ornn, baníčky, Alistar, baník. Díky bohu za ChatGPT. Takový blbečci jako jsem já, co mají 0 životních zkušeností, se můžou zeptat ChatGPT a jim to poradí. Arix Pele, děkuji za 3 měsíce, děkuji chlape. Chat, věděli jste, že když dáte tier 1 nebo giftnete tier 1 suba na mém Twitch kanálu, dostanete emotikon do League of Legends, když si připojíte League of Legends s Twitchem, emotikonku Worlds 2025 na Twitch, a tu emotikonku, nebo tu ikonku můžete používat jak se subem, že můžete mít Worlds ikonku i suba.
So we're gonna get another form of safety. No spell shield safety, so we can get the Zaya.
Včera to fungovalo dobře.
For the Leona engage.
Zaya do Oriany je taková, jako můžeš dodgenout její ultimátku, ale máš malý range, no, do té Oriany, vyzouní tě. Bard, Braum, OK, Braum je mega good do Leony. Ty oni nezabanovali Brauma.
And they're gonna pick it up, so Braum is quite good answer to Leona, because Leona just goes in. And Braum definitely blocks a lot of the damage and can try and punish you as you try and make your way out.
Zix Leona, ale nevidí AD ještě. Last pick AD pro Doga. Če, takhle bude vypadat můj streamer Clash Draft. Last pick AD carry. Every game last pick AD carry. Zix Ambessa, to by bylo clean, ale to by bylo hodně clean. Ale Ambessa prohrává do Rumbleho top lane. Ale je to irrelevant, pak scaluješ jak Magor. Tohle je hodně dobrý. Ambessu, oni piknou Ambessu. Ambessa to, vole, Anyone's Legends mají hodně dobrý teamfight comp. Hodně dobrý teamfight comp. Nehrál bych až do tohohle. Tady až bych fakt nehrál. Co bych hrál? Co bych do toho reálně hrál? Tady nejde nic hrát do toho enemy team kompu jako AD carry.
Good engage. That is some good engage.
Lucian lepší než Ashe, Ezreal. Lucian lepší. Lucian dobrý. Tank Smolder bych asi hrál, no. Smoldera tady mohli hrát upřímně, ale očividně to nehrál.
I love the mobility. You know, you're facing this AL squad here. Mobility looks very good to get away from Leona, Ori, and Ambessa.
Ty jsi kokot, fakt vyjebanej, ty zemrde. Tunk, sahur, bum.
Potržítko Randy's donate 125 korun českých. Vzhledem k tomu, že ani nevíš, jak dlouho může zůstat jídlo v lednici, tak by mě zajímalo, na co vše se chaty ptáš. Napiš mi otázku, konfrontuj mě podle toho, co o mě víš.
Zeptal jsem se i, jestli mám velký pipík a řekl mi, že mám velký pipík, ChatGPT.
Until we get Isaac back.
Že jsem v top 10% pipíku. Takže na všechno se ptám.
Of course, for both of these teams, a lot of short-range champions. Outside of kind of the Orion and the Ziggs, who have a little bit more range, and the Culling from Lucian, these are a lot of champions who want to be up in the face of the opposition.
Svoji ChatGPT paměť vám v životě neukážu. V životě.
Super scrappy fights, but often when you have these shorter range compositions, early
Bakamono, děkuji za 21 měsíců, děkuji chlape.
Pretty close up until that 18-minute fight. That's where the entire game blew wide open.
Je rodiče mi lžou, abych nebyl v životě tak smutný. People happy, třeba že je... Že Ježíšek existuje, pardon, jsem dostal... Kámo, já mám příznaky mrtvice, ne? Když prostě neumím mluvit.
One possible problem for CFO here, and this is going to be pretty good for AL. AL's comp, they have really good wave clear. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Demencia.
You know, one of the big reasons, obviously, is that champ you just saw on your screen. Hope there with the Ziggs. But AL have really good wave clear, and CFO do not have any long range, aside from the culling, which is poke and not siege. So the CFO team, this comp,
Ondra je frajer, hrál jsem Dotu se Sterakem. Máme to na YouTube, jestli se chceš podívat.
Objectives, neutral objectives, and winning the team fights. I don't think that's necessarily an inherent problem. You know, you don't have to have team comps that are, you know, great at just sieging by themselves because there are so many plentiful objectives in the current meta.
But if you end up in a stalled out neutral game, having that wave clear can just make it so difficult to set up on a play first, which is what CFO were so good
zajímavé, jak moc bude prohrávat ta Akali do Oriany. Konečně nerfou Doran's Shield, next patch. Rumble bude vyhrávat na topu, Panton a Akali potřebují 6, aby vůbec mohli mačovat Zin Orianu a myslím si, že ho ani nemačnou Zin Orianu. Ale Hong smurfil zatím, jako upřímně.
Oriana obviously, you know, decent in these early levels just because her passive gives her so much damage without needing to use abilities. Honky will do what he can to hold on, but keeping our eyes on where
Jako tady dostal docela na piču, Hong těma autoatakama. Nejdůležitější v tomhle je vybejtit co nejvíc many. Ale manu můžeš bejtit až jakoby na dvojce z Akali a nesmíš dostávat autoataky, což dostal.
Zin very good for dueling, renowned for the aggressive plays. Doggo, by the way, nice little chunk there with the level 2. Gets a pretty nice unanswered trade in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Hongq soaking at the moment. Rely on the Dorans, and for now, the second wins, which, by the way, I think I did see second win nerfs for Alive, and we're going to have some pretty big changes to meta, you know, post-Worlds and stuff, and looking towards next season, but
kdy přijde ta, no jsem zvědavý, kdy přijde ta velká změna.
Resolve secondary plus your Doran's shield, which is also getting nerfed and changed, is a big reason why you get to play some of these, some of the melee matchups.
Of course, Hongq, I guess, leveraging what's strong in the patch. Probably already was happy to do so, but a good indicator that you're playing the right stuff is if you see it nerfed on the next patch. Hongq forced to use the shroud.
Tady takhle, vybejtíš Oriana spely, víš?
Okay, does get the cannon. Hongq, lower, wants a cannon of his own. Is he willing to risk his life for it? The answer is no, -1.
Ještě má manu na jedno kvéčko, takže ho může zabít. Level up, boom, a už ho nemůže zabít.
Shanks slowly but surely running out of mana.
Snaží se to gankovat, protože ta Akali je prostě low.
Wow, bottom lane, Junja wandering in. Again, often with the Ziggs, you know, you can take control of the lane early on, but Braum is just so good into these melee options. It makes it hard for Kyle to do.
To nedivno ani piču, ne?
Commit to the dive, moves in, Satchel charge doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. 3 markup, that's one because of blows. Kyle now moving out. Tower flawlessly traded, no one nearby to punish.
Play safe, 80 get it, play safe.
From CFO to start it out.
Kam ale Braum je nějak tanky. Potankoval 3 turret hity, ne?
Bounce back away from AL as well. This is so good for CFO and very efficient as well.
Jak získám ty emoty v lolku, připoj si League of Legends účet k Twitchi.
He's not going to be too delayed on his second clear, and immediate swap from CFO. I like this too. Sending Doggo and Kaiwing up to the top side.
Trying to be proactive on the map. Looking to get rest back down to the bottom lane. He's getting closer to 6, which will mean it'll be easier to clear the waves, and still ahead.
Erdit, okay. 4 minutě swap na top lane. Ziggs je ale ve swapech fakt dobrý, protože dává hrozně velký damage do turret, mnohem větší damage než AD carry do turret. Ziggs Oriana si nezahrajou do jejich team kompu.
And those are the little things that are important and have been giving CFO the edge, right? The heads up maneuver to shift to the top side instead of going back bot, because Hope
podle mě jediný, kdo jako Zig si nezahraje do Akali, protože nebude stavit HP itemy, ale bude stavit Luden's Horizon Focus, ale Orianna bude stavit HP itemy a bude úplně v pohodě do Akali.
Now Flandra, since Flandra's gonna walk, you know, you are gonna have the Flandra teleport advantage, but I don't know if that really is gonna be super useful. We'll see though. Nice ward, by the way, when they go for the long play, that ward in bottom lane to see the timing on the way back. And teleport out is answered from Shanks. Skywing, you're on a ward, buddy, so they aren't going to get too much there.
Another reset and swap from CFO.
Bude třetí mapa,
to get more experience on the bottom side. Flandra still a ways away from 6. Rest ticked his on the bottom side. Reset goes back top to clear the wave. Loses a couple of creeps here, but it means that CFO have their bot lane in position around Drake.
Tak, dračka, zase oni swapli zase zpátky na draka, to bylo zajímavý ten Lucian Braum. Tady je Lucian Braum silnější. Lucian Braum, Panton silnější podle mě, mnohem silnější. Tady ne AL to kontestí na hovno. Imo, i když Flandre tu je level 6. Ale Bramstone, boom. Wow! Ty pičo, honk. Hovado. Ježiš, ten Zig stop.
That's so close, pixels away. Kaiwing, they managed to go right back in. Kyle holding on for an extra second. Feet of warfare there. Kaiwing right in the back of the pennies. And then walking doesn't have a flash. They're going to take a bit more time and clean him up. But my God, what a start to game 2.
Was that anti-synergy between Zig Satchel and the ultimate from Flandra right there? That like
Ty ale CFO, okay. Ale už vím, proč to kontestili, protože ta Ambe tam byla, Rumble ne. Ale Rumble z toho je Monster ahead, 500 goldů ahead. Jako tohle vyhráli CFO. Hlavně sleduj Honka potom.
They finish the dragon, get it low, Q smite here from Junja, and then AL know that they're gonna have the extra person here. You see Ziggs on the minimap coming down.
Sleduj Honka, prostě Akali 1v2.
As you are highlighting, because the extra person from AL is going to come clean. 2v1 from Hong Q. Hits the ult, he even started emoting as he was taking it back. Anyways, here's the moment we want to see, because I'm pretty sure Satchel Charge splits them apart. Yeah, it's anti-synergy. The Satchel splits them and makes it so Flandra's entry into the pit is delayed, and that allows Doggo to get the third kill for the feats.
Impressive stuff.
Ale dobrá Akali je vždycky strašně OP přijde. A Hong hraje fakt dobře. Rest 500 goldů ahead, ok. Orianna 600, ale Lucian ahead. Jako ten Lucian Braum Pantheon teďka s těma šestkama budou hodně silní. Tady by mohli začít forsovat věci. Jako jsi měl CFO v C týru. Já jsem to dal vysoko, ne CFO. A to se divím, však minule i na first standu úplně smurfili. Na first standu porazili všechny čínský týmy. OK, Panton ultí, forsují, oni forsují. To by měli vyhrát, měli by to hard vyhrát. Braum, Lucian. Ty vole CFO, ale smurfí, že forsujou, to se mi tak strašně líbí. Vidíš to, já řeknu prostě, hej, měli by forsovat a týpci 5 vteřin na to forsnou. Kamo, ty jsou fakt ale dobří. Ty pičo, no. 1100 goldásků a Kaleti mezi tím scaluje. Lucian ahead už. Nebojí se toho, nebojí.
So Leona is able to push him off, so they delay the grub for now, so nobody gets the last one.
1 for 1, the grubs, as of yet. Reset coming in first, though, from Tarzan means he's likely to take that one. Okay, we take a look back at how this starts.
So, Junja is able to ult over here, they focus on the Tarzan. But the ulti from Tarzan does delay their kill onto him.
Braum dobrejší. A pak Lucian Braum Pantheon je prostě strašně 3v3 silný, víš, že to jako proti tomu nevyhráš. Protože všichni prostě Braum pasivka. Braum je monster broken. Tady proto čumem, že nezabanovali toho Brauma vůbec. Že bych čekal, když pikneš Leonu a nezabanuješ Brauma, takže damage prostě.
Important to know, though, this is Kaiwing getting so much value out of the Braum. You see so many teams struggle when they don't have that immediate, reliable engagement.
To by bylo, víš, jak po piči by bylo, kdyby CFO vyhrálo v Worlds, já bych jim to tak strašně přál. Tak strašně bych jim to přál. To by bylo insane.
Yeah, definitely some good value in the Braum pick, especially for later on in the game. The team fights very effective counter engage.
Mám opočenou webku.
All right, back into the regular lanes though, with having Akali match Orianna and Rumble match Flandres and Bessa. So Lucian in mid lane always feels pretty good at the moment. You know, with just Essence Reaver.
1300 golďásku, jeden drak, druhý drak je za 30 vteřin. Toho draka by měli získat CFO, protože jsou teďka silnější. Mates bude opožděný.
Of course, while the towers are still up, it's not really that scary.
Also going for Roa, because I mean, good understanding from Shanks. Oftentimes people will criticize Ori's over-prioritizing Roa, as we see Multi coming out there. That's just a shock.
Zvuk nemačuje kameru, to je zajímavý. Tak vydrž.
But of course, against assassins, against people who are going to dive.
Bam. Mačuje, ne? Po mně to přijde, že mačuje.
Flandre is out of energy, and Pantheon is walking bottom at the moment.
Dejte FPL, když tak.
Pursued out, flash away from the wind becomes lightning.
Tak, Dogo flashnul, tady je crossmap na topu, crossmap na botu, Akali nedivnou s tím shroudem, to je hrozně safe champion. Ale počkej, ona nemá shroud teďka, takže on all in ne šance. Za jak dlouho má, ok, flash ult. Oj, já málem. Použil shroud moc brzo, no, posral to ten Honkyu. První velká chyba od něj, ale Pantheon možná zaultí. Pantheon zaultí. Pantheon ultí. Blah, netrefený. Close. Škoda, že zaultil tak, nebo že dal shroud tak brzo ta Akali, že kdyby si nechal shroud, tak ho nedivnou, to byla chyba jak svině. To byla chyba jak svině, to kousne.
Can't lock down the Leona, can't keep him under tower. An AL escape.
Doggo will grab another plate. The commitment to try and re-engage on the top side does guarantee he has some free time mid.
Braum attack!
Hope.
Super blast cone.
Casual fly in.
Super blast cone. Braum coming in with the Q, but doesn't result in anything. So, honestly, I thought the redemption from Kaiwing I thought that thing was actually going to allow Honkyu to, you know, some further antics and survive, but good for AL to be able to finish that kill and get out, because the game had been kind of slipping away from them once again. They do have their 2 grubs, but being down 2 dragons as well as a little bit of the gold does cause some worry.
That it does. The thing that they always have to be aware of on the side of CFO is the little mistakes will cost you dearly, right? Because if the Ziggs team is ever in a position where they control the map, you'll just start deleting towers, especially with the grubs. So there is a lot of potential standing gold as we get later into the game for AL if they can find that big team fight win. But for now, CFO seem pretty comfortable. Unfortunately for Honkyu, hasn't been able to complete you know, a major item yet, has had bits and pieces kind of stopping off halfway for a null magic mantle. Once he starts getting those early items fully completed, he's got a lot more 1v1 threat.
Yeah, and you know, we were
Dogo 1200 goldů je head, ale zase Orianna 900.
We're highlighting both of them.
There's been a lot of highlights.
But in Champions,
ale ten Lucian pick byl dobrý do toho Zigse, no. Tam jako, co on tam chtěl piknout předtím, tam bylo něco, co bylo hodně bad. Zaju chtěl piknout, to bylo bad, to bylo hodně bad. Ezreal byl taky bad. Ashe chtěl piknout. Ashe byla hodně bad.
Using the culling to try and force people out, get some big chunks, and then lead over into the side for the objective. Dragon number 3 comes up pretty quickly in this game, and with CFO stacking them pretty effectively here, they're going to be able to draw AL out into the team fight that they're looking for, and you have to ward your flanks here for AL. You do not want to let the assassins get a free line to your carries.
No, you do not. And additionally, Chemtech, obviously, not everyone's ideal soul, not everyone's favorite soul, but when you have an Akali, Pantheon, and a Rumble, it's going to do a lot of work. You are going to get a lot of value out of it. Kaiwing doing what he can to clear vision. Just throwing cheekies, winners, bites. Walking up, queuing people.
Tak, první item 2 ruby krystaly. První itemy. Lucian 2 itemy. Teď je to takový, že by jako mohli forsovat, ale nemusí.
Fist fight with Rest, the shielding still making it quite easy. The red buff also keeping him topped off as Taco dashing into the mid lane, Kaiwing and Kyle there to cover their respective carries. Now, objective in the sight of both teams is this Herald. AL the ones to start it. Flashes up just about everybody in this game. Tarzan still waiting a bit, as is Doggo.
Víc, co by bylo dobrý, kdyby zrušili levely v League of Legends, upřímně, když na to přemýšlím. Že by prostě každý měl stejný level.
If the Pantheon ults on the Ori plus the Akali pressure up there, it makes the positioning through River really dangerous for your low mobility carry.
Also, you have to keep in mind that Shanks has ticked over to level 11. It was slightly before Honkyu. Honkyu has just now gotten his, but the level 2 on that shockwave can be devastating. So something that CFO have to respect is Rest isolating Flandra.
That was, I believe, I don't know if we saw it, but Flandra flashed.
Flandra flashed, equalizer down, and of course no way
Ale
to
to moc velká změna, no.
TP, so I like the decision to chunk out there. However, the all-in, the commitment on the bottom side does make AL feel pretty comfortable going for that Herald. Will grab it for themselves, and Herald plus a Zig Satchel means at least
Bylo to v Heroes of the Storm, mám pocit, právě toto.
AL get another top side objective. So 2 grubs plus the Herald here.
Ale není to možný, no, ta změna taková. Nebo jako je, ale je to moc velká změna.
So multiple tower destroying facets to this AL squad. And if they can use that to cash in on some of the outer tower gold before the dragon, well, before the dragon soul fight, because the current dragon is already up.
Current dragon's up. 18, I did not see 8 minutes, I just saw 18 seconds. I was like, dang, 18 seconds of the Baron.
Tyjo, on staví Black Cleaver třetí item. Dogo. Zajímavý. Aby nedostal zase klasicky, jak říkám, ty prostě potřebuješ nedostávat one shot jedním spelem. Tady je kvéčko od Zixe a týpek je... To teďka je docela slabší. Rumble má Zoniu. Měli by asi pushovat, no, toho třetího draka bych nekontestil, to je takový nebezpečný. Přijdou mi tady o dost slabší teďka na CFO než Anyone Legends.
Not wanting to risk, I think the full-on 5v5 without the setup, respecting Shanks'
ty jedničku na to na midu asi nevemou. Počkej, oni se tak možná se positionou na ten fight, to nevím. Oni se fakt positionou na ten fight, Rumble odchycený ale, face checknul, to je chyba. Musí zaultit dobře. Zaultil OK, ale počkej, Honk hodně deep. Honk přežívá, ale nepřežívá. Týpek má vole, OK, nepřežívá. A to vypadá, hard win. Tady nevím, no, takhle, ten rest, jak tam face checknul. Dubnický herec to nezahrál. Face checknul tam Ambesu a nebyli tady silní. Nebyli.
Holy, okay, they get the extra flower petals, they get the Drake on top of it. Wow, what an amount of damage there, and the flank round the backside. I mean, Rest went super early. So AL got so much extra damage into Rest and forced out Rest's arm guard there super early on in the fight. Kind of made it a little weird.
To bylo tady, to bude replay, kde on prostě Rest tady face checkne Flandreho, to si myslím, že bylo mega bad, měl tady víc čekat, až získají lepší vizi. Tím to trošičku prohrál, ale i tak ty vole, to nedopadlo to zase tak hrozně, tyjo. Jsi říkal, že to bude horší, tady. Akali ještě nemá, Akali je hrozně behind a nemá ještě damage. Tady jako kdyby Akali nebyla tak behind, tak to tady posmurfí a dá kvadra kill.
Just tears them apart.
And again, credit to AL. It's easy to forget after that first game where they were so outclassed how incredible this team is at team fighting. Good patience, using their range, collapsing on the flanker, making sure that Rest didn't have that perfect angle. He got a great equalizer, but he was taken down in the process, and it made it so much harder for Honkyu to play out that fight. You could see I mean, honestly, really good job with the Xin ulti, with the flash, to make sure that all of his cooldowns weren't able to find the kill.
Yeah, and Shanks there with the peel for the team as CFO are trying to chase through the jungle. Good Orianna played there. I believe he got a key shockwave.
He did, yeah. He managed to get the pullback on the Pantheon stun in. So excellent stuff from him. 4-0-4 his scoreline now as well. Almost a 2,000 gold lead. The shockwave is a scary thing now with this kind of advantage.
4-0-4 Orianka.
Se
mi líbí, jaká je Oriana staví Horizon Focus, protože ty staty jsou přeboostěný. Víš, že tobě je úplně irrelevant, ta pasivka toho itemu, protože ty základní staty, ten item je tak levnej a dává to tolik AP, že ti to je úplně jedno.
They can set up for the bottom side of the map easily. You know, top side tower goes down, and so Otacon on bottom side.
Item, co stojí 2700, ti dá 125 AP, no. Prostě midlane itemy.
Resources over to the Otacon area, push in on that last outer tower, and make it a bit more risky here for CFO now. Things are going to get much more difficult to play this comp.
Definitely are. We mentioned some of the weaknesses earlier, right?
Jaká byla moje favorite season? Durability patch, když udělali.
If you just line up these 5v5 skirmishes we often see, the poke is going to
Chtělo by to další durability patch.
Is good, but not enough to balance what the Ziggs and the Orianna can do. The pressure is there. AL able to respond, clear out the vision that CFO set up just moments ago. Both sides knowing how crucial this Otacon is.
Okay.
That's the ulti coming in for Junja. Sees them in the pinch. Wants to go in. Tarzan using an ulti, but on an immediate shutdown. Honky trying to find his way on to hope to make sure that no more damage can follow up. Flash forward, stun from
Honky je squishy jak svině, ale comeback. 2 killy Brown. Co je to jak?
They got the jungler, so I was wondering if they're going to go to try and do Otacon. It's still an objective that takes a lot.
Moje favorite season bylo, když Bloodthirster dával 100 AD.
Okay, they are going to at least start it up here. There's no smite.
Čekaj, oni to začínají. Pozor. Pozor, to nevím.
So Mbessa ulti. And if they bring Ziggs over,
has TP.
Shanks bude mít TP. Shanks bude mít TP, musíte rychle. Res se nechal nahitovat. Resetlo se to, ježíš, to je disaster. To je disaster. Flandre tam zadol Junju. Tohle je fiesta, Hong tu je. Shanks tu je taky. Orianna 3000 HP. Se to zase resetne. To je dobrý, nakonec dobrý pro CFO. Ty vole, close. Tohle je fiesta úplná, ale ta hra je dobrá. Tak Kane zastýpujou. Budou to rushovat.
The Mbessa key here, they killed him, but the Otacon goes untaken.
Holding on, neither side able to grab the objective, but it's so damn close.
To je mega close, no. Já tak chci vidět tohle znova. Tady, oni se fakt nebojí, takhle Panten za ultí, to čumím, to je mega insane. Wow. Tak to bylo clean. To se, čumím, že se toho nebojí, i když jsou behind, tak to tam full sendnou. A tady ten atakant, to byl monster flip. Tady se mohlo stát cokoliv. Jako Flandre tu one-shotne Junju. Trošku jsem se bál, že ty one-shotne Doga, ale Doga je docela feeblej. Získal dobrý shutdown.
If we're setting up for it again, are we getting back to set up for this?
One more time. Junja ulting again, rinse and repeat.
No way.
We've seen this one before, but this time it's
na Zigse, našli Zigse. Kámo, insane. Ty vole, Junja smurfí jak magor. Tak to ne, vole. Ne, Rumble ultimátka odhoven.
CFO, it's not a great angle to start. Rest is incredibly low, but they do have the man advantage. Instead, the Drake now set in their sights.
Třetí drak.
Level 15 on the
Ty ale Junja smurfí s tím Pantonem, strašně dobře ultí.
Doggo waiting over the wall, calling to split the fight.
Aj, nemají tady ultimátky, draka pryč. Zabrali to. Hong jde in, to je moc. Ambessa zaultila, hej, ten Hong vždycky přežije z 10 HP má, vždy. Myslím, ta Orianna ultimátka. Počkej, tady použili hodně věcí. Tady podle mě nemůžu dát Atakana vůbec. Budou to zkoušet.
Actually
mají 6 TP. Tady to vypadá, že... tady to vypadá dobře pro AL. One-shotnutý Dogo? Ne, dobrý. Ale mají Atakana za to, mají Atakana. Měli nechat Atakana. Takhle na to umírají, zbytečně. Kane Atakana to zase... To se zase resetlo ten Atakana. Ale co tady je teďka? 4 minuty resetuje Atakana.
They get the kill onto Junja, and they will finally, Dracos, get the Otacon.
To po 4 minutách resetu Atakana mají. AL. Ale ty hry jsou tak close, tady ta série je úplně monster good.
Tarzan with the steal. The W smite steal here. Wind becomes lightning. And Dragon becomes ALs. Braum ultimate here is pretty good over them, but
Flandre okamžitě zaaltil Akali, to je actually mega clean. Když si takhle Akali skočí do backlineu, tak ty s Ambesou místo toho, aby si skákal do backlineu taky, tak zaultíš tu Akali a zaběží. A ten Honk přežívá perma z 0 HP, bro. Teď problém je, dívejte, AD carry je 4.05, má 3,5 tisíce goldů a pak je tam top jungle mid behind pro CFO. Tady bych se hodně divil, upřímně, kdyby to Dogo posmurfil a potahal. Protože mít takhle ahead top jungle mid je, víš co, sice jsou jenom o 1000 ahead nebo o 700 goldů ahead. Ale teďka je meta, kdy mají větší impact, no. Jako top jungle mid tu má mnohem větší impact než ten feedlay Lucian. Byť přesto, že Lucian je 4000 goldů ahead.
CFAL can really bring this one home because pushing us to a game 3 here in this series, I think everybody wants that. You want to see some good League of Legends here, and the Baron is on the table now.
One of the things I will point out, Doggo liked going for some of these utility items in the previous game. We saw Experimental Hex played on the Draven. We're seeing Black Cleaver on the Lucian. Obviously, additional movement speed, additional HP, recognizing that there's so many dive threats. Doesn't want to just get one shot.
Yeah, worth saying. Even with the Otacon
jsem se malinko nasnídal dneska a vyschýzval jsem se s tím jídlem, co jsem si přichystal, takže musím čekat na papání. Ale Rumble je Rumble. Jako jo, ale... To je ta Leona je level 10 a stejně je tak tanky. Typče, dobře, Pantheon. To je deep, to je deep. To je deep. Pozor. Oriana ult, boom! AD carry feedly useless. Přesně jak jsem věděl. Bohužel. Bait feedly, mít 40 goldů advantage na AD carry je komplet odhoven. Pokud nemáš ty prostě ahead jungle top mid, tak nemůžeš vyhrát. Ajajaj. Lucian má 3,5 itemu a nezabil Leonu, která má 1 item. To je extrém.
Alright, so Flandra is going to get a Guardian Angel after that one too.
Nic děje, prostě Leona je level 10 a Lucian do ní dá celou ultimátku a nic. A tady šli deep a teďka prostě Lucian, je to těžký hrát to AD, no. Ambessa ult, Oriana ult a nehraješ.
And clean up the Baron.
Ale tyjo, sendujou to jak svině, nebojí se toho, vidíš?
They just get to rain damage down, and the little bits of CC here that come through from Tarzan, from Flandra, it's just too much to deal with. The squishy members of CFO. Infirm control, leveraging. No, tady prostě největší problém je, že Honkyu není feedlay s tou Akali, protože Honkyu by tady měl být win kondice, ne Lucian. To, že Lucian je feedlay a má 5-1-5, tak bohužel je irrelevantní. Tady je to Jover, no, asi. Akali by se musela nějak feednout, mít prostě třeba ideálně 4 itemy teďka, aby dávala 1v9, protože Akali je ten champ, který by dával 1v9. And there's not a lot of counterplay from
Ale jako Animals Legends tady mají fakt dobrý draft, no.
Tarzan getting ticked off, immediate knock-up. Down goes Rest. CFO gonna retreat. Holding the line for now, but again, AL have more range, better siege tool, more threat. CFO can only force a fight. It's their only recourse against the push, against the pressure that AL are putting down. Junja gonna kick things off. Wander still has the GA. Aegis assault to keep him standing for now. Will retreat. Ball pulled back. Honku tries to get a little bit more space. Dash back, but he still gets clipped. Doggo now running. When becomes lightning as he's caught out. Forced back into the fountain as AL determined to take us to game 3.
Tak máme 1-1, máme sérii první BO3.
Honku shut down and denied time and time again.
The shockwave pulls him back in at the end for another kill onto Honku. Wow, what a series we've got today, Dracos.
I'm glad to see it. CFO, hell of a time in game 1, did what they could in game 2.
Jako hráli mega dobře, strašně se mi líbilo, že to furt sendovali, CFO, že ten Panten se toho nebál. Ale měla se feednout Akali, no, aby mohli vyhrát, když se feednul Lucian, tak... tak ten... Kdyby ta Akali byla 5-1-5, jak ten Lucian, tak by to Akali smurfla a potáhla by to 1v9.
And you know who was leading the charge? Flandre himself, so I wanted to be able to, as the official member of the
No way, you have it?
The OG Snake. If you like this one, I'll give you that one. I got a nice Snake jacket here. You can take it.
Thank you.
Emily, gets a hand at it.
If Emily is watching this, she's screaming right now. Oh my God. #1 fan.
Right when you think the man's not playing, like, carries, can't do it. Game 1 picks up, of course, the Kled. Game 2 dominates. Honestly, he was really a centerpiece for this team.
He was so good. The fact he was finding these opportunities to constantly get into the back line, disrupt everything the CFO was trying to set up. And even, like, it just felt like there was so many moments in this game where CFO had started to teeter away, started to pull away, but just Flandre constantly being in the moments he needed to in these fights was huge.
What did it come down to for you guys here?
Oh,
for AL.
Those team fights. It is always the team fights. I feel like you can like not watch a game, close your eyes, wait until the end of the game. If you just say AL team fights, you would be correct. This one starts with Flandre picking off Rest on the side. This team fight works so well because they're able to
CFO tady měli giftnout 100% toho draka.
That's how it
a měli Akali
as
prostě nechat farmit.
As you would expect, even though at first I was like, okay, maybe this is Honku's RQ knows his R2, and then re-engaging on the fight when it looked kind of iffy, Flandre really takes over.
I think it's that. It's the moments where they find to re-engage because it is such an upfront burst heavy composition that's coming through from CFO. When you look at like the Lucian wants to try and get through with the Culling, you've got a lot of that follow-up damage coming through from Honku. So as long as you can survive it, you can suddenly turn it around. And again, I think that's why it was so crucial of an understanding for AL as to when they had those moments to turn those fights back around.
Yeah, absolutely, because you had to play around the sneakiness of some of CFO's CFO's champions here. I'm thinking about the Akali. You mentioned the Braum. You mentioned the Culling, also being able to chunk them before the fights. I want to take a look at the Baron here, 27
na Spike byli stronger, no ale Akali nebyla strong. Nebyli stronger na ten Spike, tam jsem říkal, že Anyone Legends jsou silnější. Je to over? No je to 1-1. To je BO3. Je to BO3, připomínám, ten tým, co teďka vyhraje, tak je v top 8 na World, už je v čtvrtfinále. Ten tým, co prohraje, tak bude hrát další BO3, která se rozlosuje potom proti týmům, co budou 2-1.
But no, they just got stamped out.
Well, I mean, they just made that play on the bottom side of the map, just beside the Dragon, right? Where they actually got the pick, and suddenly they started to bring that game back in their favor. I mean, you can look at that goal graph on this graph there. That like you saw how ridiculous it was, this back and forth constantly trying to vie for this attention, and it was just that at the end AL were able to pick it.
You look at the goal graph, I'm looking at the damage graph here on the side of AL, because the discussions we were having, who do we want to highlight? Do we want to highlight Shanks? Do we want to highlight Tarzan? Do we want to highlight Flandre? In the end, they all did such an amazing job, but it's the clutch moment that Flandre was able to
hold on, no,
and even if you take a step back, look at the Otacon and I felt like CFO, trying to find ways back in. I thought the control from the Legend was really good. Junja was just really trying to claw for it.
Čauko, děkuji za 374, jdu to napravit, settings, tip, variation settings, 374 by právě mělo být.
Otacon initially for CFO.
Save variation, save.
it's just his presence in that
Já to musím refreshnout asi ty alerty, refresh, tak. Oldo, neboj, dívej. Replay activity.
And again,
Něco se rozbilo.
0 ládonek 374 korun českých. Bry odpoledne vinzuju sen.
And it's just funny, because while we were watching that game, and I saw Pantheon with, you know, his Q-Max and everything, he was like, okay, this should be an easy Drake pickup.
Já už chápu, co. To má být 347 korun.
So I was like, do I ever doubt Tarzan in a smite fight at this point?
A ne 300.
Absolutely not. He has been stellar.
Já jsem to tam napsal špatně.
And so have both teams, honestly. Here going into game 3, which is what I wanted to see between those two teams. What have we learned so far from CFO and from ALN? What's the expectation?
To má být 347
like
korun.
the fact that like anyone's legend is so good at controlling and dictating the pace of the game from start to finish.
Oldo, já se omlouvám.
Having great team fights. But CFO have matched them.
Omlouvám se, nastavil jsem to
Nothing
špatně.
about that win was easy.
Tak.
CFO multiple times were nearly able to swing that game back in their favor. So realistically,
tak, teď to udělám znova, jo. Už to tam je správně, už je to 347 korun. Ale Oldo, děkuji za donate, děkuji za podporu. I víc, co ti udělám, jdu ti to tam přehrát, jo. Ten alert, neboj.
It gets a little
Sleduj.
murky, but like whoever comes out at the end, in this case it was, you know, Flandre and the boys. It could just be CFO. They look evenly matched. It's such a fun series.
I mean, I'm mostly excited about the fact that, again, it is a best of 3. It is fearless draft, which means that we're going to see some wacky picks. We're getting deeper and deeper into the champion pools. Who's taking adventure guess, please? And some
I would
love to see the gas for Tarzan.
Mám, vole, 2 itemy na movement speed a ten píčus je rychlejší než já! Tak, je to tam.
0 ládonek 347 korun českých. Bry odpoledne vinzuju v sen.
Je to tam.
No, it seems like Rest is still in there, so that's fair.
Do you want to back?
I want to see Rest on a major carry.
What do we have here?
I have to go back to my boy. You know what? You persuaded me. I think
they had
an amazing game too here. Let's see if they can take it all the way and fly to quarterfinals. We'll come back for game 3 right after this. Let's go!
Careful not to overcommit here, but Junja might just be on the way, and he is! It's the Pantheon! Right to the back line, Aegis assault to block and evolve, damage, decent equalizer to kick things off, but Tarzan is relatively untouched. Honkyu in the midst, the team almost immediately gets taken down. Ulti from Flandra! So many low health bars! Flandra, Tarzan, and Shanks tear through CFO!
Tak jo. Vyhlížím ten Volt, protože mám úplně totálně našlápnutý hlad. Že koukám, kdy tu bude týpeček, abych tam okamžitě vyběhnul, vzal si to burrito, narval si ho do krku. A byl jsem svědkem toho, jestli CFO porazí N1 Legends. Ty týmy jsou tak vyrovnaný, to CFO N1 Legends, to je prostě celá hra bude vyrovnaná a prostě bude to hodně zajímavý. Fandím CFO a věřím jim. Tak jsem sedavej. Týpek je ale zaseknutý v tom. Protože on zastavil na molce, aby načerpal benzín. No to nemyslí vážně. No to ne jako. Já mám hlad. No a jak má dojet bez benzínu? Bez tak si dává jenom párek na molce, protože tam mají dobrý párky. Hraje, děkuju za 10 měsíců subíka, děkuju. Máš ještě doma bráchu? Ne, Tomáš ještě nepřišel z práce.
U CIA teď brousíš.
Tak uvařek hry na streamu. Tyhle hry má pěknou kuchyň. A pěkný byt. Moje kuchyně je hodně špatná, hodně špatná. To bych vás odpudil. Byste se přestali dívat kvůli tomu. Já Hrděvi zaplatím, aby mě uvařil vždycky jídlo. Ty jeho brambory vypadaly dobře.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 after AL strike back in Game 2, bringing us to this fated Game 3. Winner moving on to the quarterfinals at 3-0 in the Swiss stage. And Kobe, this is like the last chance we're going to get, I think, for the rest of this particular day before this game starts to take a breath. Because the team fights absolutely delivered in these last two games, and I doubt Game 3 is going to be
action-packed, just the way I like it.
On už je tam tak 5 minut,
na 10. This one should be a treat. CFO versus AL. CFO are keeping rest in for all 3 games. Remember, this is the 2-0 bracket, so you do move on to quarterfinals. If you win, you are not eliminated if you lose. And let's get into that draft to update it.
Poppy immediately taken out, as is the Azir, feeling like pretty tournament standard bans, although Kyle obviously did have a very incredible performance on it. Bard going to be the next ban.
Bardo.
Rare to see it this early, to be honest, but we are getting further in, right? This is the first day of best of 3s we had, the first time we've kind of returned to Fearless after those 2 days of best of 1.
And it is a good ban versus Kyle, so some respect shown there. Meanwhile, the Kiana ban, also a good one versus Junja, so respect on both sides.
A lot of like a handshake, a little tip of the hat.
Kiana se mi moc nelíbí, ale whatever, banot proti CFO.
It's the last one going to be.
To nejsou elimination hry, vy to furt chápete strašně špatně. Tohle Bell 3, ten, kdo vyhraje, tak je v top 8, ten, kdo prohraje, hraje dál. Když jsi 2-0, tak máš 3 BO3 na to, aby ses dostal do top 8. Můžeš prohrát 2 z těch 3. To je luxusní pozice v tom Swiss stageu. Je to nejlepší pozice, co můžeš být. Rest je furt in, nehraje driver.
All-arounder mid-lane champ. I really do like building Talia comps as well. There are so many things that can set up the seismic shoves well. Gives you that mobile ultimate, looking for global plays.
Caitlyn ban, OK, to je dobrý ban. Caitlyn už
in the current meta
minus.
As well.
Co tam je? Rice je minus, Oriana, Rice, Aurora minus, Azir je minus.
CFO here. Meanwhile, the jungle pool does get whittled down a little bit. Vi and Jarvan are kind of the 2 main premier ones.
Talia first pick.
So we'll see. There she is.
First pick Talia, bude to Talia Vajko. Mohl by, ale zase ty můžeš vzít Zaya Rakan teďka. Jestli to bude, předpokládat, že to bude Vaj. Alistar je open ještě, okay. Alistar je broken.
And the Trundler. Tarzan Trundle locked in.
Alistar.
Watch out, could possibly go for some early invades. Let's
tak teď otázka, bude to Vaj?
Gonna pose a problem as far as picking a tank for
nebo
the
to
top side
nebude Vaj. Jako teď by mohli vzít Zaya Vaj, aby neměli Zaju do té Vaj. Ale nemáš tam pak Ambesu na follow-up. Renekton blind. Jako Renekton Talia je taky kombo v midgameu.
Gotta blind something.
Tanks anymore. Well, I mean, you can still if there's a Trundle, but it's just
Renekton blind, takže tady přijde jungler. A jungler do Trundla, to uvidíme co. Měli by piknout CCčko, nějaký. Aby to bylo dobré pro tu Taliu. Čím víc máš CC, tím lepší je Talia.
It's going to be a little bit tough for Honku if he does fall behind, or if AL are first on the play in this one to really get the same impact that he had in that first game on Aurora, right? A flawless game from him. Game 2 also tough. They shut down the Akali so well. So need to see what the Talia can do even in the face of a pick like this Trundle. Lock in here in the first rotation is going to be the
okay, pikli tu Vaj, anyway. Tak teď otázka, vemou Zaju do toho. Do té Vaj. Mohli by, ale pak riskujou, že budou mít slabou laning fázi, ale mohli by. Ale co by tady byla silná laning fáze do té Zaje už? Ziggs je out. LeBlanc by mohl,
By the way, we did have a Q flash come up. Okay, yeah, LeBlanc lock in has been gaining a lot of popularity after the distortion buffs. I think rightfully so. The one thing that is annoying for LeBlanc is point and click CC though.
True.
Ferenc, čauko, děkuji za 43 měsíců, to je dlouhá podpora. Ferenc, si dlouholetý sub, takže děkuju chlape, že subuješ tak dlouho. Díky tobě můžu dělat to, co mě baví, takže opravdu. Opravdu díky. Tak týpek už jede, hoši, týpek už jede.
And so the LeBlanc can like pull you back into danger. So
can be dangerous, but the ruthless predator
you can flash Renekton and W stun her, yeah.
Ještě tam je Zaya Ezreal. Zaya Ezreal jsou safe ADčka do Vi, Talia Renekton.
And I guess the Vi has to be careful too, because if you distortion
bring the Vi ultimately
back into a bad spot, then you gotta be a little careful with that.
Jako Zaju bych asi Sivir, jo. Sivir je taky OK. Sivir, Ezreal, Zaya, no. Tak jako Zaju bych raději bannul do té Vi.
Early on, Caps really got shut down, right? It can be really tough against the Unraveled Earth of the Talia to play the lane phase. But as you go later, you're forced to play side lane against LeBlanc. It's a champion who has so much damage and who has such an easy time dodging the vast majority of what Talia does when she doesn't have someone else to help her set that up.
All right. Okay, so no Draven for Doggo this whole series. Dang. Some people were definitely kind of looking forward to
nebudeš mít takový bot pra, jo? Tady Ezreal na Alistar, slabá linka, ale tady jde o to přežít proti Talia Vi, Renekton. Tak schválně, co bannou? Nezabanou Zaju, jo?
Okay, just that one and take away.
A tak jako teoreticky můžou ultit Trundla a zabít Trundla. Smolder! Smolder by byl taky OK, ale Zaya jako Zaya tady do Vi je prostě mega good. Ale pak zase budou mít špatnou laning fázi a Dogo Kaiving můžou vzít něco zajímavého. Ale co? Vemou Draven, Gina vemou. Tak Gina je tady OK, protože nemají tanka, Renekton není tank.
They don't have to worry about pure tanks, and they don't have to worry about tank stats anyway.
Smoldra by tu klidně mohl Dogo vzít, klidně.
You have LeBlanc and Jhin that aren't great at killing tanks, so you have got a Trundle, which is.
Smoldra je úplně v pohodě tady.
And it's kind of like the opposite idea of the Kai'Sa, right? Rather than a Kai'Sa who falls up on the dive by diving in as well, Jin's the guy who gets to set up the dive by staying in the back, gets to open often with a current
MF do Trundla.
It's a nice thing to be. Now, I was curious if we were going to see this boulder, instead it's the MF.
Tak já jdu pro jídlo, ale MF do Trundla.
Notorious bully early on, builds the Bloodthirster.
Seraphine is also notorious lane priority.
Yeah.
And works well. You make it rain with Misfortune, and you can actually like throw out the double cast from Seraphine, and since Make It Rain is so quick, then you can make it rain as that is going out.
Yeah.
And turn the double cast quickly
From
into the
slow
stun.
into snare into stun. Yeah, it's a super powerful setup.
But not going to be the case. We don't actually get to see it this time around because you could have gotten swapped around. Like, you know, they can red 5, you know, pick something that's good for swaps here for AL and then just swap away from that. So reduces that possibility a little bit. And CFO just go with the more standard Nautilus to get the engage. Flandra Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai is a pick that, and we've seen Flandra on it before, right? Even if you fall behind, the champion can still be so obnoxious to play against, especially, again, Honkyu feels like the guy who has to be playing so safe. Doggo as well in the context of this series. And CFO with what I would describe as, honestly, like one of this year's most standard drafts. It's good for a reason, right? These are all picks that have been good at different points in the minute. They're all very safe picks, whereas AL are cooking a little bit more. You know, you have the LeBlanc Jhin combo. You have this Trundle Rek'Sai topside.
I gotta be honest, I do like the cook. I do like the LeBlanc Jhin
I am
combo.
also liking the cook,
because with how bloody these have been, you know, and it's definitely, AL can definitely force tempos, can definitely force aggressive early game, can definitely, you know, force these scattered fights where LeBlanc and Jhin can just thrive. LeBlanc goes in, you know, annoying distortion, burst combinations, Jhin W's follows up, and you have Tarzan here on his Trundle who can move in aggressively off of any of those plays and kind of be the point man here going into enemy jungle. So I gotta be honest, I do like this cook from AL, even though the CFO side is like you're saying, definitely something we're used to seeing, is a really standard team comp as they go. I just, I don't see a huge amount of value out of a Misfortune ultimate. You know, maybe I'll be, you know, proven wrong in that, and they have a Vi ult and a Nautilus ult, so, you know, they can point and click on a couple people and make sure, but we'll see here, the deciding game to see who will join KT in the quarterfinals, be the second team to make it through.
Beijing alive with sounds of Zhio, fuel for AL. They cooked a bit of a draft. Need that support now. Of course, again, for both sides, it's about qualifications, it's about making out of Swiss as quickly as you can, get the luxury, the time to prep for quarterfinals. You won't know your matchup, but you get to learn the meta better. You get to pick whoever you want to scrim against. It's a huge boon for either one of these teams. We're keeping our eyes on this level 1 because you highlighted it, right? Very stock standard. Both teams know exactly what CFO's composition is going to do. They've played as it, they've played against it so many times. So for CFO, are they going to try anything new? Any creative level 1 pathing? Their initial invade spotted out. Shanks and Honkyu already starting to trade in the mid lane.
Standard lanes as well. Rejoice. Does mean that we get a lot of possibility of action, especially in a Nautilus Alistar lane. Both junglers are currently starting bottom side though, and clearing toward the top side matchup anyway.
Immediate barrier.
Ooh, 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 don't you love Misfortune early game?
Is quite impressive. They are being reminded of firsthand as another barrier is going to come out in response. He has to be careful not to get low against the Jhin, but overall you can see why they would pick it, right? Smolder for the composition, maybe some scaling angles. Might have been an argument, but in terms of winning this lane early on, the Nautilus MF is damn impressive.
Yeah, love the early Misfortune damage. You can make use of the passive, double tap, make use of your Q burst with your press the attack, and
Alistar has like half an ability at level 1. Nautilus has a passive and a Q.
Yeah. It allows them to get the push for sure. As we said though, both junglers are pathing towards that top side matchup instead. Trundle a little bit ahead, though he's on vision, so will be fully tracked.
Co se stalo?
Of course, slows down a bit as he gets to the multi-target camps, but
Nic.
doing his best to keep up. CFO using their prio to allow Kaiwing to roam up towards the mid lane. Honkyu level 3, as is Shanks.
So you see that ping right there too, through river. Even though they don't have vision on Kaiwing, bottom lane, this is just good comms. Hey, they pushed us in. Could be a Nautilus support towards mid, and the immediate yellow ping, the retreat ping through river. So even though the ward didn't quite spot him.
Kyle. Initial engage, follow-up CC is there. Heal forced out from CFO. Hook to re-engage. on the Kyle, but just trying to even out a trade that is wildly in favor of Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, nice job by AL duo lane. Take advantage while Kaiwing's making his way back to the lane. And the Alistar sustain coming in quite nice for them as well.
You can see in the top lane, though, Rest trying his best to bully Flandre out, not give him any chances to trade autos and heal up with that Rek'Sai passive when he's underground. Nice flick from Honku. Big prio in the middle lane again, as expected in the early levels.
Kámo, Honku smurfy, ale.
Nice headbutt back to stop Kaiwing from freezing the wave as well, so that's going to mean a few less CS for Doggo to walk home to.
Meanwhile, the first buy is the coal refillable for Doggo. So we are gonna be a farming.
I like how I was hyping it up. I was like, it's gonna be fist fights. It's gonna be great. We'll be here for a little while.
And Misfortune is very good in swaps, like mid and late game swaps because of the strut. So refillable gets a lot of value because you can strut back to lane very, very quickly. So
Zapá, když poslal 100 káby, že když jsem to přečetl, tak jsem se musel podívat, že to není pravda. U něj bych to... U něj by je malá šance, mega malá šance, ale mohlo bys to stát.
Early 2020s. Still incredibly powerful to have that strut, that additional movement speed, and Doggo pretty comfortable, right? Cold Doran's a lot of baseline sustain in this 2v2 matchup, keeping up pressure thus far as Kaiwing starts to come in. And Tarzan pretty close in terms of overall clear. A few more CS. And it's calm, it's quiet. Level 6, I expect to be the big break point. See Junja with ulti be able to be more active on the map. A similar story for Doggo, Kaiwing as well.
So also, rushing into Executioners versus Rek'Sai, everyone's always complaining about Rek'Sai's sustain. Does Executioners make a meaningful dent in that lane? Or is it still like, oh, the sustain is still annoying?
I think it's still annoying, but presumably 40% less annoying.
But like then Rek'Sai like backs off, and you can just go underground later and like get your sustain later.
You want to check? You're in the game.
I mean, we'll
To je bastardo burrito pro ty z vás, co jsou Brňáci, tak víte. Mňamka.
I feel like it's just kind of like you're.
Ale podle mě jsem mohl i to kuřecí, co jako tam bylo 4 dny v té lednici. Jste mě vyschýzovali hrozně.
Raging fire.
Brush fire or something.
But you can say you're helping.
Yeah. But we'll see. As of now, they're both just farming contently, so.
Yeah. Is it performative anti-healing or is it
exactly. Again, it's still going to be like, oh, there's a Trundle in the game. You can get some value there. There's an Alistar in the game. You know, there'll be some value there.
To zase přibere, když si 20 kg, když se objednává přivod z pluhy. Já jsem bohužel v situaci, kde abych přibíral, když si objednávám jídlo, tak bych si musel objednávat dvojitý porce z každé restaurace. Já pokud nesním 3200 kalorií, což nesním, když si objednávám jídlo, protože ty jídla jsou menší než prostě 1000 něco kalorií. Tak hubnu.
I mean, you're not going to get away with this. Ocean Dragon slows as well, so it can be annoying to disengage from. Teleport comes down to fully commit now for CFO, and that's going to scare off the rest of
Lepší než trousnout, jako když chceš bulkovat, tak je to docela problém. Potom musíš vole žrat 150 gramů suchý rýže.
One melee off screen dying, another one dying.
Nebo zasvěrová vážený rýže, což je by the way půl kila, když to uvaříš.
So that is Honku's TP advantage spent. Shanks will now have his up sooner. I think he did use it earlier just to get back to lane. So a potential window of opportunity, but again, no fights yet.
Yeah. And I mean, you apply the Executioners and then like Rek'Sai backs off, and you can kind of wait for it to fall off even before you go burrow again and stuff.
S touhle Rek'Sai nevím, no. Jako Rek'Sai je taková, mám pocit, že Flandre hrál Rek'Sai velice dobře zrovna. Je jediná Rek'Sai, co dělá něco v těch fightech. Renekton Rek'Sai, no. Tady asi Rek'Sai bude lepší. Ale jako upřímně, CFO mají hodně dobrý draft. Akorát tak 60-40 pro CFO, no. Bojím se, že ta MF bude mít problém proti Trundlovi.
It's not really a great position for CFO to contest. They have level 6, they have MF ult, but Way better vision setup.
Ty kdykoliv za MF zaultíš, tak tě naflashuje Alistar nebo Trump ti dá pillar a zruší ti to ultimátku.
Okay, content with that. So one objective feat point for each side with the 2 grubs for AL. Honestly, seems like it's still going to be a calm reset.
Ale k tomu jídlo, já jsem měl 85 kg a pak jsem si začal objednávat jídlo a teď mám 80 kg a jsem prostě zubil 5 kg tím, že si objednávám jídlo.
This is going to make it a little bit more interesting, and they're still sending Misfortune Nautilus back down here, so CFO are not answering the AD carry swap to mid. No. And it's just going to be the Jhin versus Taliyah in mid. So control wards are fine for the Jhin down there on the bottom side, keeping the bottom side pretty easy safe. But pings for a top side play, everybody else is going to join. So Taliyah ulti is ready.
Flandra backing up, burrowed under the ground using tower a bit early. TP coming out, CFO just immediately back up. I like that discipline. Didn't want to risk giving anything away to Shanks. Getting those early kills, just not worth the trade. Doggo instantly ults away, knowing Shanks is no longer there, and will take the opportunity for a clean reset. But in the meantime, AL still managing to get a little bit more gold out of this one. Ginger flashing out to avoid the chains, locking him down. So AL winning out on the trade, despite losing the TP.
Okay, turret plate in mid lane. Nice movement from Hanku to dodge the chain, but as you say, you know, the flash from Jinja. So maybe you can put some pressure there.
Lose a plate mid, lose a wave bottom. Very close trades, very close exchanges.
Yeah.
Neither side able to really generate a greater advantage quite yet. Doggo very close to that first item completion, didn't feel the need to stop off for boots, again, courtesy of the strut. Getting that Bloodthirster means he's going to be able to be a lot more aggressive in these mid lane trades.
So mid-game, AL's comp is going to have a lot of burst damage. If they can get kills, then I like it. If they don't, then there is a high chance that they run out of damage for later. Unless the Trundle can get really big too. The Trundle can have some pretty big value there, you know, as well. But if LeBlanc and Jhin don't get any kills, and CFO might have a pretty manageable situation. We'll see though. Of course, no kills for either side as of yet. And we'll have to wait another minute for the dragon. But
Shanks stunned, but a nice pullback means that
Alistar behind. Alistar headbutt.
Kyle not quite able to get the angle. Rest flashing out, immediately going to pop the dominance. Tarzan coming to the wall. Rest very likely to fall. Q healing. That's the cold of meat, keeping him standing for an extra second. He wants to dash out, but down he goes. Shanks with first blood.
Hodně dobrý, first blood pro LeBlanc.
There. Kyle still behind in enemy jungle. He is warding up. Bottom side.
Just a big rock. Not enough to finish off Flandre.
Jo.
Flash out as well. Could job survive.
Dobré, zahrál to mega dobře Flandre.
Yep. Rek'Sai lives.
Ty jo, no, LeBlanc teďka 400 gól, protože LeBlanc je win kondice. LeBlanc se musí feednout, nebo nemusí se feednout, ale musí být ahead prostě skrz either side lane, anebo tady tyhle ty ganky.
That's exactly what we were worried about. Now the LeBlanc, this burst damage.
Did you want 1 kill? Did you need 2 kills?
Ale čím jim, že hraju s restem, mě vždycky přišel driver, že je lepší než rest, no.
Yeah, exactly. Ludens plus your 2 stacks on your Dark Seal. I'm scared. That's some good burst damage. No flash on the Renekton either now. And Renekton will be a bit delayed on the first item on the Black Cleaver. Here comes
Tarzan running in. Junda does have the Sunder Sky, just barely able to get away from that giant water bottle.
Tam jako, kdyby to cancelnul Tarzan, to dvojtí nebo kvečko 2, tak je mrtva. Ale 800 goldů MF advantage, takže tak ahead. Jo, kal. Proklakal. Tak 1:1 drák, zase gankou Flandreho. Ten nemá tentokrát flash, ale je to Rek'Sai, tak nevím, jestli budou moc zabít. Bahalán. Boom! Boom a dá to tomu. Jo, dá to Honkovi. OK. Good. Ale má jenom jednoho grubíka, takže turret na botu padne dřív. O dost dřív padne turret, no.
They're usually won by Trundles with Trinity forces.
Yeah. Trinity force people in general, and then above that.
Čteš vůbec chat na YouTube streamu? Jo, čtu. Ale málo kdy tam je zpráva na YouTube. Ne, na všechno odpovídám na tom YouTube. Nejvíc odpovídám na Twitch chat, no.
You give the gold to the LeBlanc here. Quickly funnel this burst damage.
425 goldu solo.
So Shanks cashes in. Topside, they didn't even actually get to finish answer on the next wave, and there's still a full.
Doggo. Chunking out
poke.
Wants to get a plate of his own, and kind of important that he does get something else back, as he's running relatively low on mana. The Bloodthirster keeps the health
Chce vzít ten plat na midu, ale bojí se toho Alistara, ale vzal ho. 1000 goldů MF, to je pěkný, to je dobrý. Ten Jin pick nevím, no, zatím to nevypadá. Jako CFO má lepší draft. Že uvidíme.
When you see LeBlanc disappear into Fog of War, the game just gets so hard to play.
Zítra jsou 0-2, já se podívám se zítra. Zítra se hrajou BL1, zítra jsou 1-1 týmy.
The champ is so annoying when it's fed. Just got level 11. It's rank 2 ultimate for Shanks. You know, 2 stacks on their Dark Seal in addition to the burst damage from Ludens that we talked about. So that plus Jin possibilities of picking people off are definitely there. However, so far this game has been mostly trades. It has been mostly answers pretty equivalent from each side.
Těším se na Megabong po té hře. Je Talia dobrý pick? Je Milane. Ale je to tier 2 midař. Jsou tam Ryze je lepší, Aurora je lepší, Oriana je lepší, ale jako v BO3 nebo v BO5 ve Fearlessu je Talia dobrý pick, tady je to dobrý.
You know who else has burst damage? Misfortune. Doggo's also doing pretty good for himself. And he got his Bloodthirster. He even has durability with the plated steel caps here. So this Misfortune that we're wondering about, we just saw him get a big chunk combination with his ulti.
Myslím si, že CFO vyhraje tuhle hru. Ale uvidíme. Zatím je to komplet even a bude strašně záležet. To bude jeden fight, který rozhodne hru. Zatím CFO tady mají lepší team comp, jsou silnější. Sandio to in. Mysnutý hook, ale Kyle mrtvej. Není. Je. CFO jsou tady o tolik silnější, že to jako se divím, že AL to kontestí.
Doggo backing off, slowed for a brief moment. Junja splitting his attention, wants to finish the Herald, but Tarzan there, ready. A few fight potential to come through, but Tarzan has no flash. CFO secure the Herald.
Jako CFO jsou tady silnější a tyjo, aby Anyone Legends byli silnější, tak se musí víc fidnout LeBlanc, musí být víc o dost silnější.
Put the rocks down, get the shove back, isolate the front target, just burn through him. Here we go.
OK, to nabejtili, ne? Ojojoj, 3 lidi, tady se feedne Shanks, tady se feedne Shanks. 2 killy, tohle je právě to, co neměli. Tohle je právě to, co neměli. Já, to zahodili jak svině, To bylo hodně dobrý od Advanced Legends. On to tady nantil.
CFO are able to section up here. Again, good to Leah Wall, keeps the Trundle out. They kind of zone right there, put down the rocks.
Tady jsou ale tak o tolik silnější CFO, že to jako jsem činil, že kontestí. Ale i tak stejně potom našli prostě top 2 killy, že jo? A to je přesně co to jen teamcom Anyone's Legends musí dělat. Musí feednout LeBlanc na sidelane. Musí zabíjet Honka na sidelane on cooldown. Nebo kdokoliv, kdo bude na sidelane, tak ho musí zabíjet. Ať je to Renekton, ať je to Talia. A najednou 2-0-1 LeBlanc, 1300 goldů ahead a je to win kondice.
Of their burst damage, they get Rek'Sai ultimate to finish off the kill.
Fearless formát se mi líbí, Martin.
LeBlanc here up to 2 kills. That's 5 stacks now.
Za kolik dáš unban na Twitchi? Napiš mi nick a podívám se, co jsi psal a podle toho se rozhodnu na cenotvorbě.
Riftfield, you know, it's decent and it should basically guarantee mid tower, which is really nice. You can just the mid tower is already so low that you can just pop it mid as long as you guarantee it gets the engage off, which it very well should, unless Trundle is there and can
to bude rapid fire Yumus, Jin, to je komplet vegan.
That should mean that the Rift Herald will guarantee mid and top side is guaranteed here from Hongq, so tower collection time for CFO.
Mají tady Heralda, že by dali na tier 2, nedaj. Daj na mid.
Of course, when you look at both teams, the gold is very clear where the teams have advantage. Doggo 1.4k gold lead for himself. More healing reduction coming out. second full item is going to be. And then Shanks. 2-0-1, 400 goalie doesn't seem massive, but he's really going to start hurting.
Shanks zatím nedává damage, protože ještě nemá prostě ty, není feedlay. Ježišmarja, ten Junja to... Halo? On to failnul. Ulti in, dobrá ult! Máme MF ult, V ult, boom! Talia! On Vibe přežila. 2 killy oka... Hej, kamo, oni to naintili na schvál, nebo? Proč mi přišlo, že ten Junja to schválně naintil, aby to jako vypadalo? Aby pak mohli zaultit a fightit hnedka. To byl bait, kámo, ten týpek to mind controlul, že na intí Heralda do zdi. Sakýra, ale LeBlanc ještě nemá ten damage, tam ani nezabila tu Vi. Redemption zachránilo tu Vi. Byl tam pillar. Uká? Aha, on tam dal pillar. Tak jsem idiot. Ne. Brá! Já ti říkám, že on to naintil na schvál, toho Heralda. Aby oni Anyone's Legends úplně koliko to naintil a místo toho nedávali pozor a týpek insta ult, boom, flash, boom. Dogo je hrozně dobrý, no. Jako AD carry, proto mě baví tady ten tým.
Very quickly to the last hope here in terms of overall gold advantage. It's not, huge differences across multiple lanes, but 3K lead for CFO. If they can keep setting up Doggo for success.
No jako samozřejmě, že se snažil jako dodgenout pillar.
CFO.
Jo, ale
again, really impressing with their plans and then of course the execution as well, so let's see about the
golďásku ahead, CFO, OK. Mají dobrý tým kam, mají 2 itemy teďka, mají ten power spike. Tady by mohli forcenout nějaký fight, anebo atakana. Tohle by bylo hodně dobré.
Into a poke position or into some fog of war here to make one of these snap plays and take advantage of having a 2-item LeBlanc. You've got a 2-item with upgraded boots now, so extra magic pen here as well for Shanks. Like this is the time where you really have to make use of
podle mě
that piece
100%
of your
půjde do
puzzle.
LPL LCK příští rok, nemyslím si. Oni podle mě zůstanou v tom jejich regionu a v tomhle týmu. Však jsou mega dobří, ten tým je mega dobrý.
Everybody on CFO has their summoner spells, so you kind of have to do 2 layers of work of like,
Pohře budeš končit. Ne, přemýšlím, že dám solo queue a pak dám megabonk. A nebo dám rovnou megabonk. Asi dám rovnou megabonk na chill. Jsem dneska vystresovaný, tak si chillnu. Tak, začínají ataka na Oshi. Je to tady.
He holds it. If he can use it on Shanks before that burst damage comes through, so much of that impact is going to be
mega bong, no dám si takovou nálož bongu. Ty pičo, dobrý chunk Honkyu. Hej, ten Honkyu, ale Dogo a Honkyu smurfí. Tady vidíš, že máš dobrý AD a máš dobrý mid. Honkyu, ultimátka cancelů, tam musí flashovat. On ho zachránil. Alistar ho zachránil. No to ne. MF ultimátka misnutá, ale misnutá. Resto inti. Dubnický resto inti. Atakan, boom. Trendl ho vzal. Ne, to je disaster. To je disaster. Oni to throwli. Ježíš, ne. Kámo, atakan throw. Ty pičo, to ne. To ne.
Let's take a look at it again. I mean, they did such a good job.
Rek'Sai tady no jak jsem říkal, Renekton bude komplet odhoven, protože Rest je dubnický šaman, co to zaplatil z Gamby. Tak oni cancelou Honka, to bylo mega good, ale pak ho zachrání ten Alistar, díky bohu. Ale tady Renekton komplet odhoven. A hlavně MF ult moc brzo. Ale proč Renekton šel in? A pak se tady nechá zabít atakanem, no. Rek'Sai, toppling gap. Toppling gap.
The rest of AL were able to finish off the kill the front line, and follow through with the fight.
And now this is what makes AL's composition so terrifying.
Nezachránil ho, Nautilus zastanoval na setinu přesně. OK, tak Nautilus Skywing posmurfil blázen, no. Ale Flandre je jediný, kdo hraje tu Rek'Sai dobře. Jediný. Jinak mi ten champ přijde useless. Ale zase, když porovnám, co je víc useless top lane, jestli Renekton nebo Rek'Sai, tak samozřejmě Renekton. Já nevím, proč lidi pikou Renektona. Ten champ je komplet odhoven. Pokud nejseš turbo ahead, jako aby ten champ byl useful, tak ty musíš být 20 CS ahead a mít třeba full turret.
The stacks that we were keeping track of for Shanks is fully stacked. He could upgrade it into a Medjai's to have the real painful LeBlanc game come through. 4 kills to his name already. And now is where you really have to conserve your CC and use it on the LeBlanc when the LeBlanc comes in, because it can just get so annoying if he keeps on going for these distortion
combos. Už tu dneska byl ten týpek, co dostává ve škole bídu za opakování tvých predikcí. Ale tady jsem říkal, že CFO a AL bude padat 50-50, že to bude komplet vyrovnané, a tu hru předtím jsem říkal taky, že to bude docela vyrovnané, ale nebylo. Katie Smurfo dalo Smurf. Dneska už ho domlátili, tak nedošel. Týpek dostal šikanu. Katie byl kurz 2.8, co? Že to bylo 50-50, při nejlepším. Pořád lepší jak Kamilovi tutovky, real. Okay, catchli. Nice! Bacha na LeBlanc. Rek'Sai. Vyjebaná Rek'Sai. Zapte šance aspoň, kurva. Kámo, top lane gap. Zase to je top lane gap, kurva. Play safe AD carry, týpek prostě Rek'Sai tam jde 1v4 a zabije AD carry. 1v4. Všichni pilujou tu MF a nemůžou jí pomoct. Kamo, Rest spí úplně, Rest si to zaplatil, guys. Jediný důvod, proč hraje Rest a ne Driver, je, protože to zaplatil.
That's so annoying to try and trap him, so annoying to try and keep him down. Hongq tried his best to follow and get the kill, but he couldn't track down Shanks.
Říkám, jediný problém
out the bottom side with a little bit of HP left after just assassinating 2 targets there, taking down Jinja, taking down Doggo, really nicely kind of salvaged there for AL, and this is why we say it's so annoying.
Shanks má prostě haky na jiné úrovni než ostatní. Real.
Yes, you have Vi Ultimate. Yes,
Čet, kdo pochopil tuhle referenci, je GOAT.
Those are point and click, but they're also kind of delayed with travel time.
Schválně, kdo pochopil tu referenci, jedničku do chatu. Kdo ne, dvojku.
We will see, but AL looking pretty dang good now since they've got the Dragon Soul possibility
jednou to řekni, no Shanks má prostě moc silný haky. One Piece, no, One Piece. Nechápu, je mi to jedno. To není reference na Bleach, ne. To je One Piece. One Piece anime. Nevím, no, ta MF ale jako nebaví se ta MF proti tomu, proti Trundlovi. Co jsem říkal, že tady měl piknout? Místo toho, místo MFky.
True. I mean, I had worse slip-ups this tournament.
Nah, those were great.
Smoldra, jo, Smoldra by, hej kámo, Smoldra by tu byl úplně goated, WTF. Proč tu nehrál Smoldra? Ten champ by tu udělal 30krát tolik, co MF. Ezreal potřebuje buff, ten champ je odhoven. Nedává damage. Bylo by super, problém je, že oni nemají jak zabít tu LeBlanc, no. Ale bylo by super, kdyby tu LeBlanc zabili. Ideálně to získal Renekton, protože ten prostě potřebuje třetí item, jinak je komplet odhoven, protože není tanky vůbec.
You can just play around. You can play around the answers from CFO. Okay, we did also mention
Magi, no a ještě tam má tu blue potku. Tady Shanks bude one-shotovat, dá Q ult na MF a MF zmizí.
Shanks is going all in right now.
Shanks spent a lot of money to make sure they win this next fight.
And it's a Dragon Soul, so it's worth it.
Definitely is. I mean, it's well highlighted, Kobe, right? It can be so difficult.
Okay, on zase rest. Kamo, sleduj LeBlanc! Prostě LeBlanc je tak broken. Okamžitě mají soulu secure nutnou, protože Shanks dal carry. Já nevím, proč hraje rest. Já nevím, proč hraje rest. Ale soula ještě není disaster, ještě to není game over. Problém je ta LeBlanc, no.
Moving up to the top side, threatening the Baron. Of course, priceless moment of the game.
No, počkat, jak to udělají, Forcenou Barona, to bude blbý proti ty LeBlanc. Nějak one-shotnout LeBlanc ideálně, ale jak? Počkej, Kyle je tam hodně splitnutý, ale zase to Alistar. Má flank jako god, týpek chce flashnout. Wow, pocko, dobrá MF možná, ne, dal jí cancel Alistar, hnedka ji naflashoval. Prostě MF je odhoven tady. A Rek'Sai double knock-up. Play safe, AD carries, vole, týp si tam ukoušou, vole, top lane jungle. GG, ale nevadí. OK, Anyone Legends jsou 3-0, postupují do top 8. CFO má další 2 BO3 na to, aby se dostali do top 8. Oni se dostanou do top 8, kámo, hrajou mega dobře. Jen to nesmí hrát rest, ten top lane, musí to hrát driver. A ty vole, škoda toho, že nepikli Smoldra tady, no, tady by to bylo úplně insane. Škoda, fandil jsem CFO, ale krásná série, Shanks potáhl jak magor. Byla tam ta jedna chyba, kdy dali Shanksovi 2 killy na top lane a to byl průser. To byl velký průser.
I actually really love the look here, especially because they had their melee bruiser frontlines go damage builds. You know, this is not that tank Rek'Sai. Yeah. This is more akin to what you see in solo queue jungle Rek'Sai. Going from the Titanic straight into the Shojin. I love this build.
Přemýšlím, jestli si dám dvě solo queue hry. Jako hodně dlouho jsem nehrál solo queue. Mohl bych dát solo queue, že? Mohl bych dát solo queue. 1-2 a potom dát Megabonk. Tak počkej, já vás nechám vybrat. Megabonk nebo solo queue? Musíte ale spamovat teďka.
That was pretty sick. That was a pretty sick series, honestly. And in the
Byla
end,
to
it's
sick
AL
series,
coming back after a difficult game 1. A hell of eventful here in game 2 and game 3 as well. What did it come down to, guys? What did you think about the series overall?
It felt great, and even just taking a look behind us, as you can already see, the LPL fans, the Chinese fans, extremely happy because first series of the day did not deliver. And it was a library.
Pěkný Vayne, to byste mi museli hodně donatit, abych piknul Vayne.
It was definitely a gulping moment, but we got to finally see AL come alive.
Anketa, hlasujte. Megabonk nebo solo queue?
Because these lads played their absolute hearts out, but anyone's legend coming together.
Tak 200 lidí na YouTube, pánové, já budu končit YouTube stream. Pokud chcete dál sledovat můj stream, tak můžete na Twitchi. www.twitch.tv/freeze.cz.
The catch and top side really early on when they were like, okay, they found CFO overstaying, making a mistake. As we said in the series, there were mistakes being made on both sides, but I felt like they really capitalized off of it, and it was starting to get the LeBlanc pretty far ahead. You need to get the LeBlanc head. I usually don't see like the LeBlanc Trundle combination, but in team fights, the Trundle was rolling them over, and you're seeing great angles from the LeBlanc. So I was like, this is starting to look great for the team.
Moc chci poděkovat za komentář k Worlds, je to skvělý, že tam se jsou podle tebe CFO překvapili. překvapení, jak valí, nebo si očekával, jak to vidí Steven? Radek Křivan, 129 korun na YouTube. Děkuju. Hele, já jsem čekal, že budou tak dobří, ale jsou o něco lepší, než jsem čekal, ale čekal jsem, že budou dobří. Tak jo, já vypínám YouTube, takže pokud chcete dál sledovat stream, tak na Twitchu. Papa YouTube, papa.